Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Quest. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry walked into Gringotts at age 7 and hired the Goblin Nation to wage war on Death Eaters. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The boy who walked the cupboard smelled like dust and old shoes and something that might have been a dead mouse rotting behind the wall. Harry pressed his back against the rough wooden slats, knees drawn to his chest, and listened to Uncle Vernon's footsteps thunder overhead. Where is he? Where is the little freak? Harry held his breath. The footsteps stopped right above him. Dust drifted down through the cracks, settling on his hair, his eyelashes. He didn't move. Didn't breathe. If he was very, very quiet, sometimes Uncle Vernon forgot. Sometimes the rage burned itself out and his uncle would stomp off to the television, crack open a beer, and Harry could creep out later for water. Sometimes. I know you're in there, boy. The cupboard door rattled. Harry squeezed his eyes shut. You think you can embarrass me in front of my sister? You think you can make a fool of me at my own dinner table? Harry hadn't meant to. He hadn't meant to do anything. Aunt Marge had been going on about his parents again, drunks, she called them, wastrels, probably on the dole, no wonder they'd gotten themselves killed, and something inside Harry had just snapped. One moment he was staring at his plate, trying to be invisible, and the next moment Aunt Marge was screaming because her wine glass had shattered in her hand. He didn't know how he'd done it. He never knew. Things just happened around him sometimes. Bad things. Unexplainable things. Freakish things. The cupboard door ripped open. Uncle Vernon's purple face filled the gap, veins throbbing at his temples, eyes bulging with a fury that Harry knew, with the certainty of long experience, meant this was going to be bad. Get out here. Now. Harry uncurled slowly. No point in resisting. That only made it worse. Uncle Vernon's meaty hand closed around his arm, yanking him out into the hallway. Harry stumbled, his two big hand-me-down shoes catching on the carpet, and his uncle used the momentum to slam him against the wall. You think you're clever, don't you? Vernon's breath washed over him, hot and sour with beer and beef. Think you can do your fracshnes in my house? I didn't mean. The first blow caught him across the face. Harry's head snapped to the side, his cheek exploding with pain, stars bursting behind his eyes. He tasted blood. Don't you dare talk back to me. Another blow. This one to his stomach. Harry doubled over, gasping, and Vernon's knee came up to meet his chin. The world went white, then red, then a strange sort of gray that pulsed at the edges. Should have drowned you the day you showed up on our doorstep, Vernon snarled. Should have done what your worthless parents couldn't and rid the world of. Something inside Harry cracked. Not broke, cracked. Like ice over a frozen lake, spiderwebbing out from a central point of impact. He could feel it happening, feel something vast and terrible stirring in his chest, and suddenly the pain didn't matter anymore. None of it mattered. His parents weren't worthless. His parents were, green light. A woman screaming. Not Harry. Please, not Harry. A high, cold laugh that wasn't a laugh at all, more like the sound of something breaking, something fundamental coming undone. Stand aside, silly girl. Stand aside, Harry. The memories hit him like a freight train. Not memories, visions. He could see it all suddenly, as clearly as if it were happening right now. A small cottage. A door exploding inward. A tall man with messy black hair just like Harry's, raising a wand, shouting something, and then, green light. And a woman. A beautiful woman with red hair and green eyes, his eyes, standing in front of a crib with her arms spread wide, begging, pleading, not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead, this is my last warning, not Harry. Please, have mercy, have mercy. Green light. And then the high cold laugh and a wand pointing at him, and a voice that sounded like death itself saying, "Avada," Harry screamed. The sound that came out of him wasn't human. It was raw and primal and ancient, dragged up from somewhere deeper than his lungs, deeper than his bones. It was the scream of a child who had just remembered watching his parents die. And with the scream came the power. Uncle Vernon flew backward. Not stumbled, flew, as if an invisible giant had swatted him like a bug. He hit the wall hard enough to crack the plaster, hung there for a moment with his mouth open and his eyes bulging, and then slid down to the floor in a heap. Aunt Petunia appeared at the top of the stairs, her horse-like face twisted in shock. "Vernon! Vernon!" She started down the stairs, then stopped when she saw Harry. He was standing in the middle of the hallway, blood dripping from his split lip, his too large clothes hanging off his thin frame. But his eyes were glowing. A sickly, pulsing green, like light through emerald glass, like, "Monster," Petunia whispered. "Monster, just like your mother, just like," the world twisted. Harry felt it happen, felt reality bend around him like wet clay, and then he was elsewhere. Not in the hallway anymore. Not in number 4, Privet Drive. Not even in Little Whinging. He was standing on a cobblestone street, surrounded by people in strange clothes, and above him a crooked sign swung in a breeze he couldn't feel. "The Leaky Cauldron," the sign read. Harry blinked. Then his legs gave out, and the darkness took him. He woke to the smell of cabbage and pipe smoke. For a long, confused moment, Harry thought he was back at the Dursleys. But the surface beneath him was soft, a bed, an actual bed, not his thin mattress on the cupboard floor, and the voices he heard weren't his aunt and uncle's sharp complaints. "Just appeared out of thin air, Tom, I'm telling you. Middle of the pub. Gave old Daedalus quite a fright. Accidental apparition, most like. Happens with the young ones when they're stressed. But at his age. And that distance. Merlin's beard, that's not normal even for, nothing about this one's normal. Look at his forehead." Harry's eyes snapped open. Two men stood at the foot of the bed, both staring at him with expressions of barely contained excitement. One was old and stooped, with a bald head and a toothless smile. The other was younger, pale, with a turban wrapped around his head that seemed slightly too large. "He's awake," the bald one exclaimed. "Oh, Mr. Potter, what an honor, what a privilege, Potter. Mr. Potter." They knew his name. They knew. Harry scrambled backward, his back hitting the headboard, his hands coming up instinctively to protect his face. The movement made his ribs scream in protest. Uncle Vernon had done more damage than he'd realized, but he barely noticed. "Who are you?" His voice came out cracked and raw. "How do you know my name? Where am I?" The bald man's smile faltered. He exchanged a glance with the turbaned one, something passing between them that Harry couldn't read. "My dear boy," the bald man said softly. "Everyone knows your name. You're Harry Potter. You're famous." "Famous? The boy who lived." This from the turbaned man, whose voice was strange, stuttering, hesitant, but with something else underneath. Something that made the hair on Harry's arms stand up. The only person to survive the K-killing curse. The child who defeated the Dark Lord. None of this made sense. Harry's head was pounding, his vision blurring at the edges, and the memories he'd seen, remembered, were still swirling through his mind like shards of broken glass. Green light. His mother screaming. A high cold laugh. "The Dark Lord," Harry repeated slowly. "You mean, the man who killed my parents?" Silence. The bald man's face crumpled. "Oh, my boy. Don't you know? Don't you know anything?" The Muggles, the turbaned man spat, and for just a moment his stutter vanished entirely. They kept it from him. Kept his heritage, his history. Now, Quirrell, we mustn't judge, they beat him. Harry's voice cut through their argument like a knife. Quiet. Flat. Dead. They told me my parents were drunks. That they died in a car crash. That I should be grateful anyone took me in at all. More silence. The turbaned man, Quirrell, looked like he wanted to say something, but the bald one held up a hand. Tom, he said softly. Tom, fetch the boys some breakfast. And perhaps send an owl to Dumbledore. Already done, Daedalus. Already done. Harry barely heard them. His mind was racing, pieces of a puzzle he hadn't known existed suddenly falling into place. He was famous. His parents hadn't died in a car crash, they'd been murdered by some kind of Dark Lord. Someone who used green light as a weapon. Someone who his mother had begged for mercy, and Harry had survived. How? The boy who lived, he murmured. But I don't understand. How did I survive? What happened to him, the Dark Lord? Daedalus' face went through several complicated expressions. Nobody knows for certain, Mr. Potter. When you know who cast the killing curse at you, it rebounded. Struck him instead. His body was destroyed, his followers scattered. The war ended, that very night. War. The first Wizarding War. 11 years of terror, of murder, of families torn apart. And you, a baby, barely a year old, you ended it. Daedalus' eyes were shining now, wet with tears he didn't bother to hide. You saved us all, Mr. Potter. You're a hero. Harry stared at him. A hero. He was 7 years old. He slept in a cupboard under the stairs. He had never had a birthday party, or a friend, or a single person in his life who looked at him with anything other than contempt or fear. And apparently, he was a hero. I want to see, Harry said. Daedalus blinked. See? See what? Everything. Harry swung his legs off the bed, ignoring the way his ribs protested. You said there was a war. You said my parents were murdered. I want to know everything. My dear boy, you've been through an ordeal, perhaps you should rest. I've been resting for 7 years. Harry's voice didn't waver. His hands didn't shake. Something had changed in him during that twisted journey from Little Whinging to wherever he was now. Something had woken up. I'm done resting. Take me to someone who can tell me the truth. Quirrell made a strange sound, almost a laugh, quickly stifled. Daedalus wrung his hands. There's the ministry, of course, but they're not really, that is to say, bureaucracy, and Dumbledore will want to speak with you first, I'm sure. Dumbledore? The headmaster of Hogwarts. The greatest wizard of the age. He arranged for your placement with your relatives after your parents. He put me with the Dursleys. Harry's voice went cold. He knew what they were, and he put me there anyway. Another uncomfortable silence. I'm as sure he had his reasons, Quirrell offered weakly. Harry filed that information away for later. Dumbledore. The greatest wizard of the age. The man who'd condemned him to 7 years of cupboards and beatings and being called freak every day of his life. They would have words, Harry and this Dumbledore. But first, is there a place, Harry said slowly, where I can find out about my family? About what they left behind? Daedalus' expression shifted. Well, there's Gringotts, of course. The Wizarding Bank. The Potters have had vaults there for centuries. But surely you'd want to wait for, take me there. Mr. Potter, I really must insist, I'm not asking. Something in Harry's tone made Daedalus take a step back. Quirrell's eyes gleamed with something that might have been approval. Very well, the turbaned man said. I'll take him myself. Gringotts is just down the alley, after all. Daedalus looked like he wanted to argue, but Harry was already standing, already moving toward the door, and there was something in the set of his shoulders that suggested arguing would be pointless. The boy who lived had stopped waiting for other people to tell him who he was. Diagon Alley was like nothing Harry had ever imagined. He stood at the entrance, Quirrell hovering nervously at his side, and simply stared. Shops with crooked windows displayed cauldrons and broomsticks and robes in every color. Owls hooted from a store called Elops. A woman hurried past carrying a basket of what appeared to be moving eggs. Everywhere Harry looked, there was magic, casual, careless, real. This was his world. This was where he belonged. And they'd kept it from him. This way, Mr. Potter. Quirrell gestured toward a massive white building at the end of the alley, its marble columns gleaming in the afternoon sun. Gringotts. Harry followed, barely noticing the stares that followed him. He was used to being stared at, though usually it was with disgust, not this strange mixture of awe and hope. People whispered as he passed. He heard fragments, Potter, can't be, so young, is that really? He ignored them. His attention was fixed on the bank. It was enormous. The columns were easily 3 stories tall, carved with symbols Harry didn't recognize. Bronze doors stood open, flanked by. Harry stopped. The creatures guarding the doors were unlike anything he'd ever seen. Shorter than humans, but broader, with sharp faces and even sharper eyes. They wore armor of burnished gold and carried spears that looked entirely too functional to be decorative. Goblins, Quirrell murmured. The bee-bankers of the wizarding world. Clever creatures. Very dangerous. One of the goblins turned to look at Harry. Their eyes met, and something strange happened. The goblin's expression, which had been one of studied boredom, suddenly sharpened. Its nostrils flared. Its grip on its spear tightened. Then it bowed. Not deeply, just a slight inclination of its head, but Harry saw Quirrell stiffen in surprise. What was that? Harry asked. I don't know. Quirrell sounded genuinely confused. Goblins don't bow to wizards. Ever. Harry filed that away and kept walking. Beyond the bronze doors was a second set, silver this time, with words engraved upon them, Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed, for those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. Harry read the words twice, then stepped through. The interior of Gringotts was a vast marble hall, cathedral high, with 100 goblins sitting behind a long counter, weighing coins, examining gems, writing in ledgers that seemed to have no end. The sound of quills scratching and coins clinking filled the air like strange music. Harry walked to the nearest available goblin, ignoring Quirrell's hissed warning to wait. The goblin didn't look up from its ledger. Name, it said, in a voice like gravel being crushed. Harry Potter. The quill stopped. Slowly, very slowly, the goblin raised its head. Its eyes, black and depthless, fixed on Harry's face. On his forehead. Well, it said softly. The Potter heir. At last. Harry frowned. At last? We've been waiting for you, Mr. Potter. The blood wards on your vaults have been alerting us to your status for some time. The goblin's lips peeled back from teeth that were just a bit too sharp. We were beginning to wonder if you would ever claim your inheritance. What inheritance? The goblin's smile widened. Perhaps we should discuss this somewhere more private. Grip hook. Another goblin materialized from somewhere, younger than the first, Harry thought, though it was hard to tell. This one had a hungry look to it, ambitious and sharp. Take Mr. Potter to Director Ragnarok's office. Immediately. Griphook's eyes widened. The director himself? Did I stutter? Griphook bowed, to Harry, not to the other goblin, and gestured toward a side corridor. This way, Mr. Potter. Harry turned to Quirrell. I'll go alone. But Mr. Potter, surely, I said alone. Something flickered in Quirrell's eyes, frustration, maybe, or something darker, but he nodded. As you wish. I'll wait here. Harry followed Griphook into the corridor without looking back. The director's office was nothing like Harry had expected. No gold, no gems, no ostentatious displays of wealth. Just dark stone walls, a single desk of black iron, and a goblin who made the others look like children. Ragnarok the Ironbound was old. Harry could see it in the scars that crisscrossed his face, in the way his left ear was nothing but a ragged stump, in the weight of centuries that seemed to press down on his shoulders. But his eyes were young. Bright and fierce and utterly, terrifyingly intelligent. "Leave us," Ragnarok said to Griphook. The younger goblin hesitated, then bowed and retreated. The door closed with a sound like a tomb ceiling. "Sit, Mr. Potter." Harry sat. The chair was sized for goblins, too small for him, but he didn't complain. Ragnarok studied him for a long moment. "You're smaller than I expected." "I've been told I'm small for my age." "Malnourished, more like." "Those muggles have been starving you." It wasn't a question. Harry didn't answer. Ragnarok made a sound that might have been a sigh. "Let me tell you what I know, Mr. Potter, and then you can tell me why you're really here." "Yes. Yes." "Good." Ragnarok leaned back in his chair. "Your parents, James and Lily Potter, were murdered on October 31st, 1981, by a wizard who called himself Lord Voldemort. He had been waging a war against the magical world for over a decade, a war he was winning, largely because the Ministry of Magic is run by cowards and fools. Your father was one of the few wizards willing to fight back. Your mother was a brilliant witch who died protecting you." Harry's hands tightened on the arms of his chair. "Go on." "Voldemort tried to kill you that night. For reasons that remain unclear, the curse rebounded and destroyed his body instead. You survived, marked." Ragnarok's eyes flicked to Harry's forehead. "You were placed with your Muggle relatives by Albus Dumbledore, over the strenuous objections of virtually everyone who knew them." "Why?" "Blood wards, supposedly. Your mother's sacrifice created a protection tied to her bloodline. Dumbledore claimed it would keep you safe from Voldemort's followers. It didn't keep me safe from the Dursleys." "No." Ragnarok's voice was flat. "It didn't." Silence stretched between them. "You said you've been waiting for me," Harry said finally. "What did you mean?" Ragnarok's lips curled back from his teeth. Not a smile, something older, more dangerous. "Tell me, Mr. Potter. What do you know about the history between goblins and wizards?" "Nothing." "Of course not. Wizards don't teach their young about the creatures they've conquered." Ragnarok stood, moving to a cabinet against the wall. "Let me educate you." He pulled out a scroll, ancient, yellowed, sealed with wax that might once have been red but had long since faded to brown. "In 1402, the wizard Aldrich Potter made a pact with my ancestor, Ragnarok I. The Potters would provide gold, political protection, and magical concessions. In exchange, the Goblin nation would provide the Potters with services." Harry's eyes narrowed. "What kind of services?" "Military ones." Ragnarok set the scroll on his desk. "The Potters were a warrior house, Mr. Potter. They didn't fight their battles alone. For 6 centuries, every Potter who needed soldiers has had the right to call upon Goblin steel." The room seemed to shrink around Harry. The air grew thick, hard to breathe. "You're saying I can hire your army?" "I'm saying your family already has an army, Mr. Potter. One that's been waiting for orders for quite some time." Harry stared at the scroll. At the faded wax seal. At the signature at the bottom, written in blood that still gleamed faintly in the lamplight. "The people who killed my parents," he said slowly. "Voldemort's followers. They're still out there. Many of them, yes. They bribed their way out of prison. Claimed they were under mind control. Now they sit in the ministry, in the Wisengamot, in positions of power throughout Wizarding Britain." Ragnarok's voice dripped with contempt. Justice, wizard style. And if I hired your army? If I called in this pact? What would happen? Ragnar's smile showed every single one of his pointed teeth. What would you want to happen, Mr. Potter? The question hung in the air between them. Harry thought about the Dursleys. About the cupboard. About the years of hunger and pain and being told he was worthless, a freak, a burden. He thought about his mother screaming, begging for his life. He thought about a high cold laugh and green light and a war that had ended when he was 1 year old, leaving behind monsters who walked free while he suffered. He was 7 years old. He should have been thinking about school, about games, about the normal things children think about. Instead, he was thinking about war. I want them dead, Harry said. All of them. Every single person who followed Voldemort, who killed for him, who stood by while he murdered my parents. I want them to pay. Ragnar studied him. And if some of them are innocent? If some of them truly were under mind control, as they claim? Then your people can tell the difference. Harry's voice was steady. I may not know much about goblins, but I know you're not stupid. You don't kill the wrong people by accident. Flattery. But Ragnar looked pleased. It will cost you, Mr. Potter. War is expensive, even for a Potter. I don't care about gold. No. I didn't think you did. Ragnar picked up the scroll, turning it over in his gnarled hands. But money is only one kind of cost. Are you prepared for the others? Harry thought of the blood dripping down his chin in the Dursleys' hallway. Of his uncle's fist coming down. Of his aunt's face, twisted with disgust, calling him monster. I've been paying costs my whole life, he said. At least now I'll be paying for something that matters. Ragnar was silent for a long moment. Then he laughed, a harsh, grinding sound like stones being crushed together. I like you, Mr. Potter. Against all my better judgment, I actually like you. He set the scroll down and reached into his desk, pulling out a quill and a sheet of parchment that shimmered faintly in the light. This will be a formal contract, activating the pact between our houses. Once you sign, there's no going back. The Goblin nation will be at war, and so will you. Harry took the quill. It was heavier than it looked, made of some dark metal that seemed to drink in the light. Blood quill, Ragnar said. It will write with your blood. More binding than ink, for certain kinds of magic. Harry didn't hesitate. He pressed the tip to the parchment and began to write. I, Harry James Potter, hereby invoke the Pact of 1402 between House Potter and the Goblin Nation. I authorize the Goblin Nation to take all necessary action against the followers of the Dark Lord Voldemort, including but not limited to, investigation, seizure of assets, detainment, and execution. I agree to provide payment as specified in the original agreement and to bear the consequences of this action, whatever they may be. Each letter burned as he wrote it, the quill carving the words into the back of his hand even as they appeared on the parchment. But Harry didn't flinch. He'd known worse pain. When he finished, he set the quill down and looked at his hand. The words had already faded to thin white scars, barely visible. It's done, Ragnar said softly. The war begins. Not quite. Harry met the old goblin's eyes. There's one more thing I want. Oh. The Dursleys. The people who raised me. They're muggles, they can't defend themselves against magic. But they hurt me for 7 years, and I want. Harry paused, searching for the right words. I don't want them dead. That would be too easy. I want them gone. Somewhere they can't hurt anyone else. Somewhere they can live out their lives knowing that a freak decided their fate. Ragnar's smile returned. That can be arranged, Mr. Potter. The nation has facilities for such situations. Your relatives will be relocated within the day. Good. Harry stood. His legs were shaky, the blood quill had taken more out of him than he'd expected, but he forced them to hold steady. "One last question," Ragnarok said as Harry turned to go. "Yes." "Why now?" "You could have escaped your relatives years ago, if you tried. You could have accessed your magic earlier, reached out to the wizarding world. Why did you wait?" Harry considered the question. "I didn't know," he said finally. "They kept me ignorant, fed me lies. I didn't know I had magic, or family vaults, or a history. I didn't know there was anywhere else to go." He paused. "But that's not really what you're asking, is it?" Ragnarok's eyes glittered. "Clever boy. You want to know why I cracked today, instead of yesterday or last year. Why I operate here instead of just hiding in my cupboard like I always did." Harry touched his forehead, feeling the raised skin of his scar. "I remembered. Something hit me, and I remembered. My parents. The night they died. I saw it all, like I was there." "Interesting." Ragnarok's voice was soft now, thoughtful. "That scar of yours has always been of interest to the nation, Mr. Potter. Our curse breakers have theories about it." "What kind of theories?" "The kind that suggest you and the Dark Lord are more connected than anyone realizes." Ragnarok raised a hand to forestall Harry's questions. "We'll discuss it another time. For now, you need rest. You'll be staying at Gringotts. We have quarters for allied wizards, rarely used but comfortable enough. I can stay here." "You're at war, Mr. Potter. Where else would you stay?" Ragnarok moved toward the door, opening it to reveal Griphook waiting in the corridor. "Griphook will show you to your rooms. Tomorrow, we begin planning in earnest." Harry nodded and stepped through the door. But he paused at the threshold, looking back. "Director Ragnarok." "Yes. Thank you." The old goblin's expression softened, just fractionally, just for a moment. "Don't thank me yet, Mr. Potter. Thank me when the war is won." The rooms they gave him were sparse but clean, a bed, a desk, a small bathroom with running water that came out slightly warm. There were no windows, but soft magical lights glowed from sconces on the walls, and the stone had been smoothed until it was almost comfortable to walk on. Harry sat on the bed and stared at his hands. The scars from the blood quill had already faded to nothing, but he could still feel the words burning into his skin. "I authorize the Goblin nation to take all necessary action, including execution." He'd just ordered people killed. He was 7 years old, and he'd just started a war. Part of him, the part that remembered the Dursleys' lessons about being grateful and staying quiet and never, ever making trouble, was screaming at him. What had he done? What kind of monster was he? But another part, the part that remembered green light and his mother's screams, was perfectly calm. They killed your parents. They tortured people. They walked free while you suffered. They deserve this. Harry lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. He was 7 years old. He had no wand, no training, no real understanding of the world he just walked into. He was small and underfed and covered in bruises from his uncle's fists. But he had gold. He had an army. And he had the one thing that had kept him alive through 7 years of hell. The absolute, unshakable certainty that he deserved better. Tomorrow, the planning would begin. Tomorrow, he would learn about the war he'd started and the enemies he'd chosen to face. Tomorrow, everything would change. But tonight, for the first time in his memory, Harry Potter slept in a real bed, in a place where no one would hurt him, and dreamed of nothing at all. He woke to the sound of arguing. Harry's eyes snapped open instantly, a survival reflex from years of listening for Uncle Vernon's footsteps, and he was on his feet before his mind had fully processed what he was hearing. 2 voices, outside his door. One was Griphook's sharp, clipped tones. The other was unfamiliar, older, deeper, laced with authority. Absolutely unacceptable. The boy must be handed over to proper wizarding authorities immediately. Do you have any idea what Dumbledore, the Potter heir, is a client of Gringotts? operating under a legally binding pact that predates your ministry by 3 centuries. Your Dumbledore has no authority here. Now see here, you creature, I would choose my next words very carefully, if I were you. Harry opened the door. 2 figures stood in the corridor, Griphook, arms crossed and expression murderous, and a tall wizard in plum-colored robes, his face nearly purple with rage. Behind them, a squad of goblin guards had materialized, their spears held in positions that weren't quite threatening but weren't quite relaxed either. The wizard saw Harry and his expression shifted, from anger to something oily and calculating. "Ah, Mr. Potter. Thank Merlin. I am Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic. I've come to personally escort you to safety." Harry looked at him. He looked at Griphook. He looked at the guards. "No," he said. Fudge blinked. "I'm sorry. I said no. I'm not going anywhere with you. Mr. Potter, I understand you've been through an ordeal, but surely you must see, I see a man who let Death Eaters walk free." Harry's voice was flat, emotionless. "I see a ministry that failed my parents, that failed me, that failed everyone who died in the last war. Why would I trust you now?" Fudge's face went through several shades of red. "Now listen here, boy, he's not listening to you." This from Griphook, whose smile showed far too many teeth. "He's not going with you. And if you don't remove yourself from Gringotts in the next 30 seconds, you'll be removed forcibly. You can't threaten the Minister for Magic." "I'm not threatening. I'm informing." Griphook's smile widened. 25 seconds. Fudge sputtered. He looked at Harry, at the guards, at Griphook. Whatever he saw in their faces convinced him that this wasn't a battle he could win, not here, not now. "This isn't over," he hissed. "Dumbledore will hear about this. The Wizengamot can bring their complaints to our legal department." 20 seconds. Fudge turned and fled. It wasn't dignified, more of a controlled stumble, but he was gone before Griphook's countdown finished. The guards relaxed. Griphook turned to Harry, his expression unreadable. "You handled that well, for a child." "I'm not a child," Harry said. "Not anymore." Griphook studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "No," he said softly. "I don't suppose you are." He straightened, all business again. "Director Ragnarok has requested your presence in the war room. Your first lesson begins now." "War room? You've hired an army, Mr. Potter. Time to learn how to use it." Harry followed Griphook through corridors that seemed to twist and turn in ways that didn't quite match up with normal geometry. They passed goblins carrying ledgers, goblins sharpening weapons, goblins arguing in a language that sounded like grinding metal. Every single one of them stopped to stare at Harry as he passed. "They're curious," Griphook said, noticing his attention. "It's been centuries since a wizard walked these halls as an ally. And before that? Before that, we were slaves." Griphook's voice was carefully neutral. "Conquered. Forbidden to carry wands. Forced to serve wizard gold while never being allowed to own it." He glanced at Harry. "Your ancestor changed that. Aldrich Potter was the first wizard to treat goblins as equals. The pact he made wasn't just business, it was recognition." Harry thought about that. "Is that why the guard bowed to me at the entrance?" "Partially. The blood of a Potter carries weight in the nation." Griphook hesitated. "But there was something else. Something in your magic." The guard said it felt old. Powerful. Like something was sleeping inside you and had just begun to wake. Harry remembered the scream in the Dursleys' hallway. The way reality had bent around him. The memories that had crashed through his mind like a wave. "What do you think it is?" he asked. "I think," Griphook said slowly, "that you are far more than just the boy who lived. And I think Director Ragnarok intends to find out exactly what." The war room was a cavern. Not a metaphor, an actual cavern, deep beneath Gringotts, its walls covered in maps and charts and diagrams that glowed with soft magical light. At the center stood a massive table, carved from a single piece of obsidian, upon which tiny figures moved and shifted like pieces on a chessboard. Ragnarok was there, along with a dozen other goblins who radiated authority. They all looked up as Harry entered. "Mr. Potter." Ragnarok gestured to an empty seat at the table, the only one sized for a human. "Welcome to the heart of Goblin military operations. From this room, we have coordinated every significant action the nation has taken in the last 500 years. Harry took the seat, acutely aware of the eyes on him. "And now you're coordinating a war against Death Eaters." "We are coordinating your war, Mr. Potter." "An important distinction." Ragnarok moved to the table, waving a hand over its surface. The tiny figures shifted, rearranging themselves into a map of Britain. "Our intelligence network has been tracking Voldemort's followers for years, waiting for an opportunity to act. Now we have one." Red dots appeared on the map, dozens of them, scattered across the country. "Known Death Eaters," Ragnarok explained. "Some are in Azkaban, the wizard prison. Others have been released or never charged. The ones in Azkaban are irrelevant for now, the Dementors will handle them if needed. Our focus is on the free ones." Harry leaned forward, studying the map. "How many?" 47 confirmed, another 31 suspected. The confirmed ones include some of the most powerful wizards in Britain, Lucius Malfoy, Walden McNair, the Carrows, Yaxley, Rookwood. Ragnarok's voice was clinical, detached. "They have gold, influence, and connections at every level of the ministry. Taking them down will not be easy. But it can be done." "Oh, yes." Ragnarok smiled. "It can definitely be done. The question is how much chaos you're willing to create." Harry looked at the red dots. 47 people who had served Voldemort. 47 people who had killed, tortured, destroyed lives. 47 people who slept peacefully in their beds while his parents rotted in their graves. "As much as it takes," he said. The goblins exchanged glances. Something shifted in the room, a tension that Harry hadn't even noticed easing, replaced by something that felt almost like anticipation. "Very well," Ragnarok said. "Then let us begin your education, Mr. Potter. You have a war to fight." The education began immediately. Over the next 12 hours, Harry learned more about the wizarding world than he'd known existed. He learned about the Ministry of Magic, its structure, its corruption, its systemic failures. He learned about the Wisengamot, the legislative body controlled almost entirely by pure-blood families, many of whom had supported Voldemort. He learned about the Aurors, the magical police force that should have hunted Death Eaters but had instead been gutted by political interference and budget cuts. And he learned about the Death Eaters themselves. Ragnarok didn't sugarcoat it. He showed Harry everything, the records the goblins had kept, the evidence they'd gathered, the atrocities that had been committed in Voldemort's name. Mass graves. Torture sessions. Families wiped out entirely because they had the wrong blood status or said the wrong thing or simply got in the way. Harry sat through it all without flinching. The goblins watched him, clearly waiting for something, tears, maybe, or rage, or the breakdown of a child confronted with horrors beyond his understanding. It didn't come. Because Harry understood. He understood in a way that had nothing to do with age and everything to do with experience. He'd lived in a cupboard for 7 years. He'd been beaten, starved, told he was worthless. He knew what it felt like to be at the mercy of people who saw you as less than human. The Death Eaters were just Uncle Vernon on a larger scale. More dangerous, more powerful, but the same fundamental truth, bullies who thought they could do whatever they wanted because no one was strong enough to stop them. Harry was going to stop them. The first target, Ragnarok said, as the briefing wound down, should be someone significant enough to send a message, but isolated enough to be taken without major complications. McNair, one of the other goblins suggested. He's a ministry employee, but his connection is tenuous. No family, few allies. And his crimes are well documented. He was one of the worst. Harry remembered the name from earlier. The executioner. Among other things. Ragnar's expression darkened. He specialized in hunting what the ministry calls dangerous creatures. Werewolves, mostly. He would track them to their homes, wait for a full moon, and then, well. The old goblin shrugged. The ministry called it pest control. We call it murder. He also participated in several attacks on Muggle villages during the war, another goblin added. Families with magical children. His job was to make sure there were no witnesses. Harry's stomach turned, but his voice stayed steady. How do we get him? Ragnar smiled. That's the easy part, Mr. Potter. We know exactly where he lives, when he's home, and what his defenses look like. Our strike teams have been preparing for something like this for years. Then do it. Harry looked at the map, at the red dot marked McNair. Send your team. Make him pay. The room went very quiet. Just like that, one of the goblins asked. No second thoughts. No hesitation. Harry met his eyes. He killed children. He tortured people. He helped destroy families just like mine. What is there to hesitate about? Nobody answered. Ragnar raised a hand. You heard the Potter heir. Assemble Strike Team 7. McNair dies tonight. The goblins moved with silent efficiency, filing out of the room to prepare. Within minutes, only Harry, Ragnar, and Griphook remained. You're sure about this, Ragnar said. It wasn't a question. Yes. The wizarding world will not take kindly to it. The ministry will scream bloody murder, literally. There will be consequences. Let them scream. Harry's voice was cold. They had their chance to punish these people. They chose not to. Now it's our turn. Ragnar studied him for a long moment. You know, Mr. Potter, I've met many wizards in my long life. Warriors, cowards, kings, and fools. But I don't think I've ever met one quite like you. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? The old goblin laughed, that harsh, grinding sound that Harry was starting to associate with genuine amusement. Ask me again when the war is over. I might have an answer by then. Harry didn't watch the strike team leave. He wanted to, part of him burned to see it happen, to witness the moment when McNair realized that his crimes had finally caught up with him. But Ragnar was right, he was a child, untrained, more liability than asset in the field. His place was here, in the bank, learning and planning and preparing for the day when he could fight alongside the goblins instead of sending them to fight for him. So he returned to his room, lay down on his bed, and stared at the ceiling. In a few hours, a man would die because Harry Potter had signed a piece of paper. A bad man, certainly, a murderer, a monster, but a man nonetheless. And Harry had killed him as surely as if he'd held the blade himself. Is this wrong? The question rose up unbidden, demanding attention. Harry considered it carefully. McNair had killed children. He'd tortured innocents. He'd walked free for 6 years while his victims rotted in the ground and their families lived with the knowledge that justice would never come. Until now. No, Harry decided. It's not wrong. It's balance. It's what should have happened years ago, what would have happened if the people in charge had done their jobs. He closed his eyes. I'm not the monster here. I'm just the one willing to do what needs to be done. Whether or not he believed it, he was too tired to think about it anymore. Sleep came quickly, dreamlessly, and when he woke again, the world had changed. Griphook was waiting outside his door. It's done, the young goblin said, without preamble. McNair is dead. Harry nodded. He'd expected that. How? Cleanly, if not quickly. The team gave him a chance to confess. Some of them are traditionalists about that sort of thing. He didn't take it. Good. Griphook cocked his head. You're not curious about the details. Should I be? Most humans would be. Morbid fascination, I think they call it. Harry considered that. I don't need to know how he died. I just need to know that he's dead, and that the next target is already being planned. Griphook's expression shifted, something that might have been respect flickering in his dark eyes. Director Ragnarok was right about you. You're not like other wizards. I never had the chance to be. Harry started walking toward the war room. Come on. There's work to do. The war room was full when they arrived, goblins clustered around the obsidian table, voices raised in what sounded like heated debate. Ragnarok stood at the head, his expression unreadable as he listened to the arguments swirl around him. Too fast. The ministry will mobilize, the Aurors are toothless. They haven't made a significant arrest in years, but the political backlash, politics are for peacetime. We're at war now, or have you forgotten? Enough. Ragnarok's voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the noise like a blade through silk. Instant silence fell. Mr. Potter. The old goblin gestured to the human-sized chair. Join us. We were just discussing our next move. Harry took his seat, ignoring the looks from the assembled goblins. I heard shouting. Disagreement, Ragnarok corrected. About how quickly to proceed. Some of my advisors believe we should wait, let the initial chaos settle, give the ministry time to react stupidly, and then strike again when they're off balance. And the others? Want to press our advantage. Strike now, while they're still reeling. Hit 3 or 4 more targets in rapid succession and decimate their organization before they can mount a response. Harry looked at the map, at the red dots that represented Death Eaters. 46 now, instead of 47. What do you think? He asked Ragnarok. The old goblin smiled. I think it doesn't matter what I think, Mr. Potter. This is your war. You decide the pace. Harry was quiet for a moment, considering. The voices of the advisors were hushed now, waiting. Fast, he said finally. Hit them hard and hit them fast. Don't give them time to organize, to call in favors, to mount a political defense. Every day we wait is a day they use to prepare. And the ministry response? Let them respond. What are they going to do? Declare war on Gringotts? They can't afford it. They need you too much. Harry's smile was thin and cold. Besides, every time they try to stop us, they have to admit publicly that they're defending Death Eaters. How do you think that will play in the profit? Silence. Then one of the advisors, an old goblin with scars nearly as impressive as Ragnarok's, began to laugh. I like this one, he said. He thinks like a goblin. High praise, Ragnarok murmured. Very well, Mr. Potter. We do it your way. Accelerated operations, multiple targets, maximum pressure. He turned to his advisors. You have your orders. 3 more strikes within the week. I want proposals on my desk by morning. The goblins dispersed, moving with purpose now that the argument was settled. Harry stayed in his seat, staring at the map. 46 dots. 46 monsters still walking free. Not for long. Later that night, alone in his room, Harry finally allowed himself to feel something. Not regret, he didn't regret McNair's death. But there was a weight now, a heaviness in his chest that hadn't been there before. He'd crossed a line today, become something he couldn't uncross. A killer. No, that wasn't quite right. He hadn't killed anyone himself. He'd just authorized it. Given the order. Signed the paper. Somehow, that felt worse. Is this what you wanted? A voice whispered in the back of his mind. Is this what Mom and Dad would have wanted? Harry didn't know. He couldn't know. His parents were dead, killed by the same people he was now hunting. They couldn't tell him if he was doing the right thing. But he could imagine what they'd say. His mother, red-haired and fierce, who had died begging for his life. His father, brave and reckless, who had faced Voldemort without a wand to buy his family time to escape. They were fighters, Harry told himself. They didn't surrender. They didn't accept. They fought back, even when it cost them everything. I'm their son. I'm going to fight back too. He lay down on his bed, closed his eyes, and let the darkness take him. Tomorrow, there would be more planning. More targets. More war. But tonight, he slept. And for the first time in 7 years, he wasn't afraid of what tomorrow would bring. Chapter 1 and Ayush, that's Chapter 1 at approximately. I can continue with Chapter 2, the price of gold when you're ready. Chapter 2, the price of gold. The Dursleys vanished on a Tuesday. No fanfare, no drama, no screaming neighbors calling the police. One moment they were there, Vernon leaving for work at Grunnings, Petunia hanging laundry in the back garden, Dudley watching cartoons with the volume too loud, and the next moment they simply weren't. The Goblin team that handled it was small, professional, and utterly without mercy. They didn't hurt the Dursleys, Harry had been specific about that, but they didn't explain anything either. One moment the family was going about their ordinary, magic-hating lives, and the next they were standing on a rocky island somewhere in the North Sea, surrounded by goblin guards and the dawning realization that their world had just ended. Harry received the report 3 days later, delivered by Griphook with the same clinical detachment the young goblin brought to everything. The relocation was successful. Your relatives have been installed in comfortable quarters on Grimstone Isle, one of our secure facilities. They'll want for nothing physically. Food, shelter, medical care if needed. But they can't leave. Correct. The wards on the island are absolute. No magical or muggle means of escape. Griphook paused. They were displeased. Harry could imagine Vernon's purple face, his impotent rage. Petunia's shrill protests, her demands to speak to someone in charge. Dudley's confusion slowly turning to fear as he realized that for the first time in his life, he couldn't bully his way out of a situation. Good, Harry said. He meant it. But he also felt something else, something he couldn't quite name. Not guilt, exactly. More like finality. A door closing that could never be opened again. The Dursleys were gone. His childhood, such as it was over. Now there was only the war. The wizarding world exploded 3 days after Macnair's death. Harry watched it unfold from the safety of Gringotts, reading the Daily Prophet with something between amusement and contempt. The headlines screamed in letters 2 inches tall, Ministry official murdered in brutal attack, Goblin suspected in savage killing, Wizengamot demands answers from Gringotts. The articles beneath were even more hysterical. According to the Prophet, Walden Macnair had been a dedicated public servant and beloved colleague, who was tragically cut down in his prime. There was no mention of his Death Eater past, his involvement in werewolf hunts, or the mass graves that bore his magical signature. They're lying, Harry said flatly. Of course they're lying. Griphook didn't look up from the intelligence reports he was reviewing. The Prophet is owned by families who supported the Dark Lord. They're not going to admit that one of their own got what he deserved. But people will believe it. Some will. Others won't. Griphook set down his papers. The wizarding world isn't monolithic, Potter. There are plenty of people who remember what Macnair really was, people who lost family to his pest control operations, who saw friends disappear into ministry custody and never return. For them, this isn't tragedy. It's justice. Harry thought about that. Then why aren't they speaking up? Fear. The same fear that's kept them silent for years. Griphook's voice was bitter. You have to understand, the Death Eaters didn't just win battles during the war. They won the peace. They embedded themselves so deeply in wizarding society that opposing them became social suicide. Speaking out meant losing your job, your standing, your safety. He paused. That's what we're really fighting, Potter. Not just the Death Eaters themselves, but the system that protects them. Harry absorbed this. It made sense, in a horrible way. The Dursleys had done the same thing on a smaller scale, made him afraid to speak up, afraid to ask for help, afraid to do anything that might make his situation worse. Then we need to break the system, he said. Griphook smiled. It wasn't a pleasant expression. Now you're thinking like a goblin. The second strike came 4 days after the first. This time the target was Antonin Dolohov, a Death Eater who had escaped Azkaban through a combination of bribery and legal technicalities. Unlike McNair, Dolohov was a true believer, one of Voldemort's inner circle. He'd killed the Pruitt brothers personally, tortured dozens of Muggleborns, and was suspected of involvement in at least 3 mass killings during the war. He was also paranoid, well-defended, and extremely dangerous. The Goblin strike team lost 2 members taking him down. Harry received the news in the war room, surrounded by grim-faced Goblin commanders who were already planning memorial rites for the fallen. He didn't know their names. Ragnarok had deliberately kept him at arm's length from the individual soldiers, knowing that personal connections would make command decisions harder, but he felt their loss like a physical weight. Who were they? He asked quietly. Ironfoot and Silverclaw, Ragnarok replied. Veterans, both. They knew the risks. That doesn't make it better. No. It doesn't. The old Goblin's voice was heavy. This is the price of war, Mr. Potter. Gold and blood. We agreed to pay it when we signed the contract, but that doesn't make the paying any easier. Harry looked at the map, at the red dot that had been Dolohov and was now gone. 45 remaining. 2 Goblins dead. 1 monster gone. Was it worth it? Yes, something inside him whispered. It has to be. The Ministry's response was predictable. Cornelius Fudge called a press conference, flanked by Aurors in their scarlet robes and Ministry officials in their plum-colored finery. He denounced the terrorist attacks on innocent citizens and promised that the perpetrators would be brought to justice. He didn't name Gringotts directly. Even Fudge wasn't stupid enough to openly threaten the institution that controlled the wizarding economy, but the implication was clear. The Ministry will not stand idly by while dark forces threaten our way of life, Fudge declared, his bowler hat clutched nervously in his hands. We call upon all citizens to report any suspicious goblin activity to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Harry watched the press conference through a magical viewing device, essentially a wizarding television, though Griphook had snorted when Harry called it that, and felt something cold settle in his stomach. He's trying to turn the public against all goblins, he said. Not just Gringotts, all of them. Standard wizard tactic. Griphook's voice was carefully neutral, but Harry could see the tension in his shoulders. When you can't attack the enemy directly, attack their people. Make them afraid. Isolated. It won't work, Ragnarok said from his position at the head of the table. Our people have weathered worse storms than Cornelius Fudge's bluster. But it does complicate matters. How? Public opinion. Ragnarok gestured at the viewing device, where Fudge was still rambling about security measures and vigilance. Right now, most wizards don't know what to think. They've been told that goblins murdered a Ministry official, but they also remember the war, remember who McNair and Dolohov really were. We're in a battle for hearts and minds, Mr. Potter, and we're losing. Harry frowned. Then we need to change the narrative. Easier said than done. We can't exactly hold press conferences. No. Harry's mind was racing, pieces clicking into place. But we can release information. The records you showed me, the evidence of what the Death Eaters did. If that got out, if people saw the truth. Ragnarok's eyes gleamed. Go on. The Prophet won't print it, they're compromised. But there must be other ways to spread information. Other publications, other channels. Harry paused. What about the Muggle world? They have newspapers too, radio, television. If the statute of secrecy is already being strained, why not use that? Absolutely not. Ragnarok's voice was sharp. The statute exists for good reason. Breaking it would bring consequences far worse than anything the Ministry could do. Then what about magical alternatives? Surely there's something. There's the Quibbler, Griphook offered. A magazine run by a wizard named Xenophilius Lovegood. It's considered eccentric by mainstream standards, but it has a dedicated readership. And Lovegood has no love for the Ministry or the pure-blood establishment. Harry filed the name away. What else? Pamphlets. Leaflets. Word of mouth. Griphook shrugged. Information wants to be free, as the Muggles say. Get the truth into enough hands, and it will spread on its own. Then that's what we do. Harry stood, pacing the length of the war room. We fight on two fronts, the physical and the informational. Every time we take down a Death Eater, we release the evidence of their crimes. Not through official channels, not through the Prophet, through every underground network we can find. It will take time, Ragnarok warned. Changing public opinion is slower than changing the guard. I know. Harry stopped pacing, turning to face the old goblin. But we're not just fighting to kill Death Eaters, are we? We're fighting to make sure they can never rise again. That means changing the system that protected them. That means making people see the truth, even if they don't want to. Ragnarok was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. You continue to surprise me, Mr. Potter. Very well, we'll implement your information strategy. Griphook, begin compiling dossiers on every confirmed Death Eater. Focus on crimes that can be proven, victims who can be named. I want the wizarding world to know exactly who they've been protecting. Griphook bowed and left the room. Harry remained standing, staring at the map with its 45 red dots. This is going to work, he told himself. It has to work. But deep down, a small voice whispered that wars were never that simple. The third strike hit the Carrows. Alecto and Amicus Carrow, siblings, Death Eaters, specialists in what the Goblin intelligence reports euphemistically called enhanced interrogation. During the war, they had run a network of safe houses where captured Order members and Muggleborns were taken for questioning. Most of those who entered never left. Unlike the previous targets, the Carrows knew they were being hunted. After Dolahov's death, they had gone to ground, holing up in a fortified manor house in Yorkshire with enough wards to give even Goblin cursebreakers pause. It took 2 weeks to crack their defenses. Harry spent those weeks learning. Not just about the war, but about magic itself, how it worked, how it could be shaped, how the Goblins had developed their own traditions entirely separate from wizard practice. Wand magic is a crutch, Bloodaxe told him during one of their training sessions. The old warrior had taken a personal interest in Harry's education, though whether from genuine respect or orders from Ragnarok, Harry couldn't tell. Wizards pour their power through a stick of wood and think they're masters of the universe. Take away the wand, and most of them are helpless. But wandless magic is harder, Harry pointed out. He'd been practicing the basics, levitation, summoning, simple transfiguration, and progress was agonizingly slow. Harder, yes. But also deeper. Bloodaxe picked up a piece of raw iron from the workbench between them. As Harry watched, the metal began to glow, reshaping itself into a wickedly curved blade. This is Goblin magic. Metal singing, we call it. No wand, no incantation, just will and knowledge and the understanding that magic isn't something you do, it's something you are. Harry stared at the blade. It was beautiful in a brutal way, perfectly balanced, razor-sharp, covered in patterns that seemed to shift and move when he wasn't looking directly at them. Can you teach me? Bloodaxe snorted. Metal singing is Goblin magic. Your blood doesn't carry the song. He set the blade down. But the principle is the same. Magic responds to intent, to focus, to understanding. Learn to feel it instead of forcing it, and you'll be more dangerous than any wizard with a wand. Harry nodded slowly. He'd noticed something similar during his accidental magic. The power came easier when he stopped trying to control it and simply let it flow. "Show me," he said. Bloodaxe smiled, showing teeth that had been filed to points. "I thought you'd never ask." The Carrows died on a cold February night. Harry wasn't there, he still wasn't ready for field operations, but he listened to the reports as they came in. The strike team had breached the manor's wards through a combination of brute force and clever misdirection, then swept through the building room by room. The Carrows fought back. Of course they did. They were Death Eaters, fanatics, true believers in blood purity and wizard supremacy. They threw curses that would have killed lesser opponents, unleashed traps that had clearly been prepared for exactly this scenario. It didn't matter. The Goblins were better trained, better equipped, and fighting for something more than ideology. They were fighting for justice. For the children the Carrows had tortured in their safe houses. For the families that had been torn apart. For the centuries of oppression and contempt that wizards had heaped upon their kind. When it was over, the Carrow siblings were dead and 4 more goblins had joined them. 6 total now, Harry said quietly, reading the casualty report. 6 goblins dead for 43 Death Eaters remaining. "The ratio will get worse before it gets better," Ragnarok warned. "The easy targets are gone. The ones who remain are the survivors, the clever ones, the connected ones, the ones who've spent 6 years preparing for exactly this kind of threat. Then we need to be cleverer. We need allies," Ragnarok corrected. "Goblins can fight, but we can't move openly in wizard society. For the next phase of this war, we need wizards on our side." Harry frowned. "I thought the whole point was that wizards couldn't be trusted." "Most wizards can't be trusted. But there are exceptions." Ragnarok waved a hand, and a new image appeared on the obsidian table, a list of names, none of which Harry recognized. Families that opposed Voldemort during the war. Individuals who lost everything to the Death Eaters and have been waiting for a chance at revenge. People who might be willing to work with us, if properly approached. Harry studied the list. One name stood out, Andromeda Tonks. "Tonks," he said. "That name sounds familiar." "It should." Andromeda Tonks was born Andromeda Black, one of the 3 daughters of Cygnus Black, head of the most noble and ancient house of Black. Ragnarok's voice was dry. "Her sisters are Narcissa Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange." Harry's blood went cold. "Lestrange. She's the one who tortured the Longbottoms into insanity, yes. Among other crimes." Ragnarok nodded. Andromeda, however, took a different path. She married a Muggleborn wizard named Ted Tonks and was disowned by her family. During the war, she and her husband provided safe houses for Muggleborns fleeing the Death Eaters. She has no love for her sisters or their cause. But she's still their sister. Why would she help us kill them? Because she's also the cousin of your godfather. Harry blinked. "My godfather?" Ragnarok's expression softened slightly. "Sirius Black. He was your father's best friend, named as your guardian in their will. After your parents' death, he was arrested for betraying them to the Dark Lord and sentenced to life in Azkaban." The words hit Harry like a physical blow. A godfather. He had a godfather, someone his parents had trusted enough to care for him if they died. And instead of being raised by that person, he'd been thrown to the Dursleys. He betrayed them. Harry's voice was barely a whisper. "That's what the Ministry claims. But there are irregularities in the case. Sirius Black was never given a trial. The evidence against him is circumstantial at best. And there are those who believe the true traitor was someone else entirely." Harry's mind was reeling. A godfather. A possible innocent man rotting in prison. Another piece of his life that had been stolen from him. "We need to look into this," he said. "If Sirius Black is innocent, one thing at a time, Mr. Potter." Ragnarok held up a hand. "Black is in Azkaban, beyond our immediate reach. Andromeda Tonks is not. She could be a valuable ally, if she can be convinced that our cause is just." Harry forced himself to focus. Ragnarok was right, there would be time for Sirius Black later. Right now, they needed allies. "Then let's convince her," he said. Andromeda Tonks lived in a modest house on the outskirts of a Muggle town in Devon. Harry didn't go himself, that would have been too dangerous, and besides, a 7-year-old showing up on her doorstep to discuss alliance in a shadow war would have been awkward. Instead, Griphook went as an official representative of Gringotts, carrying a letter sealed with the Potter crest. The letter was simple: "I know who you are. I know what you lost. I know what your sisters became. If you want to help make them pay, come to Gringotts. Ask for the Potter account." 3 days later, Andromeda Tonks walked into the bank. Harry watched her approach through a viewing mirror in the war room. She was tall, with dark hair that was starting to show streaks of gray, and features that were aristocratically beautiful in a cold, sharp way. She moved like someone who expected the world to get out of her way, but there was something else there too, a wariness in her eyes that spoke of years spent looking over her shoulder. "She's scared," Harry observed. "Terrified," Ragnarok agreed. "As she should be. If her sisters learn she's meeting with us, they'll kill her." "Then why did she come?" "Because she's also angry. And grief-stricken. And tired of living in fear." Ragnarok stood. "Come, Mr. Potter. It's time you met your first potential ally." The meeting took place in a private chamber, neutral ground, neither goblin nor wizard, decorated in a style that was deliberately bland. Andromeda sat on one side of the table, her hands folded in her lap, her face carefully expressionless. Harry sat across from her, flanked by Ragnarok and Griphook. For a long moment, nobody spoke. Then Andromeda laughed, a sharp, bitter sound that was almost a sob. "Merlin's beard," she said. "You're a child." "I'm 7, Harry agreed. 7 years old, and you've already started a war." Andromeda shook her head. "Your father would be. I don't know what he'd be. Proud? Horrified? Both, probably." "You knew my father." "I knew of him. The Blacks and the Potters moved in different circles, but James Potter's reputation preceded him. Brave, reckless, loyal to a fault." Her eyes searched Harry's face. "You don't look much like him." "I have my mother's eyes," Harry said quietly. "At least, that's what I've been told." "You do." Andromeda's voice softened. "Lily's eyes exactly. She was a good woman. Too good for this world." Silence stretched between them. "I received your letter," Andromeda said finally. "I know what you're doing. What you're really doing, not the sanitized version the prophet is spinning." She leaned forward. "You're hunting Death Eaters. Systematically eliminating everyone who served the Dark Lord." "Yes. Including my sisters." Harry didn't flinch. Narcissa Malfoy married a Death Eater and supported the cause with her family's gold. Bellatrix Lestrange is one of Voldemort's most devoted followers, responsible for dozens of deaths and the torture of innocent people. He paused. "Are you going to tell me they don't deserve to be hunted?" Andromeda was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. "Narcissa was always the weak one. She went along with things because it was easier than fighting. I don't think she ever really believed in blood purity, she just didn't have the strength to stand against it." She closed her eyes. "Bella, though. Bella was always wrong. Even as children, there was something off about her. Something cruel. She enjoyed hurting things. And yet they're your sisters. Yes. Andromeda opened her eyes, and Harry saw tears there, unshed, but present. They're my sisters. And I've spent the last 15 years trying to forget that fact. Can you forget it now? Harry asked. Can you help us, knowing what it means? Andromeda looked at him, really looked, past the small frame and childish face to whatever lay beneath. You're asking me to choose, she said. Between the family I was born into and the family I made. I'm asking you to choose between murderers and justice, Harry corrected. I'm not asking you to pull the trigger. I'm asking you to help us find the people who need to be stopped. And Narcissa? What happens to her? Harry considered his answer carefully. This was the test, he realized. Andromeda needed to know that he wasn't just a child playing at war, that he could think beyond simple revenge. Lucius Malfoy is on our list, he said finally. He was a Death Eater. He funded Voldemort's operations. He has blood on his hands. He paused. But Narcissa, if she's truly just weak, not evil, then there might be another way. What way? Information. Lucius Malfoy knows things, names, locations, secrets. If he cooperates, if he gives us what we need to bring down the rest. Harry spread his hands. Then maybe he doesn't have to die. And Narcissa can be protected. Andromeda stared at him. You're offering to spare my sister's husband in exchange for betrayal. I'm offering to spare him in exchange for justice. There's a difference. The room went very quiet. Ragnak and Griphook watched without moving, letting the moment play out. Finally, Andromeda laughed again, but this time there was something else in it. Something that might have been hope. You really are James Potter's son, she said. He had the same way of making terrible things sound reasonable. She stood, extending her hand across the table. Very well, Mr. Potter. I'll help you. Not for revenge, for justice. And for the chance to save what's left of my family. Harry shook her hand. Her grip was strong, steady. Welcome to the war, Mrs. Tonks. The alliance with Andromeda changed everything. For the first time, Harry had a window into the wizarding world that didn't come through Goblin intelligence reports. Andromeda knew the pureblood families, their politics, their secrets. She knew which Death Eaters were true believers and which were cowards who'd followed Voldemort out of fear. She knew the hidden networks, the safe houses, the buried bodies. And she knew how to navigate wizard society in ways that goblins simply couldn't. You need a public face, she told Harry during one of their planning sessions. Right now, you're a ghost, a name that makes people nervous, nothing more. If you want to change the system, people need to see you. I'm 7 years old. Which makes you both sympathetic and underestimated. The boy who lived, raised in terrible conditions by muggles, finally claiming his heritage. Andromeda's smile was sharp. It's a story people want to believe in. Harry frowned. I don't want to be a symbol. Too late. You became a symbol the night you survived the killing curse. She leaned forward. The question is whether you control the symbol or let others control it for you. That was a lesson Harry understood. The Dursleys had tried to control his story, to make him small, worthless, forgotten. The Ministry was trying the same thing now, painting him as either a victim to be rescued or a villain to be stopped. He wouldn't let them succeed. What do you suggest? He asked. A press statement to start. Nothing aggressive, just an introduction. Let people know you exist, that you're safe, that you're learning about your heritage. Andromeda's eyes gleamed. And then, when the time is right, we give them the truth about why goblins are hunting Death Eaters. The public will turn against us. Some will. Others won't. Andromeda shrugged. The key is to make the choice clear, stand with the people who protected Death Eaters, or stand with the boy who survived them. Make it personal. Make it emotional. She paused. Make it impossible to ignore. Harry thought about this for a long time. Do it, he said finally. But I want approval on the statement before it goes out. Andromeda smiled. Of course, Mr. Potter. This is your war, after all. The statement appeared in the Quibbler a week later. Xenophilius Lovegood, the magazine's eccentric editor, had been surprisingly receptive to the approach. His wife had been killed by Death Eaters during the war, an accident that everyone knew was actually murder. The chance to strike back, even in a small way, was something he couldn't resist. My name is Harry Potter, the statement began. You know who I am. The boy who lived. The child who survived the killing curse. The orphan whose parents were murdered by Lord Voldemort. For 6 years, I was kept in ignorance. I was told my parents died in a car crash. I was raised by relatives who hated magic and hated me. I knew nothing about my heritage, my history, or the war that took everything from me. That has changed. I have learned the truth about my parents' deaths. I have learned the names of those who helped kill them. And I have learned that many of those people still walk free, protected by wealth, by influence, by a system that values gold over justice. I am not content to let that continue. I am not calling for violence. I am not calling for vigilantism. I am calling for the truth. In the coming weeks, I will be releasing documentation of crimes committed during the war. Names. Dates. Evidence. Information that the Ministry has chosen to suppress, that the Daily Prophet has chosen to ignore. Judge for yourselves. Look at the evidence. Ask why these people were never punished. And then ask what kind of world you want to live in. Harry James Potter. The reaction was immediate and explosive. The Daily Prophet dismissed it as a fraudulent missive and obvious Goblin propaganda. The Ministry released a statement expressing deep concern for young Mr. Potter's well-being and promising to locate him and ensure his safety. But in the underground channels, the whisper networks, the secret meetings, the families who had lost everything to the Death Eaters, the statement spread like wildfire. Someone was finally speaking the truth. Someone was finally fighting back. Albus Dumbledore arrived at Gringotts 3 days later. Harry watched him approach through the viewing mirror, a tall figure in robes of deep purple, with a long silver beard and eyes that twinkled behind half-moon spectacles. He walked with the confidence of someone who had never been refused entry anywhere in his life. The goblins refused him anyway. I must speak with Mr. Potter immediately, Dumbledore said to the guards at the entrance. His voice was calm, reasonable, utterly certain of compliance. This is a matter of the utmost importance. The Potter heir is not available, the guard replied. His voice was equally calm, equally certain. If you wish to schedule an appointment, you may speak with our client relations department. I'm afraid I must insist, you may insist all you like. The guard's smile showed teeth. It will not change the answer. Dumbledore's expression flickered, just for a moment, a crack in the grandfatherly facade. Harry saw frustration there, and something else. Something darker. He expected this to be easy, Harry realized. He expected to walk in and take control, like he always does. Perhaps there's been a misunderstanding, Dumbledore tried again. I am Harry's magical guardian, you are nothing of the sort. This from Ragnarok, who had appeared at the entrance as if by magic. The Potters named Sirius Black as Harry's guardian in their will. In Black's absence, guardianship defaults to the nearest magical relative, which in this case is, there are no magical Potters remaining. Precisely. Ragnarok's smile was razor-thin. Which means guardianship defaults to the institution holding the Potter accounts. Which means us. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. That is not how wizarding law works. No, it's how Goblin law works. And since Mr. Potter is residing in Goblin territory, conducting business under Goblin contracts, and operating under Goblin protection. Ragnarok spread his hands. Goblin law applies. The silence that followed was deafening. Harry watched Dumbledore's face cycle through emotions, surprise, calculation, a brief flash of what might have been respect. The old wizard hadn't expected this. He'd expected to walk in and collect Harry like a misplaced package, to bring him back into the fold, to take control. He'd been outmaneuvered by a 7-year-old and a room full of goblins. "I see," Dumbledore said finally. "In that case, might I request, rather than demand, an audience with Mr. Potter? There are matters we need to discuss." Ragnar glanced at the viewing mirror. Harry couldn't be seen from Dumbledore's position, but the old goblin knew he was watching. Harry considered. This was Dumbledore. The greatest wizard of the age. The man who had placed him with the Dursleys, who had let Death Eaters walk free, who had built the system that Harry was trying to tear down. Also the man who had led the fight against Voldemort. The man his parents had trusted. "Know your enemies," Bloodaxe's voice echoed in his mind. "But also know when an enemy might become something else." Harry nodded. "Very well," Ragnar said, turning back to Dumbledore. "Mr. Potter will grant you an audience. Tomorrow, midday, in the neutral conference room. You may bring one witness. Try to bring more, and you will be escorted out." Dumbledore inclined his head. "I accept those terms. One more thing." Ragnar's voice hardened. "You will not attempt to manipulate, coerce, or magically influence Mr. Potter during this meeting. Any such attempt will be treated as an act of aggression against the Goblin nation." "I would never." "You would. You have. We know exactly what kind of man you are, Albus Dumbledore." Ragnar's smile vanished entirely. "The question is whether you know what kind of boy Harry Potter has become." The meeting took place in the same neutral chamber where Harry had first met Andromeda. Dumbledore sat across from him, his purple robes somehow making him look larger than life despite the goblin-sized furniture. Beside him sat a woman Harry didn't recognize, stern-faced, with her hair pulled back in a tight bun, wearing the emerald-green robes of Hogwarts staff. "Harry, my boy," Dumbledore began, his voice warm and grandfatherly. "I cannot tell you how relieved I am to see you safe." "I've been safe for months," Harry replied. "No thanks to you." The warmth in Dumbledore's eyes flickered. "I understand you're angry. The Dursleys. I had hoped they would treat you better." "You hoped?" Harry's voice was flat. "Did you ever check?" Silence. "I made a terrible mistake," Dumbledore said finally. "One I will regret for the rest of my life. But you must understand, there were reasons for placing you with your relatives. Magical protections, tied to your mother's sacrifice. I know about the blood wards." Ragnar explained them. Harry leaned forward. "Here's what I don't understand, you had 15 years to check on me. 15 years to make sure I was being treated properly. Instead, you left me in a cupboard and let Death Eaters walk free. Why?" Dumbledore's expression was complicated, guilt, certainly, but also something else. Calculation. He was trying to figure out how to spin this, Harry realized. How to regain control of the narrative. The blood wards required me to call that place home. They didn't require the Dursleys to starve me, beat me, or lock me in a cupboard. Harry's voice rose slightly. "Don't lie to me, Professor. You had choices, and you made them. I want to know why." The stern woman beside Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Harry would learn later, looked like she'd been slapped. Her eyes were wide, her face pale. "Albus," she whispered. "You told me he was being cared for. You said, I believed he was, Minerva." Dumbledore's voice was heavy. "I trusted Petunia to remember her sister, to show kindness despite her fears. I was wrong." "You were wrong," Harry agreed. "And now I'm supposed to trust you. Trust the man who left me to suffer, who let the people who helped kill my parents go free." "I did not let them go free. The Ministry, you're the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. The supreme mugwump of the International Confederation. The most powerful wizard in Britain. Harry's eyes were hard. If you wanted those people prosecuted, they would have been prosecuted. You didn't want it. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, the grandfatherly facade was gone entirely, replaced by something older and sadder. You're right, he said. I made choices. Some of them were wrong. But not all of them. Harry, you must understand, the situation was more complicated than you know. Then explain it. The Death Eaters who were released, many of them had information. Connections. They were more useful free than imprisoned, feeding us intelligence about Voldemort's remaining followers, about his plans should he ever return. Harry stared at him. You let murderers walk free because they might be useful. Because the war wasn't over. Dumbledore's voice was fierce now, passionate. Voldemort wasn't dead, I knew that, even if the Ministry chose to believe otherwise. He was out there somewhere, diminished but not destroyed, waiting for an opportunity to return. I needed every advantage I could get. Including leaving me with the Dursleys. Including protecting you by any means necessary. The Blood Wards kept you safe from Voldemort's followers for 6 years. Whatever your relatives did to you, and I accept full responsibility for not preventing it, they could not hand you over to the enemy. Harry sat back, his mind racing. It made a terrible kind of sense. Dumbledore wasn't evil, not in the way the Death Eaters were evil. He was something worse, a chess player who saw people as pieces, who made sacrifices for the greater good without counting the cost to the sacrificed. You used me, Harry said quietly. You're still trying to use me. I'm trying to protect you. By controlling me. By keeping me ignorant. By making sure I fit into your plans. Harry shook his head. That's not going to happen, Professor. I'm not a piece on your board. I'm a person who's going to make his own choices. And those choices include hiring goblin armies to murder British citizens. Those choices include hunting down the people who killed my parents and bringing them to justice. Harry's voice was steel. If the Ministry had done its job, I wouldn't have to. If you had done your job, I wouldn't have to. The silence stretched. Finally, Dumbledore sighed. You're very young, Harry. You don't understand how complicated these things are. I understand that complicated is just an excuse for doing nothing. Harry stood. This meeting is over, Professor. Go back to Hogwarts. Stay out of my way. And maybe, just maybe, try actually punishing the people who deserve it. He walked to the door. Harry. He paused, not turning around. There will come a day when you need my help, Dumbledore said quietly. When you face something you cannot defeat alone. When that day comes. I hope you'll give me the chance to make things right. Harry didn't answer. He opened the door and walked through, leaving the greatest wizard of the age sitting alone in an empty room. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying the conversation in his mind. Dumbledore's excuses. His rationalizations. The terrible, twisted logic that made sense even as it made Harry's stomach turn. The war wasn't over. Voldemort wasn't dead. I needed every advantage I could get. The words echoed in his head, refusing to quiet down. A soft knock at his door pulled him from his thoughts. Enter. Griphook slipped inside, his expression unreadable. I thought you might still be awake. Couldn't sleep. Harry sat up. What is it? News. Griphook closed the door behind him. Lucius Malfoy has sent a message. He wants to negotiate. Harry's heart skipped. When? Tomorrow. He's proposing a meeting on neutral ground, his choice of location, our choice of security. Griphook's lips curled. He's scared. The Caro operation rattled him. Good. Harry swung his legs off the bed. What's he offering? Information. Names, locations, account numbers. Everything the inner circle shared during the war. Griphook paused. He's also offering a surrender, formal acknowledgement of guilt, testimony against other Death Eaters, public confession. In exchange for his life. His freedom. His family's safety. Harry thought about Andromeda's words. If he cooperates, if he gives us what we need, then maybe he doesn't have to die. It would be easy to refuse. Lucius Malfoy was a monster. He had funded Voldemort's rise, participated in murders, helped destroy countless lives. He deserved to die screaming, like his victims had. But if he had information that could bring down the rest. Set up the meeting, Harry said. I want to hear what he has to say. Griphook nodded. And if his offer isn't good enough? Harry's expression didn't change. Then he dies like the rest. The young goblin studied him for a moment, then bowed slightly. As you say, Mr. Potter. He left without another word. Harry lay back down, staring at the ceiling again. What am I becoming? The question floated through his mind, unanswered. He pushed it aside. There would be time for self-reflection later, when the war was won. For now, there was only the next step. Lucius Malfoy. The serpent of the wizarding world. Time to see how much he was willing to give up to save his own skin. The meeting with Malfoy took place 3 days later. Neutral ground turned out to be a small cottage in the Scottish Highlands, warded so heavily that even house elves couldn't apparate in or out. Malfoy arrived first, accompanied by a single house elf and wearing robes of expensive black silk. He looked exactly like his photographs in the Goblin intelligence files, pale, aristocratic, with long platinum blonde hair and a face that seemed designed to sneer. Harry arrived second, flanked by Griphook and 2 goblin guards. He'd dressed carefully for this meeting, not in goblin armor, which would have been ridiculous on his small frame, but in wizarding robes of deep green that emphasized his mother's eyes. He wanted Malfoy to see him as a wizard, not just a child playing at war. Malfoy's eyes widened slightly when he saw Harry. Whatever he'd expected, it clearly wasn't this, a small, underfed boy with an ancient look in his eyes and the bearing of someone who had already seen too much. Mr. Potter. Malfoy's voice was smooth, cultured, utterly controlled. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me. Mr. Malfoy. Harry took a seat across from him, not offering his hand. You wanted to negotiate. I'm listening. The next 2 hours were the most intense of Harry's young life. Malfoy was everything his reputation suggested, cunning, manipulative, willing to say whatever he thought would save his life. He offered names freely, throwing former allies under the cart without hesitation. He offered account numbers, safe house locations, blackmail material on ministry officials. And he offered something else, the location of Bellatrix Lestrange. She escaped Azkaban 6 months ago, Malfoy said, his voice carefully neutral. The ministry covered it up. Fudge couldn't admit that his secure prison had lost one of its most dangerous inmates. She's been hiding in the old Lstrange estate, protected by blood wards and ancient magic. Harry's blood ran cold. Bellatrix Lestrange. The woman who had tortured the Longbottoms. One of Voldemort's most devoted followers. Free. Why are you telling me this? Harry asked. Malfoy's mask slipped, just for a moment. Harry saw genuine fear underneath. Because she's insane. Because she doesn't care about survival or strategy or anything except bringing back the Dark Lord. And because if I don't give you something valuable enough to buy my life. He spread his hands. She'll kill me anyway, eventually. She always hated me for being soft. Harry studied him. There was more here than Malfoy was saying, there always was, with Slytherins, but the core of it rang true. Malfoy was a survivor. He'd do whatever it took to keep breathing. Here's my offer, Harry said finally. You give us everything. Not just names and locations, everything. Testimony. Evidence. Public confession of your crimes. In exchange, you live. You keep your freedom, under strict conditions. And your family is protected. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. What conditions? You report to us. Monthly meetings with Goblin representatives. Any suspicious activity, any contact with former Death Eaters, anything that suggests you're backsliding. Harry let the sentence hang. You want me to be your spy. I want you to be useful. Which would you rather be, a useful ally or a dead enemy? The silence stretched. Finally, Malfoy nodded. You have a deal, Mr. Potter. One more thing. Harry's voice hardened. Draco. Malfoy stiffened. My son has nothing to do with this. Your son is going to grow up believing the lies you tell him. That purebloods are superior. That muggleborns are inferior. That Voldemort was right. Harry leaned forward. That stops. Draco learns the truth about what you did. All of it. And you give him the choice your generation never had, the choice to be better. For a long moment, Malfoy said nothing. Then, slowly, his shoulders slumped. You're asking me to destroy my relationship with my son. I'm asking you to give him a chance to be a decent person. Harry stood. Take the deal or leave it. But if you take it, you follow through. All of it. Malfoy looked at him, really looked, past the childish face and small frame to whatever lay beneath. James Potter would never have made this deal, he said quietly. James Potter is dead. Harry's voice was flat. I'm what's left. The deal was signed in blood. Malfoy's confession appeared in the Quibbler the following week, causing a scandal that made the previous coverage look tame. A sitting member of the Wisengamot, admitting to Death Eater activities, naming names, providing evidence. The Ministry tried to suppress it, but the information was already spreading, copied and passed hand to hand through the underground networks. The tide was turning. Harry stood in the war room, watching the red dots on the map slowly shrink. 43 had become 38. 38 would become fewer still. You did well today, Ragnarok said, appearing beside him. The Malfoy deal was unexpected. It was necessary. Harry didn't look away from the map. We can't kill our way to victory. We need to change things, really change them, not just execute the monsters and hope the next generation turns out better. Wise words for a 7-year-old. I'm 8 now, actually. Harry smiled slightly. Had a birthday last month. Didn't really celebrate. Ragnarok was quiet for a moment. Then, surprisingly, he reached out and placed a gnarled hand on Harry's shoulder. Happy birthday, Mr. Potter. Belated. Harry looked at him. Thank you, Director. Don't thank me yet. Ragnarok's eyes gleamed. The hard part is just beginning. Bellatrix Lestrange is still out there. The Ministry is turning against us. And somewhere out there, Voldemort is waiting for his chance to return. Harry nodded slowly. I know. Are you ready? Harry thought about the question. 6 months ago, he'd been a scared child in a cupboard, believing he was worthless, believing he deserved nothing better than the scraps the Dursleys threw him. Now he commanded armies. He negotiated with war criminals. He was changing the shape of the wizarding world through sheer force of will. Was he ready for what came next? Does it matter? A voice whispered in his mind. It's coming either way. Yes, Harry said. I'm ready. And for the first time, he almost believed it. Chapter 2 and Ayush, Chapter 2 is complete at approximately. The story has established, the Dursleys' removal, the Ministry's response and propaganda war, the alliance with Andromeda, Tonks, the confrontation with Dumbledore, Lucius Malfoy's deal and Draco's future, Bellatrix Lestrange's escape, setting up future conflict. Chapter 3, first blood the Lstrange estate rose from the moors like a rotting tooth. Harry studied it through the viewing mirror in the war room, taking in the crumbling towers, the overgrown grounds, the dark windows that seemed to watch back. Even through the magical projection, he could feel the wrongness of the place, a heaviness in the air, a sense of ancient malice seeping from the very stones. "The wards are old," Griphook said, standing beside him. "Pre-ministry, possibly pre-Hogwarts. The Lestranges were one of the founding families of magical Britain. They've had centuries to layer protections. Can we break them? Eventually. But it will take time, and she'll know we're coming long before we breach the outer ring." Griphook's expression was grim. "Bellatrix Lestrange may be insane, but she's not stupid. She's been preparing for this." Harry nodded slowly. 3 weeks had passed since Malfoy's deal. 3 weeks of hunting, planning, striking at the edges of the Death Eater network. They'd taken down 7 more targets in that time, minor players, mostly, the kind of people who had joined Voldemort for power or protection rather than ideology. But Bellatrix was different. Bellatrix was a true believer. "What do we know about her defenses?" Harry asked. Ragnock stepped forward, waving his hand over the obsidian table. The image shifted, becoming a detailed schematic of the estate and its surroundings. 3 rings of wards. The outer ring detects magical intrusion. Anything more powerful than a household charm will trigger alerts. The middle ring is lethal, curse traps, animated guardians, things that have been breeding in the darkness for generations. He paused. The inner ring is unknown. Our intelligence suggests it's tied to blood magic, possibly keyed to the Lestrange and Black family lines. Black family lines, Harry repeated. Andromeda is a Black. Was a Black. She was disowned, remember? The family magic no longer recognizes her. Ragnock's eyes gleamed. But there is another option. Harry frowned. What option? You, Mr. Potter. Your grandmother was Doria Black before she married Charles Potter. The black blood runs in your veins, diluted but present. The old goblin smiled. It's possible, not certain, but possible, that the inner wards would recognize you as family. The implications hit Harry like a physical blow. You want me to go in? I want you to consider the option. You're not ready for direct combat, not against someone like Bellatrix. But if you could get past the inner wards, disable them from inside. Ragnock spread his hands. Our strike team could do the rest. Harry looked at the schematic. The estate was massive, a labyrinth of corridors and hidden chambers. Even if he got inside, finding the ward anchors would be nearly impossible without guidance. I'd need a map, he said. A detailed layout of the interior. We have one. Malfoy provided it as part of his deal. He attended several gatherings there during the war. Ragnock's voice was carefully neutral. The ward anchors are in the basement. 3 of them, arranged in a triangle. Disable all 3, and the inner ring falls. And then our team comes in, and Bellatrix Lestrange dies. Harry was quiet for a long moment, staring at the schematic. 8 years old. He was 8 years old, and they were asking him to infiltrate a Death Eater stronghold. No, he corrected himself. They're not asking. They're offering me a choice. He could refuse. He could let the goblins handle it their way, a long siege, a slow breakdown of the wards, a battle of attrition that might take months. Bellatrix would escape long before they breached the defenses, disappearing into the shadows to cause more havoc. Or he could go in himself. Train me, Harry said finally. Show me what I need to know. And then we do it. The training was brutal. For 2 weeks, Harry did nothing but prepare. Blood Axe drilled him on combat basics, not the flashy dueling that wizards favored, but the dirty, efficient fighting style of goblin warriors. How to move silently. How to use shadows for cover. How to kill quickly and quietly if he had no other choice. Griphook taught him ward theory, how to identify different types of magical protections, how to find the weak points, how to disable them without triggering secondary defenses. It was complex work, requiring a level of magical sensitivity that most wizards never developed. Harry had it in spades. "Your magic is unusual," Griphook said during one of their sessions. "Most wizards feel wards as resistance, a pressure against their power. You feel them as patterns. Like music, almost. Is that normal?" "Nothing about you is normal, Potter." But Griphook said it with something approaching respect. "The ability to sense magical patterns is rare. Among goblins, only our greatest curse breakers develop it. Among wizards." He shrugged. "I've never heard of a child with your sensitivity." Harry filed that information away. Another piece of the puzzle that was his life, another hint that he was something more than just the boy who lived. The days blurred together. Training, planning, more training. Harry pushed himself harder than he'd ever pushed before, driven by a cold determination that surprised even himself. Bellatrix Lestrange had tortured the Longbottoms into insanity. She had killed and laughed about it. She was out there right now, plotting, preparing to bring back the monster who had murdered his parents. She had to be stopped. "I have to stop her." The night of the infiltration was cold and clear. Harry stood at the edge of the Lestrange estate, wrapped in a goblin-made cloak that bent light around him, making him nearly invisible. The moors stretched out around him, empty and silent under a sky thick with stars. "Remember," Griphook's voice whispered in his ear through a magical communication charm, "the outer ward line is 50 meters ahead. Once you cross it, we won't be able to help you until you disable the inner ring." "I remember." "The blood recognition should trigger automatically when you approach the inner wards. If it doesn't work, then I improvise." Harry's voice was steady. "I know the plan, Griphook." A pause. "Be careful, Potter. Dying would be inconvenient." Harry almost smiled. "I'll try to avoid it." He stepped forward into the darkness. The outer wards felt like walking through cobwebs, a faint tingling sensation that crawled across his skin and then faded. Harry froze, waiting for alarms, for guards, for the explosive response that Griphook had warned him about. Nothing. The wards hadn't registered him as a threat. Either because his magical signature was too weak to trigger them, or because something in his blood was recognized. Harry moved on. The middle ring was harder. He could feel the curse traps now, pockets of concentrated malice hidden in the overgrown gardens, in the crumbling walls, in the very air itself. One wrong step and he'd be dead before he knew what hit him. But he could see them. Not with his eyes, with something deeper, some sense that had been growing stronger ever since he'd started training with the goblins. The traps showed up in his magical awareness as knots of twisted energy, pulsing with dark intent. He navigated around them, through them, finding paths that shouldn't have existed. The estate loomed ahead, dark and silent. Harry reached the front door and pressed his palm against the ancient wood. The inner ward surged against him, a wall of power that should have thrown him back, should have raised every alarm in the building. He felt them probe his blood, searching for the right patterns, the right lineage. Black blood, he thought. I have black blood. For a long, terrible moment, nothing happened. Then the wards parted like curtains, and the door swung open. The interior of the Lstrange estate was worse than Harry had imagined. Darkness pressed in from all sides, thick and almost physical. The walls were lined with portraits that followed his movement with dead eyes. The air smelled of dust and rot and something else, something coppery and wrong that made his stomach turn. Blood. Old blood, soaked into the stones over generations. Harry moved through the entrance hall, following the map he'd memorized. Left at the first corridor, through the dining room, down the servants' stairs to the basement. The ward anchors were below, 3 points of concentrated magic that held the inner defenses together. He'd made it halfway to the stairs when he heard the laughter. High, cackling, utterly insane, it echoed through the empty halls like the shriek of a dying animal. Harry froze, his hand going to the goblin knife at his belt. "I know you're there, little mouse." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, bouncing off the walls in a way that made it impossible to locate. "Did you think you could sneak into my home? Did you think the wards wouldn't tell me?" Harry's heart was pounding, but his hands were steady. She knew he was here. The element of surprise was gone. "Improvise." "Bellatrix Lestrange," he said, his voice carrying through the darkness. "I've been looking for you." Silence. Then more laughter, closer now. "Oh, this is delicious. The boy who lived, come to kill me himself. The Dark Lord will be so pleased when I bring him your corpse. The Dark Lord is gone. The Dark Lord is eternal." Her voice was a shriek now, raw with fanaticism. "He will return, and when he does, I will be at his side, and all who doubted will burn." Harry kept moving, navigating by sound, trying to triangulate her position. She was somewhere ahead of him, between him and the basement stairs. "You tortured the Longbottoms," he said. "Frank and Alice. You broke their minds. They deserved it. They stood against the Dark Lord. They thought they could defy him." Her voice dropped to a hiss. "I showed them the truth. I showed them what happens to those who resist." Harry rounded a corner and there she was. Bellatrix Lestrange stood in the middle of a ruined ballroom, her wand raised, her eyes gleaming with madness in the dim light. She was thin, prison thin, starved thin, but there was a terrible vitality to her, a manic energy that made her seem larger than she was. "There you are," she breathed. "Look at you. Just a baby. A tiny, helpless baby." She tilted her head, studying him. "But the Dark Lord feared you. Why? What are you?" "I'm the one who's going to end you." Bellatrix laughed again. "You? A child? With what, a butter knife?" "With this." Harry moved. He'd been training with Blood Axe for months, learning to use his small size as an advantage rather than a liability. He was fast, faster than any 8-year-old should be, faster than Bellatrix expected. The goblin knife flashed in his hand as he closed the distance, aiming for the tendons in her wand arm. He almost made it. Bellatrix's wand came around in a blur, and a bolt of red light caught Harry in the chest. He flew backward, slamming into a wall, the air driven from his lungs. Pain exploded through his body, the Cruciatus curse, he realized dimly, the same curse she'd used on the Longbottoms. It was worse than anything he'd ever felt. Worse than Uncle Vernon's fists, worse than the hunger and cold of the cupboard. It was fire and ice and knives all at once, every nerve in his body screaming in agony. He didn't scream. He wouldn't give her the satisfaction. "Ooh, you're a strong one," Bellatrix cooed, advancing toward him. "Most people break in seconds. But not you. No, not the boy who lived." Harry's vision was blurring. He could feel consciousness slipping away, the darkness at the edges closing in. "Get up," something inside him whispered. "Get up or die." He moved. His body screamed in protest, but he forced it to obey. One hand found the knife he'd dropped. The other pressed against the floor, pushing him upright. Bellatrix's eyes widened. "Impossible. You should be." Harry threw the knife. It wasn't a killing throw, he was too weak, his aim too compromised. But it caught her in the shoulder, the goblin-forged blade slicing through robes and flesh alike. Bellatrix shrieked, more in surprise than pain, and her concentration broke. The Cruciatus lifted. Harry ran. Not toward the basement, that path was blocked. He ran the other direction, through a doorway, down a corridor, anywhere that wasn't here. Behind him, he heard Bellatrix screaming curses, heard explosions as her spells tore through walls and furniture. You can't run from me, Potter. This is my house. Every shadow knows my name. Harry ducked into a side room and pressed himself against the wall, trying to control his ragged breathing. His whole body was shaking from the aftereffects of the curse. He needed time to recover, time to think. He didn't have either. The door exploded inward, and Bellatrix stood silhouetted against the light of her own spell fire, blood streaming from her shoulder, her face twisted in murderous rage. Found you. What happened next would become legend among the goblins. Harry Potter, 8 years old, armed with nothing but a knife and the desperate will to survive, fought Bellatrix Lestrange in the ruins of her ancestral home. He couldn't match her magically, she was decades more experienced, her power honed by years of service to the darkest wizard in history. He couldn't match her physically, she was an adult, and despite his training, he was still a child. But he had something she didn't. He had absolutely nothing to lose. Harry fought like a cornered animal. He used the furniture as shields, the shadows as cover, the very architecture of the house as a weapon. He threw chairs at her head, brought chandeliers crashing down on her position, led her through curse traps that she'd laid for intruders and forgotten about in her madness. And every time she knocked him down, he got back up. Why won't you die? Bellatrix screamed, her voice ragged with frustration. Why won't you just die like your parents? Harry's response was a chunk of masonry to her face. It bought him 30 seconds, enough time to find a servant's passage, to slip through walls that Bellatrix was too large to follow. He could hear her raging behind him, blasting through stone and wood in her determination to reach him. The passage led down. Down into the basement, toward the ward anchors. Harry ran. The basement was a cathedral of darkness. Massive stone columns rose toward a ceiling lost in shadow. The air was thick with ancient magic, pressing against Harry's senses like a physical weight. And there, arranged in a perfect triangle at the center of the chamber, were the ward anchors. 3 pedestals of black stone, each topped with a crystal that pulsed with sickly green light. Harry could feel the power flowing between them, maintaining the web of protections that surrounded the estate. He didn't have time for subtlety. Harry grabbed the nearest pedestal and pushed with everything he had, not just his muscles, but his magic, his will, everything inside him that had learned to bend the world to his needs. The stone groaned, shifted, began to tip. Behind him, the door exploded. No. Bellatrix's shriek was raw with terror as she saw what he was doing. She raised her wand, a killing curse forming on her lips, the pedestal toppled. The crystal shattered against the floor, and something fundamental changed in the air. Harry felt it like a pressure releasing, like chains breaking. 1/3 of the ward network collapsed. He was already moving toward the second pedestal. Bellatrix's curse missed him by inches, carving a furrow in the stone floor. She fired again, and again, her aim wild with panic. Harry ducked, rolled, used the columns for cover. He reached the second pedestal and pushed. This one was heavier. The stone resisted, anchored by centuries of accumulated magic. Harry pushed harder, pouring everything he had into the effort. His scar exploded with pain. Not the cruciatus, something else. Something that felt like his skull was being split open from the inside. Visions flashed through his mind, a high cold laugh, a flash of green light, a pale face with red eyes that saw him, knew him, reached for him across an impossible distance. Potter, a voice whispered in his mind. I see you, Harry Potter. The second pedestal fell. Harry screamed, not from pain, but from the sheer wrongness of that voice in his head, that presence touching his thoughts. He scrambled toward the third pedestal, his vision blurring, his legs barely responding. Bellatrix was between him and the anchor. He spoke to you, she breathed. Her expression had changed, the rage was gone, replaced by something like religious ecstasy. The Dark Lord spoke to you. I felt it. I felt his presence. Get out of my way. You're connected to him. Of course you are, the scar, the survival, it all makes sense now. She was laughing again, but it was different now, wonder instead of madness. He's inside you, Potter. Part of him lives in you. And when he returns, when he takes back what's his, Harry hit her. Not with magic, not with a weapon, with his fist, driven straight into the knife wound on her shoulder. Bellatrix screamed and staggered, and Harry was past her, reaching for the third pedestal. The voice in his head was louder now, pressing against his consciousness with terrible weight. You cannot escape me, Harry Potter. We are bound, you and I. Bound by blood and magic and destiny. Shut up. Harry pushed the final pedestal with everything he had left, his strength, his magic, his desperation, his rage. The stone cracked, shifted, began to fall. Bellatrix's killing curse hit him in the back. He should have died. The killing curse was absolute, unstoppable, the darkest magic known to wizard kind. It hit Harry square between the shoulder blades, and for one endless moment, the world went green. But the pedestal was already falling. The third crystal shattered, and the inner ward network collapsed entirely. The magical backlash swept through the basement like a hurricane, throwing Bellatrix against the far wall, tearing apart the remaining protections, ripping through the fabric of the estate's defenses. And something strange happened to the killing curse. Later, the Goblin cursebreakers would theorize about what had occurred. The ward collapse had disrupted the spell's magic. Harry's connection to Voldemort had somehow deflected the curse. The ancient protections of the estate had sacrificed themselves to save the one who bore black blood. All Harry knew was that he was still alive. Barely. He lay on the cold stone floor, unable to move, unable to think. His body felt like it had been turned inside out. The scar on his forehead was burning, throbbing, screaming with a pain that was somehow separate from the rest of his injuries. Somewhere in the darkness, he heard Bellatrix stirring. Impossible, she was muttering. Impossible, impossible, he should be dead, why isn't he dead? Footsteps. Getting closer. Harry tried to move. His body refused. The Dark Lord's magic protects you, Bellatrix hissed, looming over him. But not forever. Not from me. She raised her wand. And then the goblins came. The strike team poured through the collapsed wards like water through a broken dam. 20 warriors, armed with goblin steel and centuries of rage, swept into the basement with the coordinated precision of a military unit. Bellatrix turned, her wand coming around, but she was one witch against an army. She fought anyway. Harry watched through fading vision as Bellatrix Lestrange made her last stand. She was magnificent in a terrible way, a whirlwind of dark magic and madness, killing 3 goblins before they could close the distance. Her curses lit the darkness with flashes of green and red and purple, her laughter echoing off the ancient stones. But there were too many of them. A goblin blade caught her in the leg. Another in the arm. She stumbled, her wand arm dropping, and then Warcaller Blood Axe was there with his massive axe raised high. For the fallen, he growled. The axe came down. Bellatrix Lestrange died with a smile on her face, whispering her master's name. Harry woke in Gringotts 3 days later. The first thing he saw was Griphook's face, creased with something that might have been worry. The first thing he felt was pain, a dull, throbbing ache that seemed to encompass his entire body. You're awake, Griphook said. Good. Ragnarok was starting to talk about succession protocols. What happened? You brought down the wards. Our team went in. Bellatrix Lestrange is dead. Griphook paused. So are 7 of our warriors. Harry closed his eyes. 7 more goblins, dead because of his war. Added to the ones who had fallen before, the count was climbing toward 24. The mission was successful, Griphook continued, his voice carefully neutral. But it came at a cost. It always does. Harry opened his eyes and tried to sit up. His body screamed in protest, but he forced it to obey. He'd had practice at that, these past months. How long was I out? 3 days. The healers weren't sure you'd survive. The combination of the cruciatus, the killing curse, and the ward backlash should have killed you several times over. Griphook's expression was unreadable. You're either the luckiest wizard alive or the most stubborn. Both, probably. Harry swung his legs off the bed, ignoring Griphook's noise of protest. His body felt wrong, lighter somehow, as if something had been burned away during the fight. But he could move, could think, could function. That would have to be enough. Tell me about the voice, he said. Griphook froze. What voice? Don't play games with me. Something spoke to me during the fight, something that felt like. Harry touched his scar. Like this. Like whatever left this mark. For a long moment, Griphook was silent. Then he sighed. Ragnarok suspected this might happen. The connection between you and the Dark Lord, it's not just a scar, Potter. It's something deeper. Something that shouldn't exist. Explain. The night you survived the killing curse, something happened that our cursebreakers still don't fully understand. Part of the Dark Lord's magic, his soul, some theorize, attached itself to you. It's what allows you to sense magical patterns so clearly. It's what let you navigate the ward traps at the Lstrange estate. Harry's stomach turned. You're saying he's inside me? A piece of him. Dormant, mostly. But when you pushed yourself past your limits, when you nearly died. Griphook spread his hands. It woke up. The voice echoed in Harry's memory. We are bound, you and I. Can it be removed? We don't know. Our cursebreakers are researching options, but soul magic is dangerous territory. Attempting to remove the connection might kill you, or worse, might restore what's left of the Dark Lord. Harry absorbed this in silence. Part of Voldemort was living inside him. The monster who had killed his parents, who had started the war, who had created the Death Eaters, a piece of his soul was nestled somewhere in Harry's being, waiting. I should be horrified, he thought. I should be screaming. Instead, he felt only cold determination. Keep researching, he said finally. Find a way to remove it safely. Until then. He looked at Griphook. We don't tell anyone about this. Not Andromeda, not Blood Axe, no one outside the inner circle. Agreed. Griphook hesitated. There's something else you should know. The voice you heard, it wasn't just reaching out to you. It was reaching out to the connection. What does that mean? It means the Dark Lord knows you exist. Knows what you're doing. Griphook's expression was grim. Wherever he is, whatever form he's taken, he's watching you now, Potter. And he's not happy. Harry thought about Bellatrix's final words. When he returns, when he takes back what's his. Let him watch, Harry said. Let him see what I do to his followers. Let him see what happens to the people who served him. Bold words. I mean them. Harry stood, steadying himself against the bedpost. Voldemort killed my parents. He destroyed my life before it even began. If he wants to come back, if he wants to try again. He smiled, and there was nothing childish in it. I'll be waiting. The news of Bellatrix Lestrange's death shook the wizarding world to its foundations. The Daily Prophet tried to spin it as an atrocity, a brutal murder, of a witch who had already paid her debt to society, but the narrative was falling apart. Too many people remembered what Bellatrix had really been. Too many families had lost members to her wand. Too many children had grown up with nightmares about the woman who tortured people for fun. The Quibbler published the real story, based on information Harry provided. The torture of the Longbottoms. The murders during the war. The escape from Azkaban that the Ministry had covered up. By the time the article finished circulating, Bellatrix Lestrange wasn't a victim, she was a monster who had finally met justice. Public opinion began to shift. Not dramatically, the Prophet still controlled the mainstream narrative, and Fudge was still screaming about Goblin terrorism. But in the whisper networks, in the underground channels, people were starting to ask questions. Why had Bellatrix been allowed to escape? Why had the Ministry covered it up? Who else was being protected? Harry watched the groundswell building from his bed in the Gringotts medical ward, reading reports as they came in. Andromeda visited daily, bringing news from the surface world and the gentle kind of concern that Harry still wasn't sure how to handle. "You almost died," she said during one visit, her voice carefully controlled. "You're 8 years old, Harry. This isn't what your parents would have wanted for you." "My parents are dead. They don't get a vote." The words came out harsher than he'd intended. Andromeda flinched, and Harry felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry," he said. "That was honest." Andromeda's expression softened. "You're always honest, Harry. Even when it hurts. Is that a good thing? I don't know. But it's who you are." She reached out and took his hand. "Just promise me you'll be more careful. The war won't be won if you get yourself killed." Harry thought about the voice in his head, the piece of Voldemort living inside him. He thought about the burning in his scar, the visions of green light, the connection that bound him to the darkest wizard in history. "I'll try," he said. He meant it. But he also knew that careful wasn't always an option. 2 weeks later, Harry was back on his feet. The Goblin healers had done remarkable work. They had techniques that wizard medicine couldn't match, ways of healing magical damage that St. Mungo's had never discovered. Harry was still weaker than he'd been before the mission, but he was functional. Functional enough to attend the memorial. The ceremony was held in the deepest level of Gringotts, a vast cavern that had been carved out of the living rock millennia ago. Torches lined the walls, casting flickering shadows over the crowd of goblins who had gathered to honor their fallen. 23 dead, all told. 23 warriors who had given their lives in Harry's war. Harry stood at the front of the chamber, surrounded by goblin commanders and dignitaries. He was the only human present. Andromeda had offered to come, but this was goblin business, goblin grief. His presence was a statement, adding more humans would have diluted it. Ragnarok spoke first, in the grinding tongue of the goblins. Harry didn't understand the words, but he understood the weight behind them. This was a leader mourning his people, honoring their sacrifice. Then it was Harry's turn. He'd prepared remarks, Griphook had helped him write them, translating his thoughts into phrases that would resonate with goblin culture. But standing there, looking out at the sea of grieving faces, the prepared words seemed hollow. He spoke from the heart instead. "I started this war," he said, his voice carrying through the cavern. "I came to Gringotts, and I asked for your help, and you gave it. You fought for me. You died for me." Silence. Every eye was fixed on him. "I can't bring them back. I can't undo what's been done. All I can do is promise that their deaths meant something." Harry's hands clenched at his sides. "The Death Eaters are falling. The people who tortured and killed and walked free are being brought to justice. Your warriors made that possible." He looked at the memorial wall, where the names of the fallen had been carved into the stone. "I don't know how to thank you. I don't know if there are words big enough. But I will honor their sacrifice. I will finish what we started. And when this war is over, when the last Death Eater is dead or captured, everyone will know who made it possible." He bowed, a deep, formal bow, the kind that goblins gave only to those they respected as equals. "Thank you," he said. "Thank you for believing in me." The silence stretched. Then, from somewhere in the crowd, a single goblin began to stamp his foot. Another joined him. Then another, and another, until the whole cavern was thundering with the sound of hundreds of goblins showing their approval in the traditional way. Harry straightened, feeling something warm bloom in his chest. This is my family now, he realized. Not the Dursleys, not Dumbledore's machinations. These people. These warriors who fight beside me. He would not let them down. The war continued. With Bellatrix dead and the Lstrange estate fallen, the remaining Death Eaters went to ground. Some fled the country entirely, seeking refuge in places beyond the reach of Goblin intelligence. Others dug in, fortifying their positions, calling in every favor they'd accumulated over decades of political maneuvering. But the noose was tightening. Malfoy's information proved invaluable. Names led to locations, locations led to evidence, evidence led to more names. The network that had protected the Death Eaters for years was unraveling, thread by thread. And the public was waking up. The Quibbler's circulation had tripled since the war began. Other publications were starting to pick up the story, smaller outlets, independent voices that weren't controlled by the pure-blood establishment. The narrative was shifting from Goblin terrorism to long-delayed justice. Harry watched it all from the heart of Gringotts, planning, coordinating, learning. He trained with blood axe every day, building his strength back up. He studied ward theory with Griphook, pushing his magical sensitivity to new limits. He met with Andromeda and her contacts, building the network of allies that would be necessary for the next phase. Because the next phase was coming. "We're running out of easy targets," Ragnox said during one of their strategy sessions. "The ones who remain are the survivors, the ones who've been hiding their involvement for years, who've embedded themselves so deeply in wizard society that exposing them means tearing down the whole system." "Then we tear down the system." Ragnox smiled. "I was hoping you'd say that." He waved his hand over the obsidian table, and a new set of names appeared. Not Death Eaters this time, or at least, not confirmed ones. These were ministry officials, Wisengamot members, business leaders. The pillars of magical society. The Shadow Network, Ragnox said. The people who funded Voldemort without ever wearing a mask. The ones who made the decisions, pulled the strings, kept the machine running. He paused. Taking them down won't be like hunting Bellatrix. They're not going to fight us with curses, they're going to fight us with lawyers, with politics, with the weight of the entire establishment. Harry studied the names. Some he recognized from Malfoy's testimony. Others were new. One name stood out, Augustus Rookwood. "Tell me about Rookwood," Harry said. "An unspeakable. One of the highest-ranking officials in the Department of Mysteries." Ragnox's expression was grim. "He was arrested during the war and escaped during a transfer. The ministry reported him as dead, but our intelligence suggests otherwise." "Why does an unspeakable matter?" "Because the Department of Mysteries is the heart of magical research in Britain. They have access to knowledge, to artifacts, to power that the rest of the wizarding world can only dream of." Ragnox leaned forward. "If Rookwood survived, if he's been operating in the shadows all these years, he could be the architect of everything." The architect. Someone who had been manipulating events for decades, staying hidden, pulling strings. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "Find him," he said. "Whatever it takes. Find Augustus Rookwood." That night, alone in his room, Harry dreamed. He stood in a vast empty space, surrounded by swirling mist. The air was cold, colder than the cupboard had ever been, cold that seeped into his bones and wouldn't let go. And there, across the void, stood a figure. Tall. Pale. Eyes that burned like red coals and a face that was barely human. "Hello, Harry." The voice was the same one he'd heard in the Lstrange basement. Voldemort's voice. "You've been busy." Harry tried to move, but his body wouldn't respond. He was frozen, trapped, helpless in the face of the monster who had destroyed his life. "Did you really think you could hurt me? You, a child, playing at war?" The figure drifted closer. "You've killed my followers. You've destroyed my servants. But I am patient, Harry. I have time." "You're dead," Harry managed. "You died the night you attacked me." "Did I?" The figure smiled, a terrible expression on that inhuman face. You carry a piece of me, Harry. Every time you push yourself, every time you tap into the power that shouldn't be yours, you wake me. You feed me. I'll find a way to remove it. Perhaps. Or perhaps you'll simply make me stronger. The figure reached out, and Harry felt something touch his scar, a cold that burned, a presence that probed at the edges of his mind. We are bound, you and I. By magic. By destiny. By the night your mother died. Harry's vision was blurring. The mist was closing in. Run your little war, Harry. Hunt my followers. Tear down the system that protected them. And when you've finished, when you've burned everything to the ground, I'll be waiting. The figure's smile widened. After all, you're building me a new world. Harry woke screaming. He didn't go back to sleep. Instead, he sat in the darkness of his room, staring at nothing, thinking about the dream. About Voldemort's words. You're building me a new world. Was he? In hunting the Death Eaters, in tearing down the system that protected them, was he somehow playing into Voldemort's hands? No, he decided. He's trying to manipulate me. Trying to make me doubt. But the seed of uncertainty had been planted. When dawn came, Harry rose and went to find Ragnarok. I need to know everything about the piece of Voldemort inside me, he said. Every theory, every possibility, every risk. No more secrets. The old goblin studied him for a long moment. It's that bad? It's that important? Ragnarok nodded slowly. Very well, Mr. Potter. Come with me. It's time you learn the truth about what you really are. Chapter 3 End Ayush. Chapter 3 is complete at approximately. This chapter delivers Harry's first true combat experience against Bellatrix, the revelation of the Horcrux connection, without using that word yet, significant goblin casualties raising the emotional stakes, Voldemort's direct contact with Harry through dreams set up for the Shadow Network, and Rookwood, Harry's growing legend among the goblins. Chapter 4, The Snake and the Lion. The truth, as it turned out, was worse than Harry had imagined. Ragnarok led him to a part of Gringotts he'd never seen before, deep beneath the vaults, past wards that made the Lstrange defenses look like paper walls. The corridor they walked was ancient, carved from bedrock that predated human civilization, lined with runes that pulsed with a soft, otherworldly light. This is the archive, Ragnarok said, his voice hushed. The accumulated knowledge of the Goblin nation, gathered over 12,000 years. There are things here that wizards have forgotten, things they never knew, things they would kill to possess. And you're showing me. You're bound to us by blood contract, Mr. Potter. Whatever secrets you learn here, you cannot share without our permission. The old goblin's eyes glittered. Besides, you need to understand what you're dealing with. They entered a vast circular chamber, its walls lined with shelves that stretched up into darkness. Books, scrolls, artifacts, the accumulated wisdom of millennia, preserved in perfect stillness. Ragnarok moved to a specific shelf and withdrew a tome bound in what looked like black leather. When Harry looked closer, he realized it wasn't leather at all, it was something else, something that seemed to drink in the light. Dragon hide, Ragnarok said, noting his gaze. From a breed that's been extinct for 3,000 years. This book is older than Hogwarts, older than the Ministry, older than the very concept of Wizarding Britain. He set the tome on a reading stand and opened it to a marked page. Soul magic, he said. The darkest and most forbidden branch of magical study. Wizards have laws against even researching it, laws that carry the death penalty in most countries. But the goblins remember. Harry looked at the page. The text was in a language he didn't recognize, but illustrations accompanied it, diagrams of human figures with something dark nestled inside them, like a parasite feeding on its host. The piece of the Dark Lord inside you is called a soul fragment, Ragnarok continued. Created through an act of murder, anchored to an object, or in your case, a person, through ritual magic. It's a form of immortality, in a sense. As long as the fragment exists, the creator cannot truly die. Harry's blood ran cold. You're saying Voldemort made himself immortal by putting part of his soul in me? Not intentionally. At least, we don't believe so. Ragnarok turned another page. The fragment in you is unstable, incomplete. Our curse breakers believe it was created accidentally, a side effect of the curse that should have killed you rebounding on its caster. But it's still there. Still keeping him alive. Keeping him anchored, Ragnarok corrected. There's a difference. The Dark Lord's body was destroyed that night. His soul should have moved on, but the fragment in you, and possibly others, gave him something to cling to. He exists now as something between life and death, waiting for an opportunity to return. Harry stared at the diagrams, his mind racing. Others? You said possibly others. The magic required to create even one soul fragment is extreme. The damage it does to the creator's soul is catastrophic. Ragnarok's voice was grim. But the Dark Lord was obsessed with immortality. If he created one fragment intentionally before the night he attacked you, he may have created more. How many? We don't know. It could be one. It could be a dozen. The old goblin closed the book. What we do know is that as long as any fragment exists, the Dark Lord cannot be permanently destroyed. Kill his body, and he'll simply find another way to return. Harry was silent for a long moment, processing this information. Can the fragment in me be removed? Possibly. The procedure would be dangerous, potentially fatal. The fragment has been part of you since infancy, removing it might take pieces of your own soul with it. Ragnarok met his eyes. But there may be another option. What option? Containment. Rather than removing the fragment, we could try to seal it more thoroughly, cut off its connection to the Dark Lord, prevent it from feeding on your magic or allowing him to reach you. He paused. It wouldn't eliminate the threat, but it would buy time. Time to find the other fragments, if they exist. Time to develop a safer removal procedure. Harry thought about the dream, about Voldemort's voice in his head, the cold presence probing at his thoughts. Do it, he said. Whatever it takes. I want that thing locked down. The sealing ritual took 3 days. Harry spent most of it unconscious, which was probably for the best. The few moments of awareness he experienced were filled with pain and disorientation, the sensation of something being pushed, compressed, forced into a smaller and smaller space inside his mind. When he finally woke, really woke, he felt different. The constant low-level awareness of his scar was gone. The whisper at the edge of his consciousness, the presence he'd grown so accustomed to that he'd stopped noticing it, silenced. For the first time since that night in the Dursleys' hallway, his mind felt entirely his own. The seal is holding, Griphook reported, checking the monitoring runes that had been inscribed around Harry's bed. The fragment is contained. It can't reach out, and the Dark Lord can't reach in. For how long? Unknown. The seal will degrade over time, years, probably, but not forever. And if you push yourself too hard, if you tap too deeply into your magic. Griphook shrugged. It might crack. Harry nodded slowly. A temporary solution, then. Better than nothing, but not a permanent fix. One more thing to deal with, he thought. One more problem for the pile. What did I miss? He asked. Quite a bit, actually. Griphook pulled out a stack of reports. The war has continued in your absence. 3 more confirmed Death Eaters have been eliminated. The Ministry is in chaos, Fudge is facing a vote of no confidence, and the Wizengamot is tearing itself apart over how to respond to our campaign. And Rookwood? Still no sign of him. But we found traces, financial transactions, magical signatures, patterns that suggest he's been operating through intermediaries for years. Griphook's expression hardened. He's good, Potter. Better than anyone we've hunted so far. If he's really the architect of the Shadow Network. Then he's been planning for this. Planning for someone like us to come after him. Harry pushed himself upright, ignoring the lingering weakness in his limbs. What about Malfoy? Has he provided anything useful? Some. He's been cooperative, more cooperative than expected, actually. I think Bellatrix's death genuinely frightened him. Griphook hesitated. There's something else. He's asked to meet with you. Me specifically? He says he has information that he'll only share directly with you. Something about the night your parents died. Harry's heart skipped. Set up the meeting. Lucius Malfoy looked worse than the last time Harry had seen him. The aristocratic polish was fading, his robes were rumpled, his hair less perfectly coiffed, dark circles visible under his eyes. The months since his deal with Harry had clearly taken their toll. Living as an informant, betraying former allies, watching his world crumble around him, it wasn't the life Lucius Malfoy had been raised for. Mr. Potter, he said as Harry entered the meeting room. Thank you for seeing me. You said you had information about my parents. Straight to business. Very well. Malfoy's hands were trembling slightly as he placed them on the table. What I'm about to tell you, I've never shared with anyone. Not the Dark Lord, not my wife, not my son. It's something I've carried alone for years. Harry waited. The night your parents died, I wasn't supposed to be there. The Dark Lord chose his inner circle for the attack, Bellatrix, the Lestranges, a few others. I was meant to stay behind, maintain our cover at the Ministry. Malfoy swallowed hard. But I followed them. I wanted to see the end of the Potters. Something cold settled in Harry's stomach. I arrived after the Dark Lord had already entered the cottage. I heard, screaming. Your father, first. Then your mother. Malfoy's voice was barely a whisper now. And then the Dark Lord cast the curse at you, and everything went wrong. What do you mean, wrong? The magic. It was like nothing I'd ever felt before. The curse rebounded, yes, but there was something else, a surge of power that tore through the wards, that shattered windows for miles around. I was thrown backward, knocked unconscious. He looked up, meeting Harry's eyes. When I woke, the cottage was destroyed, the Dark Lord was gone, and you were crying in your crib, alone, with that scar on your forehead. Harry's hands had clenched into fists beneath the table. This man had been there. He had watched as Harry's parents died. Why are you telling me this? Because there's more. Malfoy reached into his robes and withdrew a small object, a fragment of something, dark and twisted, that seemed to pulse with a faint malevolent energy. I found this in the rubble. I didn't know what it was at the time, but I knew it was important, knew the Dark Lord would want it preserved. So I kept it hidden. For years, I kept it hidden. Harry stared at the object. His scar wasn't burning, the seal was holding, but he could still feel something, a resonance, a connection. It's a piece of him, he breathed. Another soul fragment. I didn't know that. Not until recently, when I started hearing whispers about what your goblin researchers had discovered. Malfoy set the fragment on the table between them. I'm giving it to you, Mr. Potter. I don't want it anymore. I don't want any part of what it represents. Harry looked at the fragment, then at Malfoy. You could have destroyed it yourself. I tried. It can't be destroyed by normal means. I've used every curse, every poison, every method I know. Nothing works. Malfoy's laugh was bitter. The Dark Lord built his immortality well. Harry reached out slowly, his fingers hovering over the twisted object. Even through the seal, he could feel its wrongness, a coldness that went beyond temperature, a hunger that seemed to reach toward him. Griphook, he said quietly. The young goblin stepped forward from his position by the door. I see it. I'll have the curse breakers analyze it immediately. Harry nodded and withdrew his hand. Take it somewhere safe. Somewhere far away from me. As Griphook carefully collected the fragment, Harry turned back to Malfoy. "Why?" he asked. "Why are you really doing this? I told you, you told me you don't want it anymore." "That's not an answer." Harry leaned forward. "You've spent your whole life accumulating power, Malfoy. Gathering leverage, building influence, protecting yourself. Now you're giving away something that could have bought your freedom from anyone, the Dark Lord included." "Why?" Malfoy was silent for a long moment. "Draco," he said finally. "My son. What about him? You demanded that I tell him the truth about what I was. What I did." Malfoy's voice cracked slightly. I've been trying." Slowly, carefully, showing him the reality behind the lies I raised him to believe. "And I've seen the look in his eyes. The horror. The disgust. Good. No. You don't understand." Malfoy looked up, and for the first time, Harry saw something genuine in his eyes, not calculation, not manipulation, but raw, painful honesty. "My son is starting to hate me. And he should, he absolutely should. But watching it happen, seeing the person I love most in the world realize what a monster his father is." He trailed off. "It's made me realize," he continued quietly, "that I don't want to be that person anymore. The man who stood by while children died. The man who kept a piece of a Dark Lord's soul as a bargaining chip." He gestured at the fragment. "I want to be someone Draco could, not forgive. I don't deserve forgiveness. But maybe someone he could understand." Harry studied him. It could be an act, Malfoy was certainly capable of that level of manipulation. But something in his voice, in his eyes, suggested otherwise. "You know this doesn't change anything," Harry said. "The deal still stands. The conditions still apply." "I know. And if I find out you're playing some kind of game with this, you won't." "I'm done playing games, Mr. Potter." Malfoy stood, straightening his rumpled robes in a ghost of his old aristocratic manner. "I've seen where games lead. I've seen the Dark Lord's victory and what it cost everyone who followed him. I'm not interested in that world anymore." He walked to the door, then paused. "For what it's worth," he said without turning around, "I'm sorry. About your parents. About all of it." He left before Harry could respond. The soul fragment, Harry couldn't help thinking of it as a Horcrux, though the Goblins had a different name for it, was moved to the deepest vault in Gringotts, sealed behind wards that would take decades to breach. But its discovery changed everything. "If there are two," Ragnarok said during the emergency strategy meeting, "there are likely more. The Dark Lord wouldn't have stopped at just 2 safeguards for his immortality." "How do we find them?" Harry asked. "Research. Investigation. Following the trails." The old Goblin's expression was grim. The Dark Lord was active for over a decade before his fall. He traveled extensively, visited ancient sites of power, collected artifacts. Any of them could be hiding a fragment. "Do we have leads?" "A few." Malfoy's records mention several objects the Dark Lord treated with particular reverence: a locket that supposedly belonged to Salazar Slytherin, a cup from Helga Hufflepuff's collection, a diadem that might be Rowena Ravenclaw's lost crown. Ragnarok shook his head. "Founder relics. If the Dark Lord was creating soul fragments, he would have chosen containers of immense magical significance. Where are they now?" "Unknown. The locket was reportedly given to one of the Dark Lord's followers for safekeeping. The cup may have been placed in a vault here at Gringotts. We're investigating. The diadem hasn't been seen in centuries." Harry absorbed this. More targets. More fragments to find and destroy. The war just got bigger. "What about destruction?" he asked. Malfoy said the fragment couldn't be destroyed by normal means. He's right. Soul magic is resilient, it has to be, to serve its purpose. Ragnar gestured, and a diagram appeared on the obsidian table. Our researchers have identified a few possibilities. Fiend fire, cursed fire that burns magical as well as physical substance. Basilisk venom, one of the most corrosive magical substances known. And goblin steel. Goblin steel. Our weapons are forged using techniques that go back to the dawn of our civilization. They absorb that which makes them stronger, including magical essences. Ragnar smiled thinly. A blade that has been imbued with the right properties could potentially destroy a soul fragment. Do we have such a blade? We can make one. But it will take time, and the process is involved. The old goblin's eyes met Harry's. You might need to be part of it. Me? Why? Because the fragments are connected to you. Your blood, your magic, they carry traces of the Dark Lord's essence, whether you like it or not. Ragnar paused. The most effective weapon against these fragments might be one forged with your involvement. Harry thought about this. The idea of being even more connected to Voldemort made his skin crawl, but if it was necessary. Tell me what I need to do. While the goblins worked on the Horcrux problem, the surface war continued. 3 more Death Eaters fell in the weeks following Harry's recovery, minor figures, mostly, the kind of people who had joined Voldemort for power or protection rather than ideology. But each death sent ripples through the wizarding world, each revelation of crimes committed chipped away at the foundation of the system that had protected the guilty. And then Cornelius Fudge fell. The vote of no confidence had been building for months. Fudge's handling of the Goblin crisis had alienated allies across the political spectrum. His attempts to suppress information about Death Eater crimes had backfired spectacularly as more and more evidence came to light. And his decision to cover up Bellatrix Lestrange's escape, revealed by the Quibbler in a devastating exposé, proved to be the final straw. The Wizengamot voted him out by a margin of 3-1. Harry watched the proceedings through the viewing mirror, Andromeda beside him providing commentary on the political maneuvering. Amelia Bones is the front-runner for the replacement, she said. Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She's competent, honest, and she lost family to the Death Eaters during the war. Will she work with us? Unknown. She's reached out through back channels, nothing concrete, just feelers. I think she's trying to figure out what we want. What we want is justice, Harry said. Same as always. Justice is a complicated word in politics. Andromeda's voice was dry. Different people have very different ideas about what it means. Harry considered this. Set up a meeting. Unofficial, deniable. I want to know what she's thinking. The meeting with Amelia Bones took place in a small cottage in Wales, far from prying eyes and listening ears. She arrived alone, as requested, a tall woman with a square jaw and close-cropped grey hair, wearing the practical robes of a working official rather than the finery of the Wizengamot. Her eyes were sharp, assessing, taking in Harry and his goblin guards with the practiced gaze of a law enforcement veteran. Mr. Potter, she said, her voice neutral. You're younger than I expected. I get that a lot. I imagine you do. She took a seat across from him, declining the offered tea. I'll be direct. I know what you're doing. I know why you're doing it. And I'm not entirely sure I disagree. Harry raised an eyebrow. But you're operating outside the law. You've killed British citizens, I've killed Death Eaters. Murderers, torturers, people who should have been executed years ago. People who were acquitted by the Wizengamot. People who, whatever they did, were entitled to due process under wizarding law. Due process. Harry's voice was flat. The same due process that let them bribe their way to freedom. That let them keep their seats in the government they tried to overthrow. That let them walk free while their victims rotted in the ground. Bones didn't flinch. I didn't say the system was perfect. The system is broken. That's why I'm fixing it. By replacing one form of tyranny with another. Silence stretched between them. "I'm not a tyrant," Harry said finally. "I'm not trying to rule anyone. I just want the people who killed my parents to face consequences." "Is that really so unreasonable?" "No. It's not." Bones leaned forward. "But you have to understand, Mr. Potter, the way you're doing this, it's not sustainable. Eventually, you're going to kill someone who shouldn't have died. Eventually, innocent people are going to get caught in the crossfire. And when that happens, all the good you've done will be overshadowed by that one mistake. We're careful. I'm sure you are. But careful isn't the same as perfect." She paused. "I have a proposal. I'm listening. Work with me. Not officially, that would be political suicide for both of us. But share information. Let me know who you're targeting before you strike. Give me a chance to build legal cases where possible, to arrest and prosecute instead of execute." Harry considered this. "And the ones who can't be legally prosecuted? The ones who've covered their tracks too well? Those?" Bones' expression was conflicted. "Those, I won't stop you from handling in your own way. As long as you have solid evidence, as long as you're certain of their guilt. You're asking me to let some of them live. I'm asking you to let the system work where it can. And to only bypass it where it can't." She met his eyes. "It's not a perfect solution. But it's better than the alternative." Harry thought about it. Really thought about it. Bones was right about one thing: his current approach wasn't sustainable. Sooner or later, something would go wrong. Someone would be in the wrong place at the wrong time. An innocent person would die. And when that happened, all the goodwill he'd built up would evaporate. "I want something in return," he said. "What?" Sirius Black. Bones' expression flickered, surprise, quickly suppressed. "What about him?" "He was never given a trial. He was thrown into Azkaban without due process, the same due process you're so concerned about." Harry leaned forward. "I want him retried. Properly. With evidence and witnesses and everything the law requires." "You think he's innocent?" "I think he deserves the chance to prove it either way." Bones was silent for a long moment. "That's going to be complicated," she said finally. "Black is a convicted mass murderer. The public considers him the most dangerous man in Britain. The public considered McNair a dedicated public servant. The public was wrong." A flicker of something, amusement, respect, crossed Bones' face. "You drive a hard bargain, Mr. Potter. I learned from Goblins." "Clearly." She stood, extending her hand. "Very well. I'll push for a retrial. It may take time, months, possibly longer, but I'll make it happen." Harry shook her hand. "And I'll share information on our targets. Where possible, we'll give you the chance to handle things legally." "Where possible," Bones repeated. "I suppose that's the best I'm going to get. It's more than anyone else has offered." She nodded slowly. "I suppose it is." She turned to leave, then paused at the door. "Mr. Potter. For what it's worth, I hope you know what you're doing." "So do I, Madam Bones." "So do I." The alliance with Bones changed the dynamic of the war. For the first time, Harry had a genuine ally inside the ministry, someone with power, influence, and a shared interest in seeing justice done. Bones couldn't openly support the Goblin campaign, but she could slow-walk interference, redirect resources away from Gringotts, and quietly ensure that the most egregious Death Eaters found themselves under investigation. It was a delicate dance, requiring careful coordination and constant communication. But it worked. 3 more Death Eaters were arrested rather than killed. Public trials exposed their crimes, produced convictions, sent them to Azkaban through proper legal channels. The narrative shifted again, from Goblin terrorism to long overdue accountability. And then Rookwood made his move. It started with the murders. 3 Aurors, found dead in their homes over the span of a single week. No obvious cause of death, no signs of struggle, just emptied. Their minds wiped clean, their memories drained, their personalities erased. Obliviation taken to the extreme, Bones reported during their next meeting. Whoever did this wasn't just erasing specific memories, they were erasing everything. The victims' souls were still in their bodies, technically alive, but there was nothing left of who they were. Harry felt sick. Why these 3 specifically? They were all working on the same case. Following up on leads I gave them, leads from your intelligence about the Shadow Network. Bones' voice was grim. Someone wanted to send a message. Rookwad. Most likely. The magical signature at the scenes matches unspeakable techniques, methods that aren't taught outside the Department of Mysteries. Harry thought about the shadowy figure who had eluded them for months. The architect. The puppet master. He knows we're getting close. And he's fighting back. Bones set down a file. I've increased security on everyone involved in the investigation, but if Rookwood is really behind this, I'm not sure standard protections will be enough. Harry nodded slowly. We need to force him into the open. Make him come to us instead of picking off our people one by one. How? Bait. Harry's expression was cold. Something he can't resist. Something that would draw him out of hiding. What could possibly be valuable enough to? Bones stopped, understanding dawning. You're talking about using yourself as bait. He's been watching this war from the shadows. He's seen what I've done, who I've allied with, how I operate. If I give him an opportunity to strike at me directly, he'll take it. And probably kill you in the process. Not if we're ready for him. Bones stared at him. You're 8 years old. 9, actually. Birthday was last month. That's not the point. The point is that Rookwood is too dangerous to let keep operating. He's killing your people, destabilizing our alliance, and probably planning something worse. We need to stop him before he stops us. Bones was silent for a long moment. I can't officially sanction this, she said finally. I'm not asking you to. I'm asking you to look the other way while I handle it. Another long pause. You're going to do this whether I agree or not, aren't you? Yes. Bones sighed. Then at least let me help you plan it. If you're going to put your neck in a noose, let's make sure the trap actually catches something. The trap took 2 weeks to set up. Harry made himself visible, attending a carefully staged meeting at Andromeda's house, walking through Diagon Alley with minimal guard, appearing at the Wisengamot Gallery to watch the trial of a captured Death Eater. He was bait, dangled in front of a predator, waiting to see if the predator would bite. Rookwood bit. The attack came on a Tuesday evening, as Harry was returning to Gringotts through a supposedly secure passage. One moment he was walking with Griphook, discussing logistics. The next moment the world twisted sideways, and he was somewhere else entirely. A dark room. No windows. The smell of old stone and older magic. And across from him, a man in the grey robes of an unspeakable Harry Potter. The voice was cultured, pleasant, utterly devoid of warmth. I've been wanting to meet you for quite some time. Harry's hand went to his knife, but it wasn't there. Neither was his wand, his communication charm, or any of the other equipment he'd been carrying. Rookwood. In the flesh. The man stepped closer, and Harry got his first good look at the architect of the Shadow Network. Augustus Rookwood was unremarkable. Average height, average build, a face that wouldn't stand out in a crowd. But his eyes were wrong. Too still, too calculating, like a serpent watching its prey. You've caused quite a bit of trouble, Rookwood continued. Killed some valuable assets. Disrupted plans that were decades in the making. I find myself impressed. I'm flattered. You should be. It's not often a child accomplishes what you have. Rookwood circled him slowly, like a predator assessing its meal. The question is what to do with you now. Kill me, I assume. Perhaps. Or perhaps not. Rookwood stopped, tilting his head. You have something I want, Mr. Potter. Something invaluable. What? The connection. The fragment of the Dark Lord that lives inside you. Rookwood's smile was thin. Yes, I know about that. I've made it my business to know everything about you since you first walked into Gringotts. Harry's blood ran cold. The fragment is sealed. Seals can be broken. And when they are. Rookwood's eyes gleamed. The Dark Lord will return. Properly, fully, with all the power he possessed before his fall. And I will be the one who made it possible. You're insane. I'm practical. The Dark Lord's vision was flawed. Too focused on blood purity, on petty vengeance, on the accumulation of personal power. But the structure he built, the network of influence, the system of control, that was genius. Rookwood spread his hands. I've spent the years since his fall improving that structure. Refining it. Preparing for his return. And you think he'll reward you for that? I think he'll need me. The world has changed since his fall, new powers, new threats, new opportunities. He'll need someone who understands the current landscape. Rookwood's smile widened. I intend to be indispensable. Harry's mind was racing. Rookwood had him, trapped, disarmed, alone. But the man was talking instead of acting. Why? Because he wants something, Harry realized. Something he can't just take. The seal on the fragment, he said slowly. You can't break it yourself. Rookwood's expression flickered, just for a moment, but enough to confirm Harry's suspicion. Goblin magic. Elegant work, really. I've tried several approaches, all unsuccessful. He stepped closer. But you could lower it yourself. Willingly. And in exchange. In exchange, what? You let me live. I let your friends live. The Tonks family. The goblins who've been fighting for you. Amelia Bones and her supporters. Rookwood's voice was soft, almost gentle. They don't have to die, Harry. None of them do. All I need is your cooperation. Harry stared at him. He's serious, he thought. He actually thinks I'll agree. You know, Harry said, you're the fourth person who's tried to use my friends as leverage against me. Oh. And how did that work out for them? They're all dead. Something shifted in Rookwood's eyes, the first hint of uncertainty Harry had seen. You're bluffing. Am I? Harry smiled, and there was nothing childish in it. You've been watching me for months. You've seen what I do to people who threaten the people I care about. Did you really think you'd be different? I have you trapped. Alone. Helpless. Do you? The door behind Rookwood exploded inward. Goblin warriors poured through, not the handful that had been with Harry, but dozens of them, armed and armored and angry. At their head was Blood Axe, his massive weapon already swinging toward Rookwood's head. The unspeakable moved impossibly fast, operating across the room, but the goblins had anticipated that. Counter-apparition wards snapped into place, trapping him in the chamber. How? Rookwood demanded, his composure finally cracking. I disabled your tracking charms. You disabled the obvious ones, Harry said, rising to his feet. But there's something you didn't know about me, Rookwood. Something the goblins discovered when they sealed the fragment. He touched his forehead, where his scar was now burning, not with pain, but with power. The Dark Lord's magic left traces in my blood. Traces that can be tracked from anywhere in the world. Harry's smile was cold. You brought me right to you. And my army followed. Rookwood's face went pale. Kill him, Harry said. The goblins closed in. Rookwood fought like a demon. Unspeakable training combined with decades of dark magic made him one of the most dangerous opponents the goblins had ever faced. He killed 3 warriors in the first 10 seconds, his wand moving in patterns that seemed to defy physics. But there were too many of them. Axe caught him across the back, opening a wound that would have killed a normal man. Rookwood staggered but didn't fall, turning to face the old warrior with murder in his eyes. "You think this changes anything?" he spat. "The network survives. The Dark Lord will return. Everything you've built will burn." "Maybe," Axe growled. "But you won't be there to see it." The axe came down again. This time, Rookwood couldn't dodge. They found Rookwood's files in a hidden chamber beneath the room where he'd held Harry. Decades of meticulous records, names, dates, transactions, plans. The complete architecture of the Shadow Network, laid bare. It would take months to process it all, but even a preliminary review revealed the scope of what they'd uncovered. He had people everywhere, Griphook reported, flipping through pages with barely contained excitement. The Ministry, the Wizengamot, the Prophet, Hogwarts, he was running half the wizarding world and no one knew. "Now they will," Harry said. He was exhausted, the adrenaline of the confrontation had faded, leaving behind a bone-deep weariness that made even standing difficult. But he couldn't rest yet. Not until this was finished. Copy everything. Send the relevant portions to Bones, to the Quibbler, to anyone who'll listen. He looked at the pile of documents. Rookwood was right about one thing, the network survives. We need to tear it down before it can rebuild. That will take time. I know. But we have time now. Harry allowed himself a small smile. The architect is dead. The machine will fall apart without him. Griphook nodded slowly. And the Dark Lord? Harry's smile faded. That's the next problem. Chapter 4 and the Yush, Chapter 4 is complete at approximately. This chapter establishes the truth about Horcruxes and Harry's connection to Voldemort. Malfoy's redemption arc continuing with the Horcrux revelation, the alliance with Amelia Bones, the takedown of Augustus Rookwood setup for Sirius Black's retrial, the Shadow Network exposed. Chapter 5, the woman who chose the exposure of Rookwood's network sent shockwaves through Wizarding Britain. Names that had seemed untouchable, pillars of society, respected figures, people who had shaped policy for decades, suddenly found themselves connected to a web of corruption and violence that stretched back to Voldemort's first rise. The Quibbler published excerpts from the files daily, each revelation more damaging than the last. The Prophet, sensing which way the wind was blowing, quietly shifted its editorial stance from Goblin terrorism to cleansing the system. Public opinion didn't just shift, it avalanched. Harry watched the fallout from Gringotts, reading reports as arrests were made, resignations tendered, reputations destroyed. Bones was moving carefully but decisively, building legal cases from Rookwood's documentation, ensuring that each prosecution would stick. It should have felt like victory. Instead, Harry felt empty. "You're brooding," Andromeda observed during one of her visits. She'd taken to stopping by every few days, bringing news from the surface world and the kind of quiet company that Harry hadn't known he needed. "I'm thinking. Same thing, at your age." She settled into the chair across from him, her dark eyes studying his face. "Want to talk about it?" Harry was quiet for a moment. 27. 27 what? Goblins. 27 goblins have died since I started this war. He looked at his hands. Plus the Death Eaters we've killed. Plus the people caught in crossfire. Plus whoever Rookwood murdered trying to protect his network. You're keeping count. Shouldn't I? Andromeda didn't answer immediately. When she did, her voice was soft. My husband Ted has a saying. You can't pour from an empty cup. Do you know what it means? That I should take care of myself. That you're 9 years old, carrying the weight of a war, and you haven't stopped to breathe since the day you walked into this bank. She leaned forward. When was the last time you did something just for fun, Harry? Not training, not planning, not reading intelligence reports. Just, being a child. Harry tried to remember. The cupboard. Uncle Vernon's fists. The fear and hunger and loneliness that had defined his entire existence before Gringotts. I don't know how, he admitted. Something in Andromeda's expression cracked. Oh, Harry. It's fine. I'm fine. You're not fine. You're remarkable, and resilient, and stronger than anyone has a right to ask you to be. But you're also breaking. She stood, moving to sit beside him. Let me help. Not with the war, with you. How? Come stay with us. Just for a few days. Meet Ted properly, get to know Dora when she's not in mission mode. Andromeda smiled. Learn what a family is supposed to feel like. Harry's first instinct was to refuse. The war wasn't over. There was still work to do, plans to make, enemies to hunt. He couldn't afford to take time off. But something in Andromeda's eyes stopped him. She wasn't asking as an ally or an advisor. She was asking as, something else. Something he didn't have a word for. 3 days, he said finally. I can give you 3 days. Andromeda's smile widened. That's a start. The Tonks home was nothing like Harry had expected. It wasn't grand like the Malfoy estate or ancient like the Lstrange ruins. It was just a house, comfortable, cluttered, filled with the evidence of people actually living their lives. Books stacked on every surface, photographs that moved and waved from the walls, a cat that regarded Harry with supreme indifference before returning to its nap. Welcome to chaos, Ted Tonks said, extending his hand. He was a big man, broad-shouldered and kind-faced, with the easy manner of someone who had long ago stopped caring what people thought of him. Fair warning, Dora's cooking tonight, so we might want to have antidotes ready. I heard that. Tonks' voice carried from the kitchen, followed by a crash and a muffled curse. See what I mean? Harry found himself smiling. Actually smiling, not the cold expressions he'd perfected for negotiations and intimidation. The house felt warm in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. Come on, then, Ted said, guiding him inside. Let's get you settled before dinner becomes a rescue operation. The first day was strange. Harry kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the warmth to reveal itself as manipulation, for the kindness to come with strings attached. That was how the world worked, in his experience. Nobody gave anything for free. But the Tonkses weren't playing games. Ted taught him to play chess, real chess, not the Goblin variant that was more about intimidation than strategy. Andromeda told stories about her childhood, about growing up in the Black family and the slow horror of realizing what her relatives truly were. Tonks demonstrated her metamorphmagus abilities, cycling through increasingly ridiculous faces until Harry was laughing so hard his stomach hurt. This is what families do, he realized. This is what I missed. The thought should have made him sad. Instead, it just made him grateful. On the second day, Andromeda found him in the garden, staring at nothing. Penny for your thoughts. Harry turned. She was carrying 2 cups of tea, her expression carefully casual. I was thinking about my parents, he said. Trying to remember them. Andromeda handed him a cup and sat down on the bench beside him. What do you remember? Not much. Flashes, mostly. A woman singing. A man laughing. Harry's voice was quiet. I remember green light. And screaming. The night they died. Yeah. He wrapped his hands around the warm cup. I used to have nightmares about it. Before Gringotts, before any of this. I'd wake up in the cupboard, shaking, with that green light still burning behind my eyes. Andromeda was silent for a moment. Your mother was my cousin, you know. Not close, the families had drifted apart by then, but I met her a few times. At weddings, funerals, the occasional ministry function. What was she like? Brilliant. Fierce. The kind of person who walked into a room and made everyone else seem a little less present. Andromeda smiled. She had this way of looking at you, like she could see right through whatever mask you were wearing. Most people found it unsettling. I found it refreshing. And my father? James was different. Arrogant at first, the way purebloods often are when they're young and haven't learned better. But he grew out of it. Lily helped with that, I think. She didn't tolerate nonsense from anyone. Harry tried to picture them. A brilliant, fierce woman. A man who learned to be better. Two people who had loved each other, loved him, and died trying to protect him. I wish I remembered more, he said. I know. Andromeda put her hand on his shoulder. But you carry them with you, Harry. In your eyes, in your courage, in the way you refuse to accept a world that isn't fair. That's their legacy. That's what they gave you. Harry felt something crack inside him. A wall he'd built so long ago that he'd forgotten it existed, finally giving way. He didn't cry. He'd forgotten how to do that. But he leaned into Andromeda's shoulder, and she held him, and for the first time in his life, Harry Potter felt like he wasn't alone. The third day brought an unexpected visitor. Harry was helping Ted repair a garden gnome infestation. The little creatures were tenacious, and Ted's approach involved more diplomacy than violence, when the wards around the property hummed with an incoming arrival. Someone's here, Ted said, frowning. Wasn't expecting anyone. They moved to the front of the house just as a figure materialized on the path. Small, thin, with platinum blonde hair and an expression of nervous determination. Draco Malfoy. What are you doing here? Harry demanded. His hand went automatically to where his knife should have been, but he'd left his weapons inside. A mistake, apparently. I needed to talk to you. Draco's voice was steady, but his eyes betrayed his fear. Please. It's important. Harry studied him. This was the boy he demanded Lucius tell the truth to, the child who was learning what his father really was. He looked different. Smaller, somehow. Less certain of his place in the world. 5 minutes, Harry said. Ted, could you give us some privacy? Ted hesitated, clearly unhappy with the situation, but nodded and retreated into the house. Talk, Harry said. Draco swallowed hard. My father told me everything. About the war, about what he did, about your parents. I know. That was part of our deal. It wasn't just facts. It was. Draco's composure cracked slightly. He showed me the records. The names of people who died because of decisions he made. The families that were torn apart. He met Harry's eyes. How do you live with something like that? Harry considered the question. I don't know, he admitted. I'm still figuring that out myself. But you're the good guy. You're the one trying to fix things. I've killed people, Draco. I've ordered people killed. The fact that they deserved it doesn't make it feel any better. Harry paused. Your father was a monster. But he's trying to be something else now. That's not nothing. Draco was silent for a long moment. I hate him, he said finally. I hate what he did, what he was. But I also. He trailed off. Love him anyway. Is that wrong? Harry thought about the Dursleys. About the years of abuse, the hatred, the cruelty. He didn't love them, couldn't love them. But Draco's situation was different. Lucius had been a monster, yes, but he'd also been a father. He'd raised Draco, cared for him, protected him in his own twisted way. I don't know if it's wrong, Harry said. But it's human. And human isn't always simple. Draco nodded slowly. There's something else. Something I came here to tell you. What? My aunt. Narcissa. Draco's voice dropped. She's been acting strange lately. Secret meetings, whispered conversations. I think she's planning something. Harry's blood ran cold. Planning what? I don't know. But I heard her mention a cup. A golden cup that belonged to Helga Hufflepuff. Draco's eyes met Harry's. She said it was hidden in her vault at Gringotts. And that the goblins could never be allowed to find it. Harry was back at Gringotts within the hour. The Hufflepuff cup. One of the potential Horcruxes that Ragnarok had identified from Malfoy's records. If it was really hidden in Gringotts, in a vault that belonged to a family connected to the Death Eaters. The Lstrange vault, Ragnarok confirmed when Harry reached the war room. Bellatrix's family vault, which passed to her sister Narcissa after her death. It's one of the oldest and most heavily protected vaults in the bank. Can we access it? Technically, no. The vault belongs to the Black family by inheritance, and the protections are keyed to their blood. Ragnarok's eyes gleamed. But you have black blood, Mr. Potter. Diluted, yes, but present. It worked at the Lstrange estate. The wards here are different. Older. More sophisticated. The old goblin paused. But there might be a way. Tell me. The vault protections include several failsafes, traps that trigger if anyone unauthorized attempts entry. But those failsafes are designed to stop thieves. They're not designed to stop a legitimate heir conducting an audit. Harry frowned. I'm not an heir to the Lstrange vault. No. But you are an heir to the Potter vault, which has a historical connection to the Black family through your grandmother Doria. And as a major client of Gringotts, you have the right to request a security review of any vault that might pose a threat to bank operations. Understanding dawned. You want me to claim that the Lstrange vault is a security risk. A vault containing dark artifacts, owned by a family with Death Eater connections, possibly hiding something dangerous enough to threaten the bank itself. Ragnarok's smile was razor-thin. That's not a claim, Mr. Potter. That's a reasonable concern. And if Narcissa objects? Then she'll have to explain why she's protecting whatever is inside. Which will raise questions she almost certainly doesn't want to answer. Harry thought about it. The plan was elegant, using Gringotts' own rules to gain access to the vault without technically breaking any laws. But it was also risky. If Narcissa realized what they were doing. What about Andromeda? He asked. She was disowned from the Black family, but she might still have some claim. Possibly. The Black family bylaws are complicated. If Andromeda were to formally challenge her disownment, to claim that it was made under duress or through improper procedures. Ragnarok spread his hands. It would tie things up in legal proceedings for months. Plenty of time for us to conduct our security review. Would she do that? That's something you'll have to ask her yourself. Harry found Andromeda in the Tonks sitting room, reading by firelight. You're back early, she said, looking up. Is something wrong? I need to ask you something. And I need you to understand that you can say no. Andromeda set down her book. That sounds serious. Harry explained the situation, Draco's warning, the cup, the vault, the plan. He watched her face carefully, looking for signs of resistance or fear. What he saw instead was something he hadn't expected, hope. You want me to challenge my disownment, she said slowly. To reclaim my place in the Black family. Legally, temporarily. Just long enough to create the opening we need. And what happens after? When the legal proceedings are finished and the vault has been searched? Harry hesitated. I don't know. I didn't think that far ahead. Andromeda was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was thick with emotion. I was 17 when they cast me out. 17 years old, in love with a Muggleborn, told that I was no longer part of the family I'd grown up in. They burned my name off the tapestry, erased me from the records, pretended I had never existed. I'm sorry. Don't be. It was the best thing that ever happened to me. She smiled, but there were tears in her eyes. I got to build my own life. Marry the man I loved. Raise a daughter who isn't afraid to be different. I wouldn't trade that for anything. But part of me has always wondered what it would be like to go back. To face them on my own terms, instead of running away. She met Harry's eyes. If I do this, if I challenge the disownment, it won't just be a legal maneuver. It will be a statement. A declaration that I am Andromeda Black, and I am not ashamed of who I became. Is that what you want? Andromeda laughed, a sound that was half joy, half grief. I've wanted it for 20 years, Harry. I just never had a good enough reason to actually do it. And now? Now I have a reason. She stood, squaring her shoulders. Now I have you. The legal challenge was filed the next morning. Andromeda's claim was simple but explosive. Her disownment had been conducted without proper procedure, under the influence of family members who were later convicted of dark magic and crimes against the wizarding world. As the only surviving Black who hadn't been imprisoned, killed, or disgraced, she was petitioning for full restoration of her family rights. The reaction was immediate and chaotic. Narcissa Malfoy filed a counter-petition within hours, claiming that Andromeda had forfeited all rights to the Black name when she betrayed her blood. The Gringotts family courts were suddenly flooded with motions, counter-motions, and requests for emergency hearings. And while the lawyers fought, Gringotts moved. Security review of Vault 711, the official notice read. Per Section 47 of the Gringotts Charter, all vaults suspected of containing materials hazardous to bank operations are subject to inspection by authorized personnel. Narcissa's objections were noted and filed. The review proceeded anyway. Harry stood outside the Lstrange vault, flanked by Griphook and a team of cursebreakers. The door was massive, black iron inscribed with silver runes that pulsed with malevolent energy. Even through the layers of protection, Harry could feel the wrongness radiating from inside. Dark magic, ancient and hungry, waiting for anyone foolish enough to enter. The outer wards are down, Griphook reported. But there are secondary protections inside. Traps designed to kill anyone who touches the wrong object. I'll go first, Harry said. That's not, I can feel them. The traps, the curses. I can see where they are. Harry touched his forehead, where his scar was humming with a familiar resonance. Whatever's in there, it's connected to Voldemort. Which means it's connected to me. Griphook hesitated, then nodded. Be careful. Always. Harry stepped through the door. The interior of the Lstrange vault was a dragon's hoard of darkness. Gold and silver glittered from every surface, but it was corrupted, tarnished with dark magic, pulsing with curses that would activate at the slightest touch. Gemstones that would burn through flesh. Chalices that would drain the life from anyone who lifted them. A suit of armor that would crush its wearer the moment they put it on. And there, on a high shelf near the back, a golden cup emblazoned with a badger. Harry could feel it calling to him. The fragment inside recognized its sibling, straining against the seal, trying to reach out. Harry pushed back, forcing the connection closed, and moved carefully through the maze of cursed objects. The cup was protected by a final ward, a shield of pure malice that would kill anything that tried to pass through. Harry studied it, feeling the shape of the magic, looking for weaknesses. There. A flaw in the structure, where the curse had been cast in haste and hadn't fully stabilized. If he could exploit it. Harry reached out with his magic, not forcing but persuading, slipping through the gap like water through cracks in stone. The ward shuddered, resisted, and then collapsed. He grabbed the cup. Power surged through him, dark, intoxicating, whispering promises of strength and glory. Harry gritted his teeth and pushed it away, focusing on the seal, on the barriers the goblins had built to protect him from exactly this kind of corruption. You cannot resist forever, a voice whispered. We are the same, you and I. No, Harry said aloud. We're not. He turned and walked out of the vault, the cup clutched in his hand, the whispers fading behind him. That makes two, Ragnarok said, examining the cup through layers of protective wards. 2 fragments found and contained. According to our research, there may be as many as 6 or 7 total. Do we have leads on the others? Some. The locket is rumored to be in the possession of a former house elf who served the Black family. The diadem may be hidden somewhere at Hogwarts, though the location is unclear. Ragnarok paused. And there's one more possibility we haven't discussed. What? You, Mr. Potter. The old goblin's eyes were grave. The fragment in your scar. If we're going to destroy all of them. Harry felt cold. You're saying I might have to die. I'm saying we need to find another way. The seal is holding, but it's not a permanent solution. Eventually, we'll need to address the fragment inside you, one way or another. Harry thought about this. The piece of Voldemort living in his head. The connection that had saved his life and cursed it at the same time. Keep researching, he said finally. Find a way to remove it without killing me. And in the meantime. Yes. Harry looked at the cup, pulsing with dark energy behind its protective wards. In the meantime, we keep hunting. The legal battle over the Black inheritance dragged on for weeks. Andromeda and Narcissa faced each other across courtroom after courtroom, their lawyers trading accusations and counter-accusations while the Wizengamot struggled to untangle centuries of family bylaws. It was tedious, complicated, and exactly what Harry needed, a distraction that kept Narcissa focused on the legal fight while the goblins quietly secured the cup and continued their search for other fragments. But the confrontation couldn't be avoided forever. It came on a grey afternoon in November, during a recess in the latest hearing. Andromeda had stepped outside for air, and Harry had accompanied her, technically as her advisor, practically as her friend. Narcissa found them on the steps of the ministry. Andromeda. Her voice was cold, her posture rigid. I wondered when you'd show your face. Sissy. Andromeda's tone was carefully neutral. It's been a long time. Not long enough. Narcissa's eyes flicked to Harry, and her expression hardened further. I see you've allied yourself with the boy who destroyed our family. Your family destroyed itself. I'm just helping clean up the mess. The mess. Narcissa laughed, a brittle, joyless sound. Is that what you call it? The murder of our sister, the imprisonment of her followers, the systematic dismantling of everything we built. I call it justice, Harry said quietly. Your sister tortured innocent people. She killed and laughed about it. She deserved worse than she got. Narcissa turned on him, her eyes blazing. You're a child. You don't understand anything about what we were building, what we were trying to achieve. I understand that you funded a terrorist organization. I understand that you stood by while your husband and your sister murdered innocent people. I understand that you've been hiding a piece of Voldemort's soul in your vault, keeping it safe for when he returns. Narcissa went pale. Oh yes, Harry continued. We found the cup. We found the records. We know exactly what you are, Narcissa Malfoy, and more importantly, so does the Wizengamot. You can't prove anything. We don't have to prove it in court. We just have to make people ask questions. Harry stepped closer, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. How do you think your allies will react when they learn you've been hiding a Horcrux? How long do you think they'll protect you when they realize you've been planning to resurrect the Dark Lord? Narcissa's composure cracked. For just a moment, Harry saw the fear underneath, the terror of a woman who had spent her whole life building walls and watching them crumble. What do you want? She demanded. The same thing I wanted from your husband. Information. Cooperation. And a choice. What choice? You can fight this. Keep lying, keep hiding, keep pretending you're innocent. Eventually, the truth will come out anyway, and when it does, you'll lose everything. Your freedom, your reputation, your son's future. Harry paused, letting the weight of that sink in. Or, he continued, you can do what Lucius did. Tell us what you know. Help us find the other fragments. Testify against the people who are still hiding in the shadows. He met her eyes. Choose to be something other than what your family made you. Narcissa stared at him. Her face was a mask, but her hands were trembling. You're asking me to betray everything I believe in. I'm asking you to save your son. Harry's voice softened slightly. Draco came to see me, you know. He's confused, angry, scared. He doesn't know who to trust or what to believe. But he's trying to be better than what he was raised to be. He paused. Don't you want the same chance? The silence stretched. Andromeda stepped forward, placing her hand on her sister's arm. Sissy. Please. Narcissa flinched at the touch, but she didn't pull away. I don't know how to be anything else, she whispered. I don't know how to be someone who isn't this. Neither did I, Andromeda said softly. But I learned. And I'll help you learn too, if you let me. Narcissa's mask shattered. Tears streamed down her face, not the elegant, controlled weeping of a pure-blood lady, but the raw, ugly crying of someone who had finally reached the end of their endurance. I'm sorry, she sobbed. I'm sorry, Andy. I'm so sorry. Andromeda pulled her into an embrace, holding her sister for the first time in 20 years. Harry watched them, something complicated twisting in his chest. This is what family is supposed to be, he thought. Not the Dursleys. Not the Blacks and their darkness. This, forgiveness, second chances, the choice to be better. He turned away, giving the sisters their privacy. There would be more work to do. More fragments to find, more enemies to face, more battles to fight. But for now, in this moment, something had been healed. And that was worth fighting for. Chapter 5 and Ayush, Chapter 5 is complete at approximately. This chapter delivers Harry's emotional development with the Tonks family, Draco's turn as an informant, the recovery of the Hufflepuff Cup, Horcrux, Andromeda's confrontation with her past, Narcissa's breaking point and potential redemption, deeper exploration of what family means. Chapter 6, The Serpent's Return. The news came on a winter morning, carried by an ashen-faced Griphook who burst into Harry's quarters without knocking. Azkaban, he gasped. There's been a breakout. Harry was on his feet before Griphook finished speaking. How many? 10 confirmed. Possibly more, the Dementors are in chaos, the Ministry can't get a clear count. Griphook's hands were shaking as he handed over the preliminary report. The names, Potter. Look at the names. Harry scanned the list. His blood turned to ice. Antonin Dolohov. The Lstrange brothers. Mulciber. Travers. Avery. And at the bottom, circled in red ink, Bartemius Crouch Jr., status uncertain, cell empty, no body recovered. I thought Dolohov was dead, Harry said slowly. We killed him months ago. We killed someone. Apparently, it wasn't Dolohov. Griphook's voice was bitter. Our intelligence was wrong. He must have used a decoy, a polyjuiced substitute. The real Dolohov has been in Azkaban this whole time. Harry stared at the report, his mind racing. 10 Death Eaters, hardened fanatics, the kind who had chosen Azkaban over betraying Voldemort. If they were free, if they were organizing. Who broke them out? Unknown. The attack was coordinated, precise. Whoever did it knew exactly where to strike and when. Griphook hesitated. There's speculation that it was an inside job. Someone in the Ministry feeding information to the Death Eaters. Rookwood's network. What's left of it, yes. We exposed the major players, but there were always going to be smaller fish who slipped through the cracks. Harry set down the report. His hands weren't shaking, He'd trained himself out of that particular weakness, but something cold was coiling in his stomach. Fear, maybe. Or anticipation. Call a war council, he said. Full attendance. We need to. The communication charm on his wrist flared hot. Potter. Ragnar's voice crackled through the magic, tight with urgency. Get to the war room. Now. I'm on my way. What's happening? The breakout wasn't random. It was a distraction. The old goblin's voice dropped. They hit Gringotts. One of our secure facilities. The fragments, Harry was already running. The secure facility was a smoking ruin. Harry arrived via emergency port key, flanked by Blood Axe and a dozen warriors. What he found made his heart stop. The building, a nondescript warehouse on the outskirts of London, warded to the teeth and guarded around the clock, had been torn apart from the inside. Walls collapsed, wards shattered, goblin guards scattered like broken dolls. Survivors? Harry demanded. 3, so far. They're being treated. Blood Axe's face was grim. The attackers knew exactly where to strike. They bypassed our outer defenses entirely, operate directly into the containment chamber. That's impossible. The anti-apparition wards were keyed to the Dark Lord's magic. Which means... Blood Axe trailed off, his meaning clear. Harry felt the blood drain from his face. The fragments. They used the fragments to get through. Someone with a connection to them, at least. Someone who could feel them, track them, use them as an anchor point. Harry thought of the voice in his dreams, the cold presence that had whispered promises of power and glory. We are bound, you and I, Voldemort, he breathed. He's found a way to act. Even without a body. Or he's found someone to act for him. Blood Axe led Harry through the rubble toward what had been the containment chamber. We recovered one body from the attackers. You'll want to see this. The body lay where it had fallen, crumpled against a shattered wall. A young man, barely out of his teens, with straw-colored hair and an expression of slack-jawed emptiness. Barty Crouch Jr., Blood Axe said. The one whose cell was empty. He was dead before he hit the ground, some kind of magical feedback, our healers think. His mind was occupied. Something else was using his body. Harry stared at the corpse. Crouch's eyes were open, staring at nothing, but there was something wrong with them. A reddish tint around the iris, like blood seeping through the whites. Possession, Harry said quietly. Voldemort possessed him. That's our assessment. He must have made contact somehow, through dreams, through the fragment connection, through sheer force of will. Blood Axe spat on the ground. The Dark Lord is more dangerous than we realized. Even without a body, he can reach out. Control. Kill. Harry knelt beside Crouch's body, studying the dead man's face. This had been a true believer, someone who had chosen Voldemort over his own father, who had endured years in Azkaban without breaking. And now he was dead, used up and discarded like a tool that had served its purpose. The fragments, Harry said. Which ones did they take? Blood Axe's expression darkened further. Both of them. The cup and the one Malfoy gave us. They're gone. The War Council convened in emergency session. Every major player was present, Ragnar, Blood Axe, Griphook, Andromeda. Even Amelia Bones had risked attending in person, her face pale with shock at the scale of the attack. This changes everything, Bones said. If Voldemort can possess his followers, if he can coordinate attacks from wherever he is. He's weak, Harry cut in. If he wasn't, he wouldn't need to possess people. He'd just come back himself. Weak but not helpless. And getting stronger. Ragnar's voice was heavy. The fragments aren't just anchors for his soul, they're sources of power. Every time someone interacts with one, every time dark magic is channeled through them, they feed him. Make him more real. And now he has 2 of them back, Griphook added. Plus whatever others are still hidden. If he collects them all, he comes back. Fully. Permanently. Harry stared at the map on the obsidian table, at the red markers showing known Death Eater locations. We need to find the remaining fragments before he does. We've been trying, Ragnarok pointed out. The locket is still missing, our best lead on the house elf went cold weeks ago. The diadem could be anywhere in Hogwarts, if it's even there at all. And the snake. What snake? Ragnarok hesitated. It's a theory. One of our researchers has been analyzing the magical signatures of the recovered fragments, looking for patterns. She believes there may be a living Horcrux, a fragment housed in a creature rather than an object. That's possible. Apparently. The Dark Lord had a familiar during his first rise, a massive snake called Nagini. She was always by his side, always treated with unusual reverence. The old goblin's expression was troubled. If she's still alive, if she's carrying a piece of his soul, then she's a priority target. Harry turned to Bones. Do we have any intelligence on Nagini's whereabouts? Nothing concrete. There have been sightings, a giant snake spotted in Albania, in Turkey, in the forests of Eastern Europe. But nothing confirmed. Bones spread her hands. She could be anywhere. Then we start looking. Harry stood, pacing the length of the war room. The breakout, the attack on our facility, Voldemort is making his move. He knows we're hunting his fragments, and he's fighting back. We need to move faster. With what resources? Blood Axe demanded. We lost 12 warriors in the attack. Our secure facilities have been compromised. The Ministry is in chaos, the public is panicking, and now we have 10 hardened Death Eaters running loose. Then we prioritize. The fragments are more important than the escapees. As long as Voldemort has anchors, he can't be destroyed. We find the remaining Horcruxes, we destroy them, and then we deal with whatever's left. And if the escapees attack while we're hunting fragments? Then we fight on 2 fronts. We've done it before. The room fell silent. Ragnarok leaned forward, his ancient eyes searching Harry's face. You're asking us to gamble everything on a single strategy. If we're wrong, if we miss even one fragment, I'm asking us to fight smart instead of fighting scared. Harry met the old goblin's gaze. Voldemort wants us reactive. He wants us chasing escapees and defending facilities and spreading ourselves thin. The best way to beat him is to stay focused on the goal. And the goal is? Killing him. Permanently. Harry's voice was hard. Everything else is a distraction. Another long silence. Then Ragnarok nodded slowly. Very well, Mr. Potter. We do it your way. He turned to the assembled commanders. You have your orders. Find the fragments. Prepare for war. And may the ancestors protect us all. The hunt intensified. Harry threw himself into the search with desperate energy, sleeping only when his body forced him to, eating only when Andromeda physically put food in front of him. Every lead was followed, every rumor investigated, every scrap of intelligence analyzed and reanalyzed. The locket was the first breakthrough. Kreacher, the house elf who had once served the Black family, was eventually located in the ruins of Grimmauld Place, the ancestral Black home that had been abandoned since Sirius's imprisonment. The elf was half mad with age and isolation, but he remembered. Master Regulus, Kreacher croaked, his bulging eyes fixed on Harry's face. Poor Master Regulus. He told Kreacher to destroy it, but Kreacher couldn't. Kreacher tried and tried, but the locket wouldn't break. Where is it now? Harry asked gently. The elf was pathetic, clearly traumatized by years of failure and guilt. Kreacher hid it. In the house. In the cabinets with the dark things. Kreacher kept it safe, kept it secret, waited for someone who could finish what Master Regulus started. Can you take me to it? Creature's eyes filled with tears. Master Regulus died for that locket. Died in the cave, in the dark, with the inferi dragging him down. The elf's voice broke. If Harry Potter can destroy it. If Harry Potter can honor Master Regulus's sacrifice. I will, Harry promised. Take me to the locket, and I swear on my magic that I'll destroy it. Grimmauld Place was a nightmare. The house had been abandoned for nearly a decade, and the dark magic that permeated its walls had only grown stronger in the intervening years. Boggarts lurked in every closet, doxies nested in the curtains, and something large and unpleasant had taken up residence in the basement. But the locket was there, exactly where Creature had said it would be. Harry felt at the moment he entered the cabinet, the same cold wrongness he'd experienced with the cup, the same hungry whisper at the edge of his consciousness. The seal on his scar strained, and he had to physically push back against the urge to reach out, to connect, to become. That's it, Griphook said unnecessarily. The signature matches the other fragments. Harry nodded and reached for the locket with hands that were perfectly steady. The moment his fingers touched the metal, the world went white. He stood in a vast empty space, surrounded by swirling mist. Not alone. Voldemort was there, not the shade he'd encountered before, but something more solid. More real. The fragments he'd recovered had made him stronger. Harry Potter. The voice was almost conversational. How kind of you to deliver another piece of me into my hands. I'm going to destroy it. Just like I'm going to destroy you. Are you? Voldemort smiled, a terrible expression on that inhuman face. You've been hunting my Horcruxes for months, and what have you accomplished? I have 2 of them back. I have followers free from Azkaban. I have agents in places you haven't even thought to look. You have a borrowed body and a fraction of your former power. You're not winning, you're desperate. Desperate? Voldemort laughed. I'm patient. I've been patient for 8 years, waiting, planning, preparing. Every move you make, I see it. Every ally you gain, I know their weaknesses. Every fragment you find, I'm there to take it back. Not this time. We'll see. Voldemort's red eyes gleamed. Tell me, Harry, have you figured it out yet? The truth about what you are. Harry felt cold. What are you talking about? The fragment in your scar. The piece of me that lives inside you. Voldemort's smile widened. Do you really think a goblin seal can contain me forever? Every time you push yourself, every time you use your magic to its limits, you weaken those barriers. And when they finally break. They won't break. They will. They always do. Voldemort stepped closer, and Harry couldn't move, couldn't retreat. You're my Horcrux, Harry Potter. The one I never meant to create. And sooner or later, you're going to have to make a choice. What choice? Destroy all the fragments and lose yourself in the process, or let me return and keep the piece of your soul that remains. Voldemort's voice dropped to a whisper. Either way, I win. Harry opened his mouth to respond, and found himself on the floor of Grimmauld Place, the locket clutched in his white-knuckled grip, Griphook shaking him frantically. Potter. Potter, can you hear me? I'm fine. Harry's voice was hoarse. His whole body was trembling, but he forced himself to stand. I'm fine. You were screaming. Your eyes were. Griphook stopped, clearly unsettled. What happened? Harry looked at the locket in his hand. It was just a piece of jewelry now, cold metal, tarnished gold, the serpentine S of Slytherin barely visible on its face. But he could still hear Voldemort's voice, echoing in his memory. You're my Horcrux, Harry Potter. Either way, I win. We need to destroy this, Harry said. Now. Before he can take it back. The blade isn't ready yet. The forging process, then we use something else. Fiend fire, basilisk venom, I don't care. We destroy it now, while we still can. Griphook hesitated, then nodded. I'll contact the Cursebreakers. But Potter. He reached out, placing a hand on Harry's arm. What did you see in there? Harry was quiet for a long moment. The truth, he said finally. Or at least, his version of it. And what is that truth? Harry looked at his friend, because that's what Griphook was now, after everything they'd been through together. A friend. An ally. Someone who deserved honesty. He says I'm a Horcrux. That destroying all the fragments means destroying myself. Harry's voice was steady, even if his heart wasn't. He says he wins either way. Griphook's face went pale. Is that true? I don't know. Harry tucked the locket into his pocket, careful not to let it touch his skin again. But I'm going to find out. The locket was destroyed 3 days later. They used fiend fire, controlled, carefully contained, channeled through goblin-forged apparatus that directed the cursed flames at the Horcrux while protecting everything else. The process was dangerous, delicate, and nearly went wrong twice. But in the end, the locket burned. Harry watched it die, felt the fragment inside it scream and thrash and finally dissolve into nothingness. 3 down. At least 3 more to go, the diadem, the snake, and whatever was living inside his own skull. We're making progress, Griphook offered. We're running out of time. Harry turned away from the ashes. Voldemort is getting stronger. Every day we don't find the remaining fragments is another day he has to prepare. Then we move faster. We move smarter. Harry's mind was already racing, processing possibilities. The diadem is probably at Hogwarts. We need someone on the inside, someone who can search without raising suspicion. Do we have anyone? Harry thought about Dumbledore. About the confrontation at Gringotts, the uncomfortable truths they'd thrown at each other, the fragile truce that had followed. Maybe, he said. There's someone I need to talk to. Albus Dumbledore received Harry's request for a meeting with surprising grace. They met at the Hog's Head again, neutral ground, minimal witnesses. Dumbledore looked older than Harry remembered, the weight of recent events visible in the lines of his face. Mr. Potter. I confess, I didn't expect to hear from you. Circumstances change. Harry took the seat across from him. I need your help. That's quite an admission, coming from you. Don't make me regret it. Harry leaned forward. I need access to Hogwarts. There's something hidden there, a Horcrux. One of Voldemort's soul anchors. Dumbledore's expression flickered, surprise, quickly controlled. You know about the Horcruxes. I know about all of them. I've been hunting them for months. Harry paused. You knew too, didn't you? You've known all along. I suspected. My research pointed towards soul magic as the source of Voldemort's seeming immortality, but I had no concrete proof until... Dumbledore hesitated. Until recently. Until I started finding them. Yes. Harry felt a surge of anger. All this time, Dumbledore had known, or at least suspected, and he'd done nothing. Let the fragments sit, let Voldemort's anchors remain intact, let the threat fester while he played his long game. Why didn't you act? Because acting alone would have been suicide. The fragments are protected, hidden, guarded by magic that I couldn't breach without significant risk. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. And because I believed, wrongly, it seems, that there would be time. That Voldemort's return could be delayed until you were old enough to face him properly. I'm facing him now. Yes. You are. Dumbledore met his eyes. And you've accomplished more in 1 year than I did in a decade. I underestimated you, Harry. I won't make that mistake again. Harry studied the old wizard. There was no deception in his face, no calculation in his eyes. Just weariness, and something that might have been respect. The diadem, Harry said. Do you know where it is? I have theories. The Room of Requirement, a magical space in Hogwarts that appears when you need it most. If Voldemort hid something in the castle, that would be the logical place. Can you get me in? I can do better than that. Dumbledore reached into his robes and withdrew a worn piece of parchment. This is the Marauder's map. It shows every room, every passage, every person in Hogwarts. Your father helped create it, along with his friends. Harry took the map, his heart clenching at the thought of his father's hands touching the same parchment. Use it to find the Room of Requirement, Dumbledore continued. I'll ensure you're not disturbed. But Harry. The old wizard's voice dropped. Be careful. If Voldemort has hidden a fragment at Hogwarts, it will be protected. Probably by something worse than anything you've faced before. I can handle it. I believe you can. Dumbledore smiled, a genuine expression, tired but warm. You're remarkable, you know. Your parents would be proud. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. He tucked the map into his pocket and stood. Thank you. For this. Thank me when it's over. Dumbledore rose as well. And Harry? When you find the fragment in your scar, come to me. I may know a way to remove it without killing you. Harry froze. You know about that? I suspected from the night you survived. The connection between you and Voldemort, the visions, the shared powers. Dumbledore's eyes were sad. It was always going to come down to this, Harry. You and him, bound together by magic neither of you chose. Can you really remove it? I believe so. But it will require sacrifice, significant sacrifice. And it will only work if you're willing. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. I know. Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. That's what terrifies me. Harry returned to Gringotts with the map and a plan. The infiltration of Hogwarts would be delicate, even with Dumbledore's tacit support, there were too many variables to control. But with the Marauder's map, with Goblin backup waiting outside the wards, with the knowledge of exactly what he was looking for. It could work. It had to work. Because Voldemort was out there, getting stronger every day. His followers were free, his fragments were being reclaimed, and somewhere in the shadows, the Dark Lord was preparing for his return. Harry couldn't stop him by playing defense. He had to keep attacking, keep hunting, keep pushing until there was nothing left to destroy. 4 fragments down, he told himself. The diadem, the snake, and me. 3 more to go. And then the real war would begin. Chapter 6 and Ayush, Chapter 6 is complete at approximately. This chapter delivers, the Azkaban Breakout and Death Eater Resurgence, Voldemort's possession of Crouch Jr. and recovery of fragments, the discovery and destruction of the locket, the revelation about Harry being a Horcrux, from Voldemort's perspective, reconciliation with Dumbledore and the Marauder's map setup for the Hogwarts infiltration. Chapter 7, the forging winter deepened its grip on Britain as Harry prepared for Hogwarts. The month since his confrontation with Voldemort in the Locket's mindscape had been a blur of training, planning, and the slow, grinding work of war. The escaped Death Eaters had gone to ground, surfacing only to strike at soft targets before vanishing again. The Ministry was in chaos, torn between Bones's reforms and the entrenched interests fighting to preserve the old order. And through it all, Harry trained. Again, Blood Axe commanded. Harry pushed himself off the ground, ignoring the ache in his muscles, the bruises layering over bruises. The training room in Gringotts had become his second home, a space of stone and steel where he could push his limits without fear of hurting anyone else. Your footwork is sloppy, Blood Axe continued, circling him like a predator. You're telegraphing your strikes. Against a competent opponent, you'd be dead 3 times over. Then show me how to be better. The old warrior's smile was all teeth. I've been showing you for a year. The question is whether you're learning. He attacked without warning, a blur of motion that Harry barely registered before the practice blade was at his throat. Dead, Blood Axe said. Harry didn't argue. He reset his stance and waited for the next assault. This was how his days went now. Training with blood axe in the mornings, studying ward theory with grip hook in the afternoons, poring over intelligence reports and strategic analyses until his eyes blurred. Sleep came in snatches, dreams filled with green light and cold laughter and the constant whisper of the fragment in his scar. The seal was holding, but barely. Every time he pushed himself too hard, he could feel it strain, feel the darkness on the other side pressing against its barriers, hungry and patient. "You're running out of time," he told himself. "Find the fragments. Destroy them. End this." But ending it required getting into Hogwarts. And getting into Hogwarts required being ready for whatever was waiting there. The Marauder's map had become Harry's most prized possession. He spent hours studying it, memorizing the castle's layout, tracking the movements of students and teachers, looking for patterns that might help him infiltrate undetected. The room of requirement was there, a blank space on the 7th floor that the map couldn't quite show, a magical blind spot that shifted and changed depending on who was looking for it. The room appears when you need it most, Dumbledore had explained during one of their increasingly frequent communications. Walk past the entrance 3 times, concentrating on what you need, and it will manifest. What if I need it to show me where the diadem is hidden? Then it will show you. But be warned, the room has been used by generations of Hogwarts students. There may be complications. Harry didn't like the sound of that, but he had no choice. The diadem was the next fragment on his list, and every day it remained intact was another day Voldemort had to grow stronger. "I'm going in tomorrow," he announced during the evening's war council. "Dumbledore has arranged for a distraction, some kind of staff meeting that will keep most of the teachers occupied. I'll have a 2-hour window." 2 hours isn't much time, Griphook observed. "It's enough. I know where to look, I know what I'm looking for, and I'll have the map to warn me if anyone gets close. And if you run into trouble?" Harry touched the knife at his belt, Goblin forged, imbued with properties that would allow it to destroy a Horcrux if necessary. "Then I handle it." "That's not a plan. That's wishful thinking. It's what we have." Harry looked around the table at the faces that had become his family over the past year. Ragnarok, ancient and implacable. Blood Axe, scarred and fierce. Griphook, sharp and loyal. Andromeda, warm and worried. "I have to do this," he said quietly. "The fragments are connected to me. I can feel them, track them, in ways that no one else can. If anyone's going to find the diadem, it has to be me." "Then we'll be waiting," Ragnarok said. "Outside the wards, ready to move if you need us." "Thank you." "Don't thank us yet." The old goblin's eyes were grave. "Thank us when you come back alive." The night before the Hogwarts mission, Tonks found Harry in the Gringotts library. She'd changed since they first met, grown into her metamorphmagus abilities, become more confident in her skills and her place in the world. She was 17 now, fully qualified as an Auror, and had been quietly feeding information to Harry's network for months. "Couldn't sleep?" she asked, dropping into the chair across from him. "Never can, before something like this." "Yeah, I remember." She propped her feet on the table, ignoring the librarian goblin's glare. "First time I went on a real mission, I didn't sleep for 3 days. Kept going over everything that could go wrong." "Does it get easier?" "The sleeping?" "Sort of." "The worrying?" She shrugged. "Never. You just learn to function through it." Harry turned a page in the book he wasn't really reading. "Can I ask you something?" "Shoot." "Why do you help us?" "You're an Auror, you could lose everything if the Ministry found out you were working with goblins." Tonks was quiet for a moment. "You know what I remember most about the First War? I was just a kid, but I remember my mum crying. Every night, after she thought I was asleep, she'd sit by the window and cry. Because her sisters were out there killing people, and there was nothing she could do to stop them. And now? Now she's not crying anymore. Now she's fighting back, really fighting, not just hiding and hoping. Tonks met his eyes. You gave her that, Harry. You gave all of us that. A chance to actually do something instead of just being afraid. Harry didn't know what to say. He'd never thought of his war in those terms, as something that gave people hope. He'd just been trying to survive, to get justice, to stop the monsters who had destroyed his life. I'm scared, he admitted. It was easier to say in the quiet of the library, with only Tonks to hear. The diadem, the other fragments, the thing in my scar, it's all connected. And I don't know if I'm strong enough to do what needs to be done. Nobody knows that until they try. Tonks reached out and squeezed his hand. But for what it's worth. I've seen you face things that would break most adults. If anyone can do this, it's you. Thanks. Don't mention it. Literally, if my boss finds out I'm having heart-to-hearts with the Goblin Alliance's secret weapon, I'll be filling out paperwork until I die. She grinned. Now get some sleep. You've got a castle to infiltrate tomorrow. Harry entered Hogwarts through a passage that the Marauder's map showed but that the castle's official plans didn't include. It emerged in a dusty storage room on the 4th floor, surrounded by forgotten furniture and broken equipment. Harry waited in the shadows for a long moment, listening, feeling the castle's magic pulse around him. Hogwarts was alive in a way he hadn't expected. Not sentient, exactly, but aware, ancient magic layered over ancient magic, accumulated over 1,000 years of witches and wizards pouring their power into its stones. Harry could feel it pressing against his senses, curious and watchful. I'm not here to hurt you, he thought, not sure if the castle could hear him. I'm here to remove something that doesn't belong. The pressure eased slightly. Probably his imagination, but Harry chose to take it as a good sign. He pulled out the Marauder's map. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The parchment bloomed with ink, revealing the castle's layout and the tiny labeled dots that represented everyone inside. Most of the teachers were clustered in the staff room, just as Dumbledore had promised. The students were in their common rooms or the library, settled into the evening's routine. The 7th floor corridor was empty. Harry moved. The room of requirement was harder to find than he'd expected. The corridor looked ordinary, stone walls, flickering torches, portraits that watched him pass with varying degrees of suspicion. But there was something else here, something that tugged at Harry's magical senses, a presence that seemed to shift and change every time he tried to focus on it. He walked past the blank stretch of wall. Once. Twice. 3 times. I need to find where the diadem is hidden, he thought with each pass. I need to find the Horcrux. On the 3rd pass, a door appeared. It was ordinary looking, just a wooden door with an iron handle, the kind you might find anywhere in the castle. But when Harry touched the handle, he felt the wrongness radiating from the other side. The fragment was here. He drew his knife and opened the door. The room of hidden things was a cathedral of garbage. Mountains of forgotten objects stretched toward a ceiling lost in shadow, broken furniture, old textbooks, confiscated items, personal possessions left behind by generations of students. Paths wound through the debris like canyons through stone, and the air was thick with dust and the particular musty smell of things long abandoned. And somewhere in this impossible mess, a piece of Voldemort's soul was waiting. Harry closed his eyes and reached out with his senses. The fragment in his scar responded immediately, straining against its seal, trying to connect with its sibling. He let it guide him, following the resonance through the maze of junk. Left at the pile of broken cauldrons. Right at the tower of books. Straight past the collection of rusted swords. There. The diadem sat on a bust of an ugly warlock, half buried under a pile of moth-eaten robes. It was beautiful in a twisted way, delicate silver filigree set with a sapphire that gleamed with inner light. The inscription on the band read with "Beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Harry could feel the Horcrux's awareness focusing on him. Unlike the locket or the cup, which had been passive until touched, the diadem was active, probing, testing, looking for weaknesses. "You've come to destroy me," a voice whispered in his mind. Not Voldemort, something older, colder. The fragment itself, speaking with borrowed intelligence. "You, who carry a piece of my master within you. You, who are more kin to us than to them." "I'm nothing like you," Harry said aloud. "Aren't you? You've killed. You've ordered death. You've built an empire on blood and vengeance." The voice was almost amused. "We're not so different, you and I. We're both trying to survive." Harry reached for the diadem, and the world twisted sideways. He stood in the great hall of Hogwarts, but it was wrong. The ceiling showed not sky but flames. The tables were overturned, the stones cracked and blackened. Bodies lay everywhere, students, teachers, goblins, people Harry recognized and loved. Andromeda, eyes staring at nothing. Griphook, broken against a pillar. Tonks, her hair faded to gray, her smile forever frozen. And in the center of the carnage, a figure in black robes, face hidden in shadow. "This is what you're fighting for," the voice of the diadem whispered. "This is where your war leads. Death. Destruction. Everyone you love, consumed by the flames you lit." Harry tried to move, but his body wouldn't respond. "You can't win. You were never meant to win. The Master always returns, and when he does, everyone who stood against him will burn." The shadowed figure turned, and Harry saw its face. His own face. Older, twisted, eyes gleaming red in the firelight. A smile that was all cruelty and no warmth. "This is what you'll become," the vision Harry said. "The piece of him inside you, it's not a curse. It's a gift. Join us, and you'll never have to be afraid again." "No." The word came from somewhere deep inside him, not loud, not dramatic, just absolute. "No. I'm not you. I'm not him. I'm Harry Potter, and I choose my own future." The vision shattered, and Harry was back in the room of hidden things, his hand closing around the diadem, the metal burning cold against his palm. The fragment screamed. Not a sound, a sensation. Pure rage and terror and desperate hunger, clawing at Harry's mind, trying to find purchase, trying to take control. The seal on his scar strained, cracked, nearly broke. Harry raised his knife. Goblin forged. Imbued with basilisk venom during the forging process. One of the few weapons in the world that could destroy a Horcrux. He drove the blade through the sapphire. The diadem shrieked, a real sound this time, echoing through the room of hidden things, shaking dust from the mountains of forgotten junk. Dark smoke poured from the shattered gem, coalescing into a face that Harry recognized. Voldemort. Not real, just an echo, a final image burned into the fragment as it died. But those red eyes held Harry's gaze for one endless moment, filled with hatred and something that might have been fear. Then the smoke dissolved, and the diadem was just a piece of broken jewelry, its malevolent presence gone. Harry let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. For down, he thought. The snake and me. Just two more. Getting out of Hogwarts was easier than getting in. The distraction was still holding. According to the map, the staff meeting had devolved into some kind of argument about curriculum standards, and Harry made it back to the secret passage without encountering anyone. The castle's magic seemed almost, pleased as he left, like a patient grateful to have a splinter removed. "Thank you," he thought at the ancient stones. "For letting me help." The walls didn't respond, but Harry could have sworn he felt a warmth against his palms as he climbed through the passage. The goblins were waiting outside the wards, exactly as promised. Griphook's face lit up when he saw Harry emerge, relief and joy mixing in his sharp features. "You're alive. Don't sound so surprised." Harry held up the broken diadem. "One more down. The fragment? Destroyed." The knife worked perfectly. Griphook took the ruined Horcrux, handling it gingerly despite its inert state. That leaves the snake and you. Yeah. Harry's voice was quiet. That leaves me. The return to Gringotts was subdued. Word of Harry's success spread quickly through the bank, and he found himself ambushed by well-wishers at every turn, goblins who wanted to shake his hand, offer congratulations, express their pride in what he was accomplishing. It was overwhelming, and Harry escaped to his quarters as soon as he could. Andromeda found him there an hour later. I heard, she said, settling into the chair by his bed. The diadem is destroyed. That's wonderful news. Is it? Harry stared at the ceiling. The snake is still out there. The fragment in my scar is still intact. Voldemort is still getting stronger. And you're still fighting. Still winning. Andromeda's voice was gentle. Harry, you've done more in the past year than entire armies accomplished during the First War. You're allowed to celebrate your victories. I'll celebrate when it's over. Will you? Or will you just find something else to worry about? Harry didn't answer. Andromeda sighed. I've been talking with Dumbledore. About the fragment in you, about how to remove it safely. Harry sat up. What did he say? He has a theory. The fragment was created accidentally, through the rebounding curse. It's not anchored to you the same way the others are anchored to their objects. It's tangled with your own soul, but not fused with it. What does that mean? It means there might be a way to separate them without destroying you in the process. But it would require. Andromeda hesitated. It would require you to die. The words hung in the air between them. Die, Harry repeated flatly. Temporarily. The theory is that if you were killed, truly killed, not just injured, the fragment would be destroyed while your own soul remained intact. Then, if you could be revived quickly enough, I'd come back without Voldemort's peace inside me. That's the hope. Harry thought about this. Dying. Actually dying, letting his heart stop, hoping that someone could bring him back before it was too late. What are the odds? He asked. Dumbledore estimates, maybe 50%. If everything goes perfectly. 50%. Harry laughed, a hollow sound. So even if I do everything right, there's a coin flip's chance that I just stay dead. Yes. And if I don't try? If I keep the fragment sealed and hope for the best? The seal is weakening. You know that. Eventually, it will break, and when it does. Andromeda's voice cracked. Voldemort will have direct access to your mind. To your power. To everything you've built. Harry closed his eyes. 50% odds of survival. Or eventual possession by the darkest wizard in history. Some choice. I need to think about this, he said finally. Of course. Take all the time you need. Andromeda stood, then paused. Harry. Yes. Whatever you decide. I'm proud of you. No matter what happens, I want you to know that. She left before he could respond. Harry lay back down and stared at the ceiling, the weight of impossible choices pressing down on him like a physical force. 50%. Just a coin flip. How did it come to this? The next morning, Harry called a council of his closest allies. Ragnarok. Blood Axe. Griphook. Andromeda. Even Tonks, who had taken emergency leave from the Aurors to be there. I've made my decision, Harry said. The room went silent. The fragment in my scar has to be destroyed. As long as it exists, Voldemort has a connection to me, a backdoor into everything we've built. The seal is failing, and when it breaks, he'll have access to my mind, my memories, my magic. The ritual, Andromeda began. I know the odds. I've made my peace with them. Harry looked around the table. But before I go through with it, there's one more thing I need to do. What? Griphook asked. The snake. Nagini. She's the last Horcrux, other than me. If I die during the ritual, if the odds don't go my way, someone needs to finish this. We will, Blood Axe growled. Whatever it takes. I know. But Nagini is protected, hidden somewhere we haven't been able to find. Before I risk everything on a coin flip, I want to take one more shot at tracking her down. Ragnarok's eyes narrowed. How? Harry touched his scar. The connection. When I was near the other Horcruxes, I could feel them, sense their location, their presence. If I lower the seal, just a little, I might be able to track Nagini the same way. That's insanely dangerous, Griphook said immediately. If you lower the seal, Voldemort might, I know the risks. But if I can find Nagini before the ritual, if I can give you her location, then even if I don't make it back. Harry's voice was steady. Then you can finish this without me. Silence stretched through the room. You're asking us to let you risk everything, Andromeda said quietly. I'm asking you to trust me. One more time. The silence continued for a long moment. Then Ragnarok nodded slowly. Very well, Mr. Potter. One more mission. One more hunt. The old goblin's eyes were bright with something that might have been tears. And then, whatever happens, we end this. Together, Harry said. Together, the council echoed. Chapter 7 End Ayush, Chapter 7 is complete at approximately. This chapter delivers Harry's intensified training and preparation, the infiltration of Hogwarts and recovery/destruction of the diadem, the Horcrux's psychological attack and Harry's resistance, revelation of the risky method to remove Harry's fragments, setup for tracking Nagini using the connection, emotional moments with Tonks, Andromeda, and the Council. Chapter 8. The shadow revealed the process of lowering the seal was agonizing. Harry sat in the center of a ritual chamber deep beneath Gringotts, surrounded by concentric rings of protective runes. Goblin cursebreakers stood at the cardinal points, ready to slam the barriers back into place if anything went wrong. Griphook waited just outside the circle, his face tight with worry. Remember, Ragnarok said, his voice echoing in the stone chamber, you're looking for the snake. Nothing else. Don't engage with anything you see or hear. Don't let him draw you in. I know. And if it becomes too much, if you feel yourself slipping, signal you to close the seal. I know. Harry took a deep breath. Let's do this. Ragnarok nodded to the cursebreakers. They began to chant in the ancient goblin tongue, their voices weaving together in a harmony that was almost painful to hear. The runes around Harry flared with light, and he felt the familiar pressure of the seal, and then it loosened. Not much. Just a crack, a tiny gap in the barriers that had protected his mind for almost a year. But it was enough. The darkness flooded in. Harry stood in a place between places. Not the misty void of his previous encounters with Voldemort, something different. A web of connections, stretching out in all directions, each strand pulsing with dark energy. The Horcruxes. He could see them now, feel them, understand how they fit together. 3 strands were dark, severed, the diary, destroyed years ago, he somehow knew, the cup, the locket, the diadem. Dead ends, their power gone. 2 strands still pulsed with life. One led to himself, a connection so intimate that he couldn't tell where it ended and he began. The fragment in his scar, woven into the fabric of his being. The other led, somewhere else. Harry reached for it. The connection resisted at first, slippery and evasive. But Harry had been training for months, pushing his magical senses to their limits. He grabbed hold of the strand and followed it. Through darkness. Through distance. Through layers of protection and concealment. And then he was there. A forest. Dense, ancient, the kind of forest that had never known the touch of civilization. The trees were massive, their branches blocking out the sky, their roots writhing through soil that had been dark since before humans walked the earth. And in a clearing, coiled around the base of a ruined tower, the snake. Nagini was enormous, easily 20 feet long, with scales that gleamed like oil on water. Her eyes were yellow, slitted, and when they fixed on Harry's spectral form, there was intelligence there. Malevolent, alien intelligence. "I see you, little wizard," she hissed, not in English, but in something older. Parseltongue. The language of snakes. "I see you, and I know what you are." Harry didn't respond. He was memorizing the shape of the clearing, the position of the stars visible through gaps in the canopy, the distinctive markings on the ruined tower. Albania. The forest in Albania where Voldemort had hidden for years. Of course the snake would be there, guarding the place where her master had been reborn. "You cannot destroy me," Nagini continued. "The master protects me. His power flows through me. I am eternal." Harry had what he needed. He began to pull back, and Voldemort was there. Not physically. A presence, vast and cold, wrapping around Harry's consciousness like a python around its prey. "Did you really think I wouldn't notice?" The Dark Lord's voice was almost amused. "Did you think you could spy on my Horcrux without me feeling it? I found what I was looking for." "Yes. And now I've found something too." The presence tightened, probing at Harry's defenses. "You've lowered your seal." "How convenient." Harry felt the attack coming, a surge of dark power aimed directly at the crack in his barriers. If it got through, if Voldemort established a foothold. He didn't think. He just acted. Harry slammed his will against the connection, forcing it closed with every ounce of power he possessed. The seal snapped back into place with a force that sent shockwaves through his entire being. Voldemort's scream of frustration followed him back into the waking world. Harry came to on the floor of the ritual chamber, Griphook's worried face hovering over him. "Potter. Can you hear me?" "Albania," Harry gasped. "She's in Albania. Forest. Ruined tower." "I saw." His vision went dark. When he woke again, he was in the medical ward. His body felt like it had been beaten with hammers, his mind like it had been scraped raw. But the seal was intact, he could feel it, solid and secure, the crack repaired by the goblin cursebreakers during his collapse. "You're an idiot," Griphook said from the chair beside his bed. "An absolute, reckless idiot. Did I get the location?" "Yes. Our researchers have been analyzing what you described, the star positions, the tower markings, the forest characteristics. We've narrowed it down to a specific region in the Albanian wilderness." Griphook's expression was complicated. "You did it, Potter. We know where Nagini is." Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "How long was I out?" 2 days. The backlash from closing the seal so abruptly. Griphook shook his head. "The healers weren't sure you'd wake up. But I did." "But you did." The young goblin leaned forward. "What happened in there?" "You were screaming before you collapsed." Harry told him, the web of connections, the vision of Nagini, Voldemort's appearance and attack. Griphook listened without interrupting, his face growing paler with each detail. "He tried to take control," Griphook said when Harry finished. "If you hadn't closed the seal when you did." "I know. And you're still planning to go through with the ritual? The one that requires lowering the seal completely?" Harry was quiet for a moment. "Nagini first. We destroy her, then we deal with me." "That's not an answer." "It's the only answer I have right now." Harry pushed himself upright, ignoring his body's protests. "Call the War Council. We need to plan the Albania mission." The Albania mission was the most ambitious operation Harry had ever planned. Unlike previous strikes, surgical, targeted, designed to minimize exposure, this one would require a full military deployment in hostile territory. The Albanian forests were ancient, magical, full of creatures and dangers that even the goblins' extensive intelligence couldn't fully map. And at the center of it all, a Horcrux protected by the last vestiges of Voldemort's power. We'll need at least 50 warriors, Bloodaxe said, studying the terrain maps. More if we want a proper perimeter. The terrain will limit our mobility, Ragnarok added. Those forests are dense, the trees themselves are semi-sentient in some areas, and they don't take kindly to intruders. What about the local magical community? Andromeda asked. Albania has its own traditions, its own authorities. If we conduct a military operation on their soil. We've reached out through diplomatic channels, Griphook reported. The Albanian ministry is sympathetic. They've been dealing with dark creature incursions from those forests for years. If we can eliminate the source, they're willing to look the other way. And Nagini herself? Harry asked. What do we know about her capabilities? Formidable. She's not just a snake, she's a magical creature, enhanced by years of proximity to the Dark Lord's power. She's venomous, incredibly fast, and intelligent enough to set traps and ambushes. Bloodaxe's expression was grim. She's also nearly impossible to kill by conventional means. The Horcrux gives her regenerative abilities that border on the absurd. So we need to destroy the Horcrux first. Simultaneously, more like. Damage the body enough to expose the fragment, then hit it with something that can actually destroy it. Bloodaxe tapped the map. The knife you used on the diadem, do we have more weapons with similar properties? 3, Griphook confirmed. We've been working on them since the diadem mission. Goblin steel, imbued with basilisk venom, specifically designed to destroy soul anchors. Then we'll need to get close. Close enough to strike the fragment directly. Harry studied the map, his mind racing through possibilities. What if I went in first? Absolutely not, Andromeda said immediately. Hear me out. The Horcruxes respond to me, I can feel them, and they can feel me. If I approach Nagini alone, she'll be drawn to me. It's her nature, the fragment inside her will want to connect with the fragment inside me. That's exactly why you shouldn't go, Griphook argued. If she gets close enough to connect, then I'll be the perfect distraction while the strike team moves into position. Harry met their eyes, one by one. I'm not suggesting I face her alone. I'm suggesting I draw her attention while the rest of you prepare the killing blow. Silence. It's risky, Ragnarok said finally. Everything about this war is risky. But this is our best chance to end it. Harry stood, placing his hands on the table. Nagini is the last Horcrux other than me. Once she's destroyed, Voldemort loses his final anchor. He becomes vulnerable, truly vulnerable, for the first time since he created his first fragment. And then we deal with the piece inside me. And then we end this. The council exchanged looks. Very well, Ragnarok said. We do it your way. But if anything goes wrong, if Nagini proves more dangerous than anticipated, if the Dark Lord intervenes directly, you withdraw immediately. Understood? Understood. Then we have a mission to plan. The preparations took 2 weeks. Harry used the time to train, not just combat, but mental discipline. The seal would need to remain solid during the confrontation with Nagini, despite the fragment's inevitable attempts to connect with its sibling. One moment of weakness, one crack in his defenses, and Voldemort would have the opening he needed. Andromeda visited every day, bringing news from the surface world and the kind of quiet support that Harry had come to rely on. The war continued in their absence, Death Eaters striking at soft targets, the Ministry struggling to maintain order, the public growing increasingly restless. Bones is doing her best, Andromeda reported during one visit. But there's only so much she can do with the resources she has. The Azkaban escapees are still at large, and every day they're free is another day the public loses faith in the government. Once Nagini is destroyed, we can focus on them. Can we? You'll still have the fragment in you. You'll still need to go through with the ritual. Harry didn't answer. Andromeda sighed. Harry, You can't keep putting this off. Every day you wait is another day the seal weakens. Another day Voldemort has to find a way through. I know. But I can't think about that right now. One enemy at a time. You're not thinking about it at all. You're avoiding it. Her voice was gentle but firm. I understand why. The odds are terrible, and there's no guarantee that even success won't cost you something precious. But pretending the problem doesn't exist won't make it go away. Harry was quiet for a long moment. I'm scared, he admitted. I've faced Death Eaters, Horcruxes, Voldemort himself. But this. He touched his scar. This is different. This is part of me. And I don't know if I'll still be me when it's gone. You'll still be you. Andromeda took his hand. The fragment isn't what makes you Harry Potter. Your courage, your determination, your capacity for love, those are yours. They were never his. How do you know? Because I've watched you grow for the past year. I've seen you show mercy to enemies, protect people who couldn't protect themselves, build something beautiful out of nothing but will and desperation. She squeezed his hand. That's not the Dark Lord, Harry. That's you. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. A knot of fear that had been tightening for months, finally beginning to unwind. Thank you, he said quietly. Always. The night before the Albania mission, Harry had a visitor he didn't expect. He was in his quarters, reviewing the mission parameters one final time, when the door opened and Draco Malfoy walked in. How did you get in here? Harry demanded, reaching for his knife. Your goblin friends let me through. Apparently I'm on some kind of approved list now. Draco's voice was bitter. Lucky me. Harry relaxed slightly, but didn't remove his hand from the knife. What do you want? To help. Draco met his eyes. I heard about the mission. I want to come with you. Absolutely not. Why? Because I'm a Malfoy. Because my father was a Death Eater. Draco's jaw tightened. I've spent the last year proving that I'm not my family. I've given you information, I've taken risks, I've done everything you asked. When do I get to actually do something? This isn't about proving yourself. This is about survival. Harry stepped closer. Nagini isn't some minor threat. She's a Horcrux, protected by Voldemort's power, capable of killing trained goblin warriors. You're a child, so are you. I've been training for war since I was 7. And I've been training to survive in a family of murderers since I could walk. Draco's voice cracked slightly. Do you have any idea what it was like, growing up in that house? Knowing what my father did, what my aunt did, what they expected me to become. Harry was quiet. I'm not asking to lead the charge or face the snake myself. I'm asking to be there. To help however I can. Draco's expression was desperate. I need to do this, Potter. I need to prove, to myself, if no one else, that I'm capable of being more than what I was raised to be. Harry studied him. The arrogance that had defined Draco in their early encounters was gone, replaced by something rawer. More human. You stay with the rear guard, Harry said finally. You follow orders without question. And if things go wrong, you run. Understand? Relief flooded Draco's face. Yes. I understand. Then get some sleep. We leave at dawn. The Albanian forest was everything the intelligence reports had promised, and worse. The trees were ancient, not just old, but ancient, their trunks wider than houses, their branches blocking out the skies so completely that the forest floor existed in permanent twilight. The air was thick with magic, wild and untamed, pressing against Harry's senses like a physical weight. The strike force moved in silence, 50 goblin warriors spreading out in a pattern designed to encircle the ruined tower. Harry walked at the center of the formation, flanked by grip hook and blood axe, the connection in his scar growing stronger with each step. She knew they were coming. He could feel it, a cold awareness at the edge of his consciousness, watching, waiting. The fragment inside Nagini was reaching out, trying to establish a connection. Harry pushed back, keeping the seal solid, but it was like trying to hold back the tide with his hands. "We're close," he murmured. She's just ahead." "I don't see anything," Griphook whispered. "You won't. Not until she wants you to." They emerged into the clearing. The ruined tower rose from the forest floor like a broken tooth, its stones crumbling, its windows dark. At its base, coiled in a spiral that seemed to go on forever, was the snake. Nagini was larger than Harry had seen in his vision. Her scales shimmered with an oily iridescence, and her eyes, those terrible yellow eyes, fixed on Harry with an intensity that made his skin crawl. "Harry Potter," she hissed in Parseltongue. "I knew you would come. Then you know why I'm here. To destroy me. To rob my master of his final anchor." The snake's massive head swayed hypnotically. "You will fail. You have always been destined to fail. We'll see about that." Harry raised his hand, the signal. The goblins attacked. The battle was chaos. Nagini moved faster than anything that size should be able to move, her massive body whipping through the clearing like a living tornado. Goblins flew through the air, thrown by strikes they couldn't even see coming. Blades sparked uselessly against scales that seemed to absorb every impact. And through it all, the snake's eyes never left Harry. "You cannot defeat me with steel and numbers," Nagini hissed, even as she crushed a warrior beneath her coils. "I am eternal. I am the Master's beloved. I am." Harry threw himself forward. It was reckless. Suicidal, probably. But he'd seen the pattern in Nagini's movement, a split-second vulnerability when she struck, her body extended, her defenses momentarily lowered. He drove the basilisk venom knife into her side. Nagini screamed, a sound that wasn't quite a hiss, wasn't quite a shriek, but something in between. The blade had penetrated her scales, had found flesh, the snake's tail caught Harry across the chest and sent him flying. He hit a tree trunk hard enough to see stars, hard enough to feel something crack in his ribs. The knife was still in his hand, slick with black blood, but Nagini was still moving, still fighting, the wound in her side already beginning to close. "First blood to you, little wizard," the snake hissed. "But not the last." She lunged. Harry couldn't move fast enough, his body was broken, his reactions too slow. He saw death coming, saw those massive fangs opening to swallow him whole. Draco Malfoy stepped between them. The boy's wand was raised, his face pale with terror, but his voice was steady as he shouted the incantation for the most powerful shield charm he knew. The shield shattered instantly. Nagini's fangs closed around Draco's arm, and he screamed, a terrible, agonized sound that cut through the chaos of battle. But he'd bought Harry a second. 1 second was enough. Harry drove the knife forward again, this time aiming not at flesh but at the faint glow he could see behind Nagini's eyes, the fragment, the piece of Voldemort's soul that animated her, that made her more than just a snake. The blade found its mark. The fragment died. The silence that followed was deafening. Nagini's body collapsed, suddenly just a snake, massive, dangerous, but no longer eternal. The malevolent intelligence faded from her eyes, replaced by animal confusion. Harry didn't waste time. He raised his knife and brought it down on her skull, ending her life in a single, merciful stroke. Then he turned to Draco. The boy was on the ground, clutching his arm, his face gray with pain. The bite wounds were deep, and the blood flowing from them was wrong, too dark, too thick. "Poison," Griphook said, rushing to their side. "Nagini's venom. We need to get him to the healers immediately." "Do it." Harry knelt beside Draco, taking his hand. "You idiot. You absolute idiot. What were you thinking?" "Proving myself," Draco managed through gritted teeth. "Like I said. By getting yourself killed. Worked, didn't it?" A ghost of a smile crossed his pain-racked face. She's dead. We won. You're going to be fine, Harry said. The goblin healers can fix this. Just hold on. Draco's eyes were already glazing. The venom was working fast, spreading through his system like fire. But the goblins were moving, creating a port key, preparing for emergency transport. Potter, Draco whispered. I'm sorry. For everything. For what my family did. For who I was. Tell me later. When you're healed. In case I'm not. Draco's grip tightened. You're a good person, you know. Better than any of us deserve. His eyes closed. Harry held onto his hand as the port key activated, carrying them away from the forest, away from the battle, toward whatever came next. Please, he thought. Please let him live. Chapter 8 and Ayush, Chapter 8 is complete at approximately. This chapter delivers Harry's dangerous use of the connection to locate Nagini, Voldemort's direct attack through the lowered seal, planning the Albania mission, Draco's redemption and heroic sacrifice, the battle against Nagini and her destruction, emotional stakes raised with Draco's poisoning. Chapter 9, the Battle of Hogsmeade. Draco survived. Barely. The goblin healers worked through the night, purging the venom from his system drop by drop, rebuilding the tissue that had been destroyed. By morning, he was stable, unconscious, weak, but alive. Harry sat by his bedside for 3 hours before anyone could convince him to leave. He saved my life, Harry said when Andromeda found him. He threw himself in front of a Horcrux to buy me 1 second. I know. A year ago, I would have let him die. I would have watched and felt nothing. Andromeda was quiet for a moment. And now? Now I'm sitting here praying to gods I don't believe in that he pulls through. Harry laughed, a hollow sound. What does that make me? Human. Andromeda sat beside him. It makes you human, Harry. The destruction of Nagini sent shockwaves through the wizarding world. Word leaked out, it always did, and within days, everyone knew that the last of Voldemort's Horcruxes had been destroyed. The Dark Lord was mortal again. For the first time in decades, he could actually be killed. The reaction was complicated. Some celebrated. The underground networks that had supported Harry's war erupted in jubilation, their long patience finally vindicated. The Quibbler published a special edition with the headline "The Dark Lord Can Die," and it sold out within hours. Others panicked. The Death Eaters who had gone to ground after the Azkaban breakout suddenly became active again, striking with desperate fury at targets across Britain. If their master could be killed, they had to act now, had to create enough chaos to give him time to recover, to find another way to anchor himself to the world. And some waited. Harry watched the chaos unfold from Gringotts, knowing that this was only the beginning. Nagini was gone, but he still carried a piece of Voldemort inside him. Until that was destroyed, the Dark Lord wasn't truly vulnerable. But the ritual required preparation. Time. And time was something they no longer had. The attack on Hogsmeade came 3 days after Nagini's death. Harry was in the war room when the alert came in, a frantic message from Bones, relayed through emergency channels. Death Eaters. At least 20 of them, plus Dementors. They're tearing through the village. Hogsmeade? Griphook looked up from his reports. Why Hogsmeade? Hogwarts students, Harry said immediately. It's a Hogsmeade weekend. There are hundreds of children in the village right now. The blood drained from Griphook's face. They're using them as hostages. Or bait. Harry was already moving toward the door. They know I'll come. They know I can't ignore a threat to children. Potter, wait, there's no time to wait. Harry grabbed his knife, his emergency port key, the combat gear he'd hoped he wouldn't need again so soon. Rally the warriors. Follow as fast as you can. I'm going ahead. You can't face 20 Death Eaters alone. I don't have to win. I just have to hold until you arrive. Harry met Griphook's eyes. This is what they want, me, rushing in without backup. But if I don't go, children die. Real children, not targets or statistics. Griphook's jaw tightened. 10 minutes. Give me 10 minutes to assemble a strike team. I'll give you 5. Hogsmeade was burning. Harry apparat to the edge of the village, and the scene that greeted him was nightmare made real. Buildings ablaze, people screaming, dark shapes moving through the smoke. The Dementors had spread a pall of cold despair over everything, and even from a distance, Harry could feel their influence pressing against his mind. He forced himself to move. The main street was a war zone. Death Eaters were dueling Aurors and teachers from Hogwarts, curses flying in all directions. Students huddled in doorways, their faces pale with terror. Bodies lay where they'd fallen, some moving, some not. Harry saw Dolohov first. The Death Eater was in the center of the chaos, directing the attack with cold efficiency. His wand moved in precise patterns, cutting down defenders with the practiced ease of a veteran killer. Harry didn't hesitate. He crossed the distance in seconds, his knife flashing toward Dolohov's back. The Death Eater must have sensed something. He spun at the last moment, deflecting the blade with a hastily conjured shield. Potter. Dolohov's eyes gleamed with recognition. The child who thinks he's a warrior. I was hoping you'd come. You should have stayed in Azkaban. And missed this? Dolohov gestured at the burning village. This is just the beginning. The Dark Lord is returning, truly returning, not as a shade but in flesh and blood. And when he does, every mudblood and blood traitor in Britain will burn. He's not returning. We destroyed his anchors. Not all of them. Dolohov's smile widened. You're still walking around, aren't you? The words hit Harry like a physical blow. They know. They know about the fragment in me. That's right, Dolohov continued, advancing slowly. The Dark Lord told us everything. How you carry a piece of him. How you're the key to his resurrection. His wand rose. Imagine his gratitude when I deliver you to him, alive and intact. Harry raised his knife. You can try. The duel that followed was the most brutal of Harry's life. Dolohov was a master of combat magic, decades of experience, a repertoire of curses that Harry had never seen before. He fought with cold precision, probing Harry's defenses, looking for weaknesses. Harry fought dirty. He used the environment, throwing debris with wandless magic, collapsing walls to create barriers. He used his knife, getting inside Dolohov's guard where wand magic was less effective. He used the chaos around them, forcing Dolohov to divide his attention between Harry and the other combatants. It wasn't enough. A curse caught Harry in the shoulder, spinning him around. Another grazed his leg, leaving a line of fire across his thigh. He was bleeding, slowing down, his reserves draining fast. Dolohov pressed his advantage. You're good, the Death Eater admitted, closing in for the kill. Better than I expected. But you're still just a child playing at war. Harry's back hit a wall. Nowhere to run. Any last words, Potter? Just one. Harry smiled. Duck. Dolohov's eyes widened, but before he could react, a massive axe cleaved through the air where his head had been. The Death Eater threw himself aside, barely avoiding the blow, and suddenly he was facing a new opponent. Blood Axe. The Goblin Warcaller had arrived with a squad of warriors, their armor gleaming in the firelight. Behind them, more goblins poured into the village, engaging the Death Eaters on all fronts. About time, Harry gasped. Apologies for the delay. Traffic was terrible. Bloodaxe's smile was all teeth. Go. Find the leaders. We'll handle the rank and file. Harry didn't argue. He pushed himself off the wall and moved deeper into the village, toward the source of the Dementor presence. He found them at the 3 broomsticks. The pub had been converted into a makeshift command post. Death Eaters guarded the entrance, their wands raised, their expressions nervous. Inside, through the shattered windows, Harry could see figures moving, and something else. A shape that didn't quite exist in normal space. A presence that made the air go cold and the light go dim. Not Dementors. Something worse. Harry recognized the sensation. The cold, the despair, the feeling of having his happiness drained away. Voldemort. Not fully manifested, he didn't have a body yet, but present. Projecting himself through sheer force of will, maintaining a connection to the physical world despite the loss of his Horcruxes. All his Horcruxes except one. Harry touched his scar. It was burning now, throbbing with a pain that went beyond physical sensation. The fragment inside him was responding to its master, straining against the seal, trying to connect. This is what they wanted, Harry realized. Not the students. Not the chaos. Me. They wanted to draw me close enough for him to reach. He should run. Every tactical instinct he developed screamed at him to retreat, to wait for backup, to fight another day. But there were children in that building. Students who had been rounded up by the Death Eaters, hostages to ensure Harry's cooperation. He couldn't leave them. Harry walked toward the 3 broomsticks. The Death Eaters at the entrance didn't even try to stop him. "The Dark Lord is expecting you," one of them said, stepping aside. "He's been waiting for this moment." Harry didn't respond. He walked through the door. The interior of the pub was dark, cold, wrong. The lights had been extinguished, and the only illumination came from a sickly green glow that seemed to emanate from nowhere and everywhere. Tables had been pushed aside to create a clear space in the center of the room. And there, surrounded by terrified students, was Voldemort. Not a body, not yet. A projection, a shade, more solid than Harry had ever seen him but still not quite real. His features were indistinct, shifting, as if he couldn't quite decide what face to wear. But his eyes were clear. Red, gleaming, fixed on Harry with an intensity that made his skin crawl. "Harry Potter." The voice was a whisper and a roar at the same time. "At last. Let them go." "The children?" Voldemort's shape rippled with something like amusement. "They're not important. Just, incentive. To ensure you came willingly. I came. Now let them go. First, a conversation." Voldemort drifted closer. "Do you know what you are, Harry? What you represent? A mistake. An accident. A piece of your soul that got stuck where it wasn't wanted." "No." The shade's voice dropped. "You're a miracle. The bridge between what I was and what I will become. Through you, I will be reborn, stronger than before, freed from the limitations of mortal flesh. That's not going to happen. Isn't it?" Voldemort reached out, and Harry felt pressure against his scar, against the seal. "I can feel the barriers, Harry. Goblin magic, crude but effective. But they're weakening. Every time you use your power, every time you push yourself to your limits, you wear them down." Harry didn't respond. He couldn't, the pressure was building, the fragment inside him straining toward its master. "Join me," Voldemort whispered. "Not as a servant, but as a vessel. Let me in, and together we'll remake this world. Magic unchained. Power unlimited. Everything you've ever wanted, everything you've ever feared, it can all be yours. I don't want power. I want my parents back." "Then you're a fool." The pressure intensified. "But you'll learn. When the seal breaks, and it will break, you'll understand. We are the same, Harry. 2 halves of the same soul. Fighting me is fighting yourself." Harry felt the seal crack. Not much, just a hairline fracture, a gap barely wide enough to slip a thought through. But it was enough for Voldemort to establish a connection, to begin pouring his will into Harry's mind. Give in, the voice whispered inside his head. It will be easier if you don't resist. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about his parents. About their sacrifice, their love, their belief that he was worth dying for. He thought about Andromeda, who had become the mother he never had. About Griphook, who had grown from suspicious handler to trusted friend. About Tonks and Bloodaxe and Ragnarok and all the others who had fought beside him. He thought about what Voldemort represented. Not just evil, but emptiness. A soul torn so many times that nothing remained but hunger and hate. That's not me, Harry thought. That will never be me. He opened his eyes. No. The word was quiet, but it carried the weight of absolute certainty. You can push all you want. You can wear down the seal, break through my defenses, possess my body. But you'll never have me. My soul is mine. My choices are mine. And I choose to fight. Voldemort's shade flickered. For just a moment, Harry saw something in those red eyes that might have been surprise. Then the door exploded inward. The cavalry had arrived. Goblins poured through every entrance, their weapons gleaming, their battle cries echoing off the walls. Behind them came Aurors, Bones' people, finally mobilized, finally fighting on the right side. And leading the charge, her wand blazing with silver light, was someone Harry hadn't expected. Bellatrix Lestrange. No, not Bellatrix. Someone who looked like her, who moved like her, but whose face was shifting, changing, cycling through expressions. Tonks. The metamorphmagus had taken her aunt's form, using the resemblance to sow confusion among the Death Eaters. It was working. The enemy combatants hesitated, uncertain whether they were being betrayed by one of their own. That hesitation was fatal. The goblins carved through them like a scythe through wheat. Bloodaxe reached the hostages first, placing himself between them and the remaining Death Eaters. Get the children out, he roared. Move. Voldemort's shade screamed, a sound of pure rage that made the walls shake. No. I was so close, Harry lunged. Not with his knife, that wouldn't work against something without a physical form. Instead, he reached out with his magic, with the fragment inside him, with the connection that Voldemort had tried to use against him. And he pushed. The shade scattered. It wasn't destruction, Harry didn't have that kind of power, but it was disruption. Voldemort's projection lost cohesion, dissolving into wisps of dark energy that fled through the walls and disappeared into the night. The pressure on Harry's scar vanished. He collapsed. When he woke, he was back at Gringotts. The familiar ceiling of the medical ward greeted him, along with the familiar faces clustered around his bed. Griphook. Andromeda. Bloodaxe. Tonks, back in her own form, looking exhausted but triumphant. He's awake, someone said. Harry tried to sit up. His body screamed in protest. The students, safe. All of them. The Aurors got them back to Hogwarts. Andromeda pressed him back down. Rest. The Death Eaters, 12 captured, 6 dead, 2 escaped. Including Dolohov, unfortunately. Griphook's expression was grim. But we won, Potter. The attack failed. Voldemort, gone. For now. Ragnarok stepped forward, his ancient eyes studying Harry's face. You did something extraordinary in there. You disrupted his manifestation using the fragment connection. I didn't plan it. I just reacted. Instinct can be more powerful than planning. The old goblin sat down heavily. But it came at a cost. The seal took significant damage during the confrontation. Our healers have done what they can, but it's not going to hold much longer. No. It's not. Harry absorbed this. The seal was failing. The fragment inside him was closer than ever to connecting with its master. Every day that passed brought him closer to the choice he'd been avoiding. How long, he asked. Weeks. Maybe less, if you push yourself. Then we need to move up the timeline. The ritual isn't ready. The preparations require at least a month, and that's if everything goes perfectly. Ragnar's voice was heavy. We're working as fast as we can, but some things can't be rushed. Harry stared at the ceiling. A month. He had to survive for a month with a failing seal and a Dark Lord actively trying to possess him. Then we go on defense, he said finally. No more offensive operations. No more field work. I stay here, in Gringotts, where the wards can help contain the fragment. And Voldemort? The remaining Death Eaters? You handle them. Grip hook, blood axe, bones, they're more than capable. Harry met their eyes. I can't risk another confrontation. Not until the seal is either repaired or I go through with the ritual. Silence. You're asking us to fight without you, Andromeda said softly. I'm asking you to fight for me. For everything we've built together. Harry reached out, taking her hand. I'm not giving up. I'm being strategic. There's a difference. More silence. Then Tonks laughed, a sharp, surprised sound. You know, for a 9-year-old, you're kind of terrifying. I try. All right. Griphook straightened. We'll handle the external threats. You focus on staying alive until the ritual is ready. He paused. And Potter? Yes. Don't die. We've come too far to lose you now. Harry smiled. I'll do my best. The next few weeks were the hardest of Harry's life. He stayed in Gringotts, confined to the deepest levels where the ancient wards could supplement his failing seal. Every day was a battle, not against Death Eaters, but against the voice in his head, the whispers that grew louder as the barriers weakened. Join me, Voldemort murmured constantly. Together, we could be gods. Harry ignored him. It was harder than fighting, harder than killing. But he'd made a promise to himself, and he intended to keep it. He received daily updates on the war. The Goblin Alliance was pressing its advantage, hunting down the remaining Death Eaters one by one. Bones had consolidated control of the Ministry, purging the last of Rookwood's network. Public opinion had shifted decisively against the pureblood establishment. They were winning. But the victory felt hollow without Harry on the front lines. He was reduced to an observer, watching through reports and mirrors as others fought the battles he'd started. You're healing the world from in here, Andromeda told him during one visit. Every day you resist him, you prove that his vision can be defeated. That matters more than any battle. Harry wanted to believe her. Some days, he even succeeded. The month passed slowly. Harry's 10th birthday came and went, marked by a small celebration in his quarters, cake, presents, the closest thing to normalcy he'd experienced in years. Draco was there, recovered from his injuries, awkward but present. Tonks made her hair cycle through every color of the rainbow. Even Ragnar cracked something that might have been a smile. For one evening, Harry was just a boy at a birthday party. Then morning came, and the war resumed. Finally, the day arrived. The ritual chamber had been prepared. The Goblin researchers had done their work, creating a space where magic and will could be focused to an impossible degree. Everything was in place. Except Harry. He stood at the entrance, looking at the runes carved into the floor, the crystals arranged in precise patterns, the altar at the center where he would lie down and, maybe, die. You don't have to do this, Griphook said from beside him. Yes, I do. There might be other options. Given more time, there isn't more time. Harry touched his scar, feeling the fragment pulse beneath his fingers. He's getting stronger every day. I'm getting weaker. Eventually, the seal will fail completely, and then we lose you anyway. Exactly. Harry turned to face his friend. This way, I have a chance. Maybe not a good one, but a chance. Griphook was quiet for a long moment. I've never told you this, but, when you first came to Gringotts, I thought you were just another wizard. Arrogant, demanding, convinced of your own superiority. And now? Now I think you might be the best person I've ever known. Griphook's voice cracked slightly. Human or goblin? Harry felt his throat tighten. I'm not, you are. Whether you believe it or not, you are. Griphook straightened, composing himself. So go in there. Do what needs to be done. And come back to us. I'll try. Don't try. Succeed. The young goblin's smile was watery but genuine. That's an order. Harry laughed, a real laugh, the kind he hadn't managed in weeks. Since when do you give me orders? Since now. Someone has to. Harry shook his head, still smiling. Then he turned and walked into the ritual chamber. The door closed behind him. Chapter 9 End Ayush, Chapter 9 is complete at approximately. This chapter delivers, the aftermath of Nagini's destruction and Draco's recovery, the Battle of Hogsmeade with Death Eaters and Dementors, Harry's direct confrontation with Voldemort's Shade, the Seal's deterioration and Harry's strategic withdrawal, a month of waiting and preparation set up for the climactic ritual in the next chapter. Chapter 10, The Enemy of My Enemy. The ritual chamber was cold. Not the cold of winter or stone, a different cold, deeper, the kind that came from magic being bent in ways it wasn't meant to go. Harry walked to the center of the room, his footsteps echoing off walls covered in runes that pulsed with soft light. The altar waited for him. A slab of black stone, carved with symbols that seemed to shift when he wasn't looking directly at them. This was where he would lie down. This was where he might die. Harry. He turned. Dumbledore stood at the entrance, his robes a deep blue that seemed to absorb the runelight. Behind him, barely visible in the shadows, were others, Ragnarok, Andromeda, figures that Harry couldn't quite make out. You came, Harry said. Did you think I wouldn't? Dumbledore moved into the chamber, his eyes taking in the preparations with evident respect. The goblins have done remarkable work. This ritual, it's not something I would have thought possible. But you think it will work? I think it has a chance. Dumbledore stopped a few feet from the altar. The fragment in you was created accidentally, through the rebounding curse. It's not anchored the same way the others were. If we can create conditions similar to that original moment, death, rebirth, the sundering of souls, then the fragment dies while I survive. That is the hope. Harry studied the old wizard's face. There was something there he hadn't seen before, uncertainty, maybe. Or fear. You've been preparing something, Harry said. Something you haven't told me about. Dumbledore's expression flickered. You're very perceptive. I've had good teachers. Harry crossed his arms. What is it? For a long moment, Dumbledore didn't answer. Then he reached into his robes and withdrew an object that made Harry's breath catch. A wand. But not just any wand. This one seemed to glow with an inner light, its wood pale as bone, its shape elegant and ancient. Power radiated from it in waves that Harry could feel even from a distance. The Elder Wand, Dumbledore said quietly. One of the Deathly Hallows. The most powerful wand ever created. Harry stared at it. I thought that was a legend. Most legends have roots in truth. The Hallows exist, the wand, the stone, the cloak. I've possessed this one for many years, one from its previous owner in a duel long ago. Dumbledore held the wand out toward Harry. And now, I'm giving it to you. Why? Because the ritual requires a sacrifice. Not just your death, that's merely the mechanism. It requires someone to guide you back, to anchor your soul while the fragment is destroyed. Dumbledore's eyes were grave. I intend to be that anchor. You could die. Almost certainly. The old wizard smiled, a sad, tired expression. I'm an old man, Harry. I've made countless mistakes, caused immeasurable harm through my arrogance and my schemes. This is my chance to do something unambiguously good. Harry didn't know what to say. He'd spent months resenting Dumbledore, blaming him for the Dursleys, for the Death Eaters who walked free, for the system that had failed so completely. And now? I don't forgive you, Harry said quietly. For what you did. For what you allowed to happen. I wouldn't expect you to. But I understand why you did it. Or at least, I understand that you thought you were doing the right thing. Harry took a deep breath. That has to count for something. Dumbledore's smile turned warmer. Perhaps it does. The others filed in as the ritual preparations entered their final stage. Ragnarok took his position at the head of the chamber, where he would coordinate the goblin magic that formed the foundation of the ritual. Andromeda stood to one side, her face pale but determined. Griphook positioned himself near the door, ready to seal the chamber once the ritual began. And in the shadows, barely visible, other figures gathered. Bloodaxe. Tonks. Amelia Bones, who had come despite the political risk. Even Draco, his arm still bandaged from Nagini's bite. They had all come to witness. To support. To say goodbye, if it came to that. We're ready, Ragnarok announced. Harry looked at the altar. At the people who had become his family. At the old wizard who was offering his life to save Harry's. Before we start, he said, there's something I need to say. Everyone went still. When I walked into Gringotts 3 years ago, I was a scared kid with nothing but anger and a desperate need for revenge. I didn't trust anyone. I didn't know how to love anyone. Harry's voice was steady, but his eyes were bright. You all changed that. You taught me what family means. What fighting for something real looks like. He looked at Ragnarok. You gave me an army when I had nothing. At Bloodaxe. You taught me how to survive. At Griphook. You became my brother. At Andromeda. You became my mother. His gaze swept across the others, Tonks, Draco, Bones, all the faces that had shaped his war and his life. Whatever happens in this chamber, whatever happens to me, you need to finish this. Voldemort is weakened, but he's not gone. As long as he exists in any form, he'll try to come back. You have to stop him. Promise me. Silence. Then Griphook stepped forward. We promise. One by one, the others echoed him. A chorus of voices, binding themselves to his cause. Harry nodded. Then let's begin. The ritual started slowly. Harry lay on the altar, the cold stone pressing against his back. Above him, the runes on the ceiling began to glow brighter, their patterns shifting into configurations that hurt to look at directly. Dumbledore stood at his head, the elder wand raised. His voice rose in a chant, not Latin, not any language Harry recognized, but something older. The words seemed to vibrate in the air, creating harmonics that resonated with the chamber's magic. The goblin cursebreakers joined in, their voices weaving around Dumbledore's in a complex counterpoint. The runelight intensified, and Harry felt the temperature drop further. This is it, he thought. This is where I find out if I live or die. The fragment in his scar stirred. It knew what was happening. He could feel its panic, its desperate attempts to connect with its master, to call for help. But the chamber's wards held, cutting off its connection to the outside world. For the first time since it had been created, the fragment was truly alone. And then Dumbledore spoke the final word. Harry died. It wasn't painful. It was quiet. Like slipping into deep water, the world growing distant and dim. He felt his heart stop, felt his lungs cease their automatic rhythm, felt the electrical activity in his brain flicker and fade. The fragment screamed. In the space between life and death, Harry could see it clearly for the first time. A twisted thing, dark and pulsing, wrapped around the core of his being like a parasite. It had been with him for almost his entire life, shaping his thoughts, influencing his magic, connecting him to the darkest wizard in history. And now it was dying. The ritual's magic tore at it, separating it from Harry's soul with surgical precision. It fought back, of course it did, but without Voldemort's power to sustain it, without the connection to its master, it was just a fragment. A piece. A remnant of something that had once been vast and terrible. It came apart. Strand by strand, the fragment unraveled. Its screams faded to whispers, its struggles to twitches, its presence to nothing at all. And Harry was free. He floated in whiteness. Not darkness, he'd expected darkness, if he'd expected anything at all. But this was light, soft and warm, like early morning sunshine filtered through gauze. Harry. The voice was familiar. Achingly familiar. A voice he'd only heard in fragmented memories and desperate nightmares. He turned. She was standing a few feet away, red hair catching the light, green eyes, his eyes, bright with tears. Beside her, a man with messy black hair and glasses, grinning like he'd just heard the best joke in the world. "Mum." Harry's voice cracked. "Dad?" "Oh, sweetheart." Lily Potter moved toward him, her arms opening. "Look at you. Look at what you've become." Harry stumbled into her embrace. She was warm, solid, real in a way that dreams never were. He buried his face in her shoulder and felt something break inside him, a wall he'd built so long ago that he'd forgotten it existed. He cried. He couldn't remember the last time he'd really cried. But now, held by his mother for the first time since he was a baby, the tears came and wouldn't stop. "I'm sorry," he sobbed. "I'm sorry I couldn't save you, I'm sorry I couldn't, shoo. You have nothing to be sorry for." Lily's voice was gentle but fierce. "You were a baby, Harry. You couldn't have done anything. And look at what you've done since, look at the person you've become. We're so proud of you, son." James moved closer, his hand settling on Harry's shoulder. "So incredibly proud." Harry pulled back slightly, looking at them through blurred vision. "Am I dead?" "Not quite." Lily smiled. "You're in between. The ritual worked, the fragment is gone. But you have a choice to make." "What choice?" "You can come with us." James's voice was soft. "Move on. Whatever's next, we'll face it together. No more war, no more pain, no more fighting." Harry felt the pull of it. Rest. Peace. An end to the endless struggle that had defined his entire existence. His parents, waiting for him, ready to take him somewhere safe. "Or," he asked. "Or you go back." Lily's expression was complicated, hopeful and sad at the same time. "The people who love you are waiting. The war isn't over. There's still work to do." Harry looked at his parents. His real parents, not the images he'd constructed from scraps of memory and stories. They were beautiful. They were everything he'd ever wanted. And they were letting him choose. "I want to stay," he admitted. "I've wanted to be with you my whole life." "We know, sweetheart. But..." Harry thought about Andromeda, who had become his mother in all the ways that mattered. About Grip Hook, who had grown from ally to brother. About Tonks and Draco and all the others who had become his family. "But I have people who need me. Things I still have to do." "We know that too." James smiled. "That's why we're not asking you to stay. We're giving you the choice." Harry closed his eyes. The warmth of his mother's embrace, the solid presence of his father beside him. This was everything he'd ever dreamed of. But dreams weren't enough. Not when reality still needed him. "I have to go back," he said. "We know." Lily kissed his forehead. "We've always known. You're our son, Harry. You never give up, no matter how hard things get." "We'll be waiting," James added. However long it takes, we'll be here. I love you, Harry whispered. I love you both so much. We love you too. Lily's voice was fading, the whiteness growing brighter. Now go. Live. And know that we're always with you, always watching, always proud. The light consumed everything. Harry gasped back to life. His body arched off the altar, lungs filling with air, heart pounding against his ribs. The runelight had faded to a soft glow, and faces swam above him, Andromeda, Griphook, others he couldn't quite focus on. He's alive, someone shouted. Harry tried to speak, but his throat was raw, his voice nothing but a croak. Hands helped him sit up, and he blinked against the light, trying to reorient himself. The scar on his forehead was quiet. For his entire life, there had been something there, a presence, a connection, a weight he'd grown so accustomed to that he'd forgotten it existed. And now it was gone. Completely, utterly gone. The fragment, he managed. Destroyed. Ragnarok's voice was thick with emotion. The ritual worked perfectly. The foreign soul matter was separated and eliminated. You're whole, Harry. Harry touched his forehead. The scar was still there, a physical mark that would never fade, but it was just a scar now. Just tissue. Nothing more. He was free. The celebration was muted by Dumbledore's condition. The old wizard had collapsed during the ritual, the strain of anchoring Harry's soul proving almost too much for him. He wasn't dead, not quite, but he was fading, his magic depleted, his life force burned to nothing. Harry sat beside his bed in the medical ward, watching the ancient face grow more peaceful with each passing hour. You saved me, Harry said quietly. After everything, you saved me. Dumbledore's eyes fluttered open. They were dim, unfocused, but they found Harry's face and stayed there. I owed you, a great deal more, than I could ever repay. His voice was a whisper, barely audible. This was, the least I could do. It wasn't the least. It was everything. Then perhaps we're even. Dumbledore smiled, a ghost of his usual expression. You've exceeded every expectation I had, Harry. You've become something I never could have predicted. What's that? Hope. The old wizard's eyes were closing. You've given people hope. Don't let that go. I won't. Promise me. I promise. Dumbledore's breath rattled. His chest rose once, twice, and then was still. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the age, was dead. Harry remained by the body for a long time. He thought about everything Dumbledore had done, the good and the bad, the brilliant and the terrible. The man had been a manipulator, a chess player, someone who had treated Harry as a piece in a larger game. But he'd also been a fighter, a protector, someone who had sacrificed everything in the end to give Harry a chance. Complicated, Harry thought. He was complicated. Just like everyone else. Eventually, Andromeda came to find him. The news is spreading, she said softly. About the ritual. About Dumbledore's death. The whole wizarding world knows that the fragment is destroyed. And Voldemort? Gone. For now. Without any Horcruxes to anchor him, his shade has dissipated entirely. He can't manifest, can't possess, can't influence. He's just, nothing. Harry absorbed this. Years of war, thousands of deaths, countless sacrifices, and it ended with a ritual in a goblin bank and an old man's final gift. Is he truly gone? Harry asked. Truly dead? The researchers don't think so. His soul is still out there somewhere, clinging to existence through sheer will. But without anchors, without a body, without followers willing to help him. Andromeda shrugged. He's powerless. Maybe forever. Maybe isn't good enough. No. But it's what we have. Andromeda sat beside him, taking his hand. The war is over, Harry. Not perfectly, not completely, but over. The Death Eaters are broken. The system that protected them is dismantled. The public is finally, truly awake to what was done in their name. Harry looked at Dumbledore's peaceful face. He wanted me to be hope, he said. Hope for something better. Then be that. Not because he wanted it, but because you want it. Andromeda squeezed his hand. You've spent 3 years fighting. Destroying. Tearing down everything that was wrong with our world. Maybe it's time to start building something to replace it. Harry thought about that. Building. Creating. Making something new instead of just destroying what was old. It was a strange concept. His entire life had been defined by conflict, against the Dursleys, against the Death Eaters, against Voldemort himself. He'd become very good at fighting. But maybe fighting wasn't all there was. Where do I start? He asked. Andromeda smiled. Wherever you want. You've got time now. You've got resources. You've got people who believe in you. She gestured at the door, where Harry could see others waiting, Griphook, Tonks, Draco, Bones. The question isn't what you can do. It's what you want to do. Harry stood slowly, his body still weak from the ritual. I want to go home, he said. To the Tonks' house. To your family. He paused. To my family. Andromeda's eyes filled with tears. Then let's go home. The weeks that followed were a strange kind of peace. Harry stayed with the Tonkses, recovering from the ritual, adjusting to life without a war to fight. It was harder than he'd expected. He woke every morning expecting alerts, reports, combat. Instead, there was breakfast, and sunshine, and Ted teaching him to play the guitar. The world moved on without him. Bones completed her consolidation of the ministry, implementing reforms that would have been unthinkable a year ago. The Wizengamot was purged of Rookwood's network, replaced by people who actually believed in justice. The Prophet changed ownership, its new editors committed to truth rather than propaganda. The Goblin Alliance formalized their relationship with the new ministry, establishing protocols for cooperation that hadn't existed since before the First Goblin Rebellion. Ragnarok became something of a celebrity, the goblin who had helped save Wizarding Britain. He pretended to hate the attention, but Harry caught him preening once or twice. And the trials began. One by one, the captured Death Eaters faced justice. Real justice, not the farce that had followed the First War. Evidence was presented, testimony heard, sentences pronounced. Some went to Azkaban. Some received the Dementor's kiss. A few, who had provided valuable cooperation, received lighter sentences. Harry attended every single trial. Not to gloat. Not to watch his enemies suffer. But to witness. To make sure that what had been started was finished properly. You don't have to keep coming, Bones told him after one particularly brutal session. You've done enough. I know. But I want to see it through. Harry watched the convicted Death Eater being led away. These people destroyed so many lives. Watching them face consequences, it matters. Does it help? With the... Bones gestured vaguely. The trauma? The nightmares? The fact that I'm 10 years old and I've killed more people than most Aurors. Harry's smile was thin. Not really. But it helps with something else. What? Closure. The final trial was for someone unexpected. Severus Snape had been captured during the cleanup operations following the Battle of Hogsmeade. He'd been working with the remaining Death Eaters, or so it seemed. The evidence was complicated, contradictory, suggesting layers of allegiance that no one could quite untangle. Harry requested a private meeting before the trial began. They met in a secure chamber in the ministry, Snape in prisoner's robes, his face gaunt but defiant. Guards stood at the entrance, but Harry waved them away. Potter. Snape's voice was a sneer. Come to gloat. Come to understand. Harry sat across from him. You've been playing both sides since before I was born. Death Eater turned spy turned, what, exactly? I don't owe you explanations. No. But you might owe them to yourself. Harry leaned forward. My mother. You loved her, didn't you? Snape went very still. Dumbledore told me, Harry continued. Before he died. He told me everything, your history with her, your turn against Voldemort, your years as a double agent. He wanted me to understand what you'd sacrificed. I don't want your understanding. Snape's voice was rough. I don't want anything from you. Then what do you want? Silence stretched between them. I wanted her to live, Snape said finally. I wanted to save her, and I failed. Everything since then has been penance. Penance for what? For loving her. For making a mistake when you were young. For leading the Dark Lord to her door. Snape's eyes were bright with something that might have been tears. The prophecy. I was the one who reported it to him. I was the one who sealed her fate. Harry absorbed this. He'd suspected, based on fragments of information he'd gathered over the years, but hearing it confirmed. I should hate you, he said. Yes. You should. But I don't. Harry shook his head slowly. I've spent 3 years hating. Hunting. Destroying. I'm tired of it. And I think my mother would be too. Snape stared at him. You're not what I expected. I get that a lot. Harry stood. I'm going to testify at your trial. I'm going to tell them what Dumbledore told me, that you've been working against Voldemort for years, that you've saved lives, that your crimes were in service of a greater purpose. Why? Because it's true. And because everyone deserves a chance at redemption. Harry moved toward the door. What you do with that chance is up to you. He left Snape sitting in silence. Snape received a reduced sentence, 10 years in Azkaban, with possibility of parole. It wasn't freedom, but it wasn't the kiss either. Given what he'd done, some called it too lenient. Others called it too harsh. Harry thought it was probably exactly right. On the anniversary of the Battle of Hogsmeade, Harry made his first public appearance since the ritual. The ceremony was held in the village itself, at a memorial that had been constructed for those who had fallen. Hundreds of people gathered, witches and wizards, goblins and other magical beings, reporters and officials and ordinary citizens who wanted to witness history. Harry stood at the podium and looked out at the crowd. 1 year ago, he began, I walked into Gringotts and started a war. Silence. I was 7 years old. I was angry, and scared, and desperate for something, anything, that would make the world make sense. The people who killed my parents were walking free. The system that was supposed to protect us had failed completely. And I decided that if no one else would fix it, I would. He paused, gathering his thoughts. I made a lot of mistakes. I made choices that cost people their lives, good people, brave people, people who deserved better than to die in a war started by a child. I'm not standing here to tell you that everything I did was right. It wasn't. Murmurs in the crowd. Harry pressed on. But I'm also not standing here to apologize for fighting. The Death Eaters were real. The corruption was real. The system that let monsters walk free while their victims rotted in the ground, that was real. And someone had to do something about it. He looked at the memorial, names carved in stone, flowers laid at its base. These people died so that we could have a chance. A chance to build something better. A chance to create a world where children don't have to become soldiers, where monsters can't hide behind gold and influence, where everyone, human and goblin, pureblood and muggleborn, has equal standing under the law. Harry met the eyes of the crowd. I don't know if we'll succeed. Change is hard, and there are still people who want to drag us back to the old ways. But I truly believe, that we can do this. Together. Not through war, but through the slow, difficult work of building institutions that actually serve everyone. He stepped back from the podium. My name is Harry Potter. I'm 10 years old. And I'm done fighting. The silence stretched. Then, from somewhere in the crowd, someone began to clap. Others joined in. Within moments, the entire gathering was applauding, the sound washing over Harry like a wave. He didn't smile. He didn't bow. He just stood there, letting the moment exist, knowing that whatever came next, he had done what he could. The war was over. The real work was just beginning. Chapter 10 and Ayush, Chapter 10 is complete at approximately. This chapter delivers the ritual to remove the Horcrux fragment from Harry's meeting with his parents in the between space Dumbledore's sacrifice and death, the aftermath of Voldemort's defeat, Snape's trial and Harry's mercy, Harry's public transition from warrior to builder. Chapter 12, the alliance fractures. Harry didn't make it to the summoning chamber. Griphook found him in the corridor leading to the deepest level, the young goblin's face twisted with a combination of fury and fear. Don't, Griphook said, blocking his path. Don't you dare. How did you know? Because I know you. Because I've watched you sacrifice yourself for 3 years, and I knew, that the moment someone said, impossible mission, you'd volunteer. Griphook's voice cracked. You're not doing this alone, Harry. I have to. The Voidwalker can wait 1 more hour while we discuss this like rational beings instead of martyrs. Griphook grabbed Harry's arm. War Council. Now. Harry could have broken free. Could have pushed past Griphook and continued toward his fate. But something in his friend's eyes stopped him, a desperate, raw emotion that Harry had rarely seen from the normally composed goblin. 1 hour, Harry said. 1 hour. And if you still want to throw your life away after that, I'll help you do it properly. The council chamber was full when they arrived. Not just the inner circle, everyone who mattered in the alliance had been summoned. Ragnarok, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. Bloodaxe, his scarred face grim. Andromeda, her eyes red from crying. Tonks, Draco, even Amelia Bones, who had come despite the political risk. You knew, Harry said, looking around the room. You all knew what I was planning. Celeste Croker works for the Department of Mysteries, Bones said quietly. She reported your conversation to me within the hour. I reached out to Ragnarok, and... She spread her hands. Here we are. You had no right, we had every right. Andromeda's voice was sharp. You're not just Harry Potter anymore. You're not just a weapon or a soldier or a symbol. You're family. And family doesn't get to make suicide decisions without consultation. Harry opened his mouth to argue, but Ragnarok held up a hand. Let us speak first. Then, if you still believe your path is the only option, we'll discuss it further. The old goblin's eyes were bright. Please, Harry. You owe us that much. Harry looked at the faces around the table. People who had fought beside him, bled beside him, lost friends and family in his war. People who cared about him not because of his scar or his fame, but because of who he was. He sat down. Talk. The next hour was the most difficult of Harry's life. One by one, the council members spoke, not about strategy or tactics, but about Harry. About what he meant to them, what he'd done for them, what they couldn't bear to lose. Ragnarok told stories of the early days, when Harry had been a scared child who somehow found the courage to demand justice from an army of goblins. You reminded us what we were supposed to be, the old goblin said. Not bankers, not servants, warriors. Partners. Equals. Bloodaxe spoke of training sessions and battles, of a boy who fought like he had nothing to lose and gradually learned that he had everything to fight for. You're the best student I've ever had. It would be a shame to waste all that work. Griphook talked about friendship, something neither of them had expected or understood when they first met. "You're my brother, Potter. Not by blood, but by choice. And brothers don't let each other walk into darkness alone." Andromeda simply held Harry's hand and said, "I can't lose another child. Not to war, not to sacrifice, not to anything. Please." And finally, Tonks, who had been quiet through the whole proceeding, spoke up. "You know what I remember most about meeting you? You were 9 years old, covered in bruises from training, and you looked at me like I was the strangest thing you'd ever seen. Because I was joking. Because I wasn't treating you like a weapon or a prophecy or a problem to be solved." She leaned forward. "You deserve more than sacrifice, Harry. You deserve a life. Friends, family, maybe someday someone to love. You deserve to find out who you are when you're not fighting. The Void Walker can be dealt with another way. Maybe not a better way, but another way." Tonks met his eyes. "You've given enough. Let someone else carry this burden." Harry felt something crack inside him. The certainty he'd carried into this room, the conviction that his sacrifice was the only option, it wavered. "There isn't another way," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. Celeste said. Celeste Croker is a researcher, not a strategist, Bones interrupted. She knows what the Void Walker is, not how to defeat it. There are other possibilities she hasn't considered. Such as not making a deal at all. Ragnock stood, moving to the obsidian table where a map of Gringotts' deep levels had been projected. "The Void Walker feeds through Grimjaw. It's been doing so for millennia, drawing power from our world through that connection. But what if we could cut the connection from our side?" "How?" "The seals aren't just containment, they're also barriers. They prevent Grimjaw's power from flowing outward, but they also prevent the Void Walker's influence from flowing inward." Ragnock's eyes gleamed. "What if we could create new seals? Not around Grimjaw, but around the connection itself. Trap the link, sever the flow, starve the bond between them. The power required would be immense. More than any single wizard could provide, yes. But we're not limited to single wizards anymore, are we?" Ragnock gestured around the room. "We have an alliance. Goblins, wizards, magical beings of all kinds, working together for the first time in centuries. If we combined our power, pooled our resources, it would still require someone to anchor the ritual. Someone with a connection to the kind of magic we're dealing with." Harry's voice was quiet. "Someone who's touched the darkness before." "Yes. But anchoring isn't the same as sacrificing. You'd be a conduit, not a fuel source. The power would flow through you, not from you. And if it doesn't work, then we'll find another option. Together." Griphook leaned forward. "That's what you never seem to understand, Potter. You don't have to do everything yourself. You have us." Harry looked around the table again. At the faces watching him with hope and fear and love. Love. That was what this was, he realized. Not strategy, not duty, not obligation. Love. These people loved him, and they were fighting to save him from himself. "I don't know how to let other people help," Harry admitted. "I've been doing everything alone for so long." "Then learn." Andromeda's voice was gentle. "Let us teach you." Harry closed his eyes. The weight of responsibility that had been pressing down on him for years, the certainty that he had to be the one to solve every problem, to face every danger, to make every sacrifice, it didn't lift entirely. But it shifted. Made room for something else. Trust. "Okay," he said finally. "We'll try it your way." The relief in the room was palpable. Griphook actually laughed, a sound that was half sob. Andromeda pulled Harry into a fierce hug. "But if it doesn't work," Harry added, his voice muffled against her shoulder, "I'm still going to do whatever it takes. Even if that means the Void Walker." "Then we'll do it together," Tonks said. All of us. That's how this works. The ritual was designed over the next 72 hours. It was a collaborative effort unlike anything that had been attempted in magical history. Goblin cursebreakers worked alongside Ministry Unspeakables. Hogwarts teachers contributed theoretical knowledge. Even the goblins' ancient enemies, the wizarding families who had once enslaved them, offered what resources they could. The plan was elegant in its simplicity. Instead of trying to reinforce the seals around Grimjaw, they would create a new barrier, a wall between dimensions, targeting the connection between Grimjaw and the Voidwalker specifically. The creature would remain in Vault 0, still bound by the original seals, but the source of his power would be cut off. Without the Voidwalker's energy sustaining him, Grimjaw would eventually stop. Not die, the original bargain prevented that, but fade. Become dormant in a way the original seals had never achieved. The ritual would require enormous power. Hundreds of participants, all channeling their magic through a central focus. And at the center of that focus. Harry. You're sure about this? Griphook asked on the morning of the ritual. You can still back out. I'm sure. Harry adjusted his robes, simple black, practical, nothing like the elaborate ceremonial garments the other participants wore. This is different. This I can do. Because it's not a sacrifice. Because it's not alone. Harry met his friend's eyes. You were right. I've been carrying everything by myself for too long. It's time to learn how to share the weight. Griphook nodded slowly. Then let's go save the world. Again. The ritual chamber had been constructed in the lowest level of Gringotts, directly above Vault 0. It was massive, a circular space carved from the living rock, lined with runes that had taken 3 days to inscribe. At the center stood a raised platform where Harry would serve as the conduit. Around him, arranged in concentric rings, stood the participants, goblins, wizards, even a few house elves and centaurs who had offered their unique magical perspectives. Harry climbed to the platform and took his position. Below, he could feel Grimjaw's presence, that vast, malevolent awareness pressing against the boundaries of its prison. The creature knew what was happening. It was afraid. Good. We're ready, Ragnarok announced. Harry, are you prepared? Yes. Then we begin. The chanting started. Hundreds of voices, speaking words in a dozen languages, weaving together in a harmony that was almost painful to hear. The runes on the walls began to glow, their light building in intensity. Harry felt the power gathering around him. It was like standing in the eye of a hurricane, everything spinning, building, pressing inward. He was the focal point, the lens through which all that energy would be directed. This is going to hurt, he thought. It did. The power hit him like a physical blow, flooding through his body with an intensity that made the Cruciatus curse feel like a tickle. Harry screamed, couldn't help it, but he held on. Held the power, shaped it, directed it downward toward the connection he could feel pulsing below. The Voidwalker noticed. It was like having something vast and cold turn its attention toward him. Not hostile, exactly, more like curious. A predator noticing potential prey. You seek to sever what I have claimed, a voice said in his mind. Not words, exactly, concepts, impressions, the raw language of something that had never needed speech. Yes, Harry thought back. Your bargain ends today. My bargain is eternal. Nothing can break it. We're not breaking it. We're closing the door. The power continued to build. Harry could feel the ritual reaching its climax, the combined magic of hundreds of participants focusing into a single, devastating strike. You are interesting, little wizard. You carry scars from one of my children, the fragment that was placed in you, before you destroyed it. You knew about that? I know all who touch the darkness. The one called Voldemort bargained with lesser things, but his power still drew from my realm. The presence shifted, almost thoughtful. You have potential. You could be so much more than this, a champion, a vessel, a bridge between worlds. No thanks. I've had enough of being a vessel. A pity. But even without your cooperation, I will endure. This ritual will not destroy me, nothing can destroy me. At best, you will delay the inevitable. Then we'll delay it. For as long as we have to. The power reached its peak. Harry felt it surge through him, not the agony of sacrifice, but the strain of channeling something far greater than himself. It was like trying to hold back an ocean with his hands. But he wasn't alone. Through the ritual connection, he could feel the others, Griphook's fierce determination, Andromeda's steady love, Ragnarok's ancient wisdom. Hundreds of minds, hundreds of wills, all focused on a single purpose. Together, they pushed. The barrier formed. Not instantly, it grew, spreading like ice across a pond, sealing the connection between Grimjaw and the Voidwalker. The creature below roared in fury, its power draining, its immortality finally finding limits. And the Voidwalker. This is not the end, little wizard. Your world and mine are intertwined in ways you cannot comprehend. One day, the barriers will fail. One day, I will feed again. Maybe. But not today. The presence withdrew. Not defeated, something like it could never be truly defeated, but pushed back. Contained. The ritual completed. Harry collapsed. He woke in the medical ward, surrounded by familiar faces. Did it work? He croaked. It worked. Griphook's face was split in a grin that showed far too many teeth. Grimjaw is dormant. The connection to the Voidwalker is sealed. The seals are stable, more stable than they've been in millennia. How long was I out? 3 days. The healers said you'd pushed yourself to the absolute limit. The grin faded slightly. We almost lost you, Harry. Your heart stopped twice. But it started again. Eventually. Harry let his head fall back against the pillow. 3 days. The ritual had worked. Grimjaw was contained. The Voidwalker was pushed back. They had won. So why did he feel so empty? The emptiness didn't fade. In the weeks following the ritual, as the world celebrated their victory and the Alliance solidified its position in the new magical order, Harry found himself, adrift. The war was over. The threats were contained. There was nothing left to fight. And for the first time in his life, he had to figure out who he was without a battle to define him. It was harder than he'd expected. You're struggling, Andromeda observed during one of their conversations. They were sitting in the garden of the Tonks house, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and purple. I don't know what to do with myself. For 3 years, every day had purpose, targets to hunt, plans to make, wars to win. Now. Harry shrugged. Now there's just, life. And life isn't enough. Life is terrifying. Harry laughed, but there was no humor in it. I'm 10 years old. I should be learning how to be a person, not recovering from, whatever I am. You're remarkable. That's what you are. Being remarkable is exhausting. I'd settle for being normal. Andromeda was quiet for a moment. You know, when I left my family, when I chose Ted over everything I'd been raised to believe, I felt something similar. Lost. Disconnected. All my life, I'd known exactly who I was, Andromeda Black, pure-blood princess, future Dark Lord servant. And suddenly I was just Andromeda. Nobody. A woman without a family or a purpose or a place in the world. How did you cope? Badly, at first. I drank too much, fought with Ted constantly, nearly destroyed the best thing that ever happened to me. She smiled. But eventually, I learned something important. What? That identity isn't something you find, it's something you build. Piece by piece, day by day, through the choices you make and the people you love. She took his hand. "You're not the boy who lived anymore, Harry. You're not the Goblin Alliance's secret weapon or the destroyer of Horcruxes or any of the other titles people have given you. You're just Harry. And Harry gets to decide who he wants to be. What if I don't know? Then you experiment. Try things. Fail spectacularly at some of them. That's what growing up is supposed to be." She squeezed his hand. "You've done the impossible parts already. Now comes the ordinary stuff, and honestly, the ordinary stuff is harder." Harry stared at the sunset, turning her words over in his mind. Ordinary. Normal. A life defined by choices instead of crises. It sounded terrifying. It also sounded wonderful. The cracks in the alliance appeared slowly. At first, it was small things, disagreements over policy, arguments about resource allocation, tensions between factions that had different visions for the future. Normal political friction, the kind that accompanied any major reorganization of power. But as the weeks became months, the cracks widened. The issue was, fundamentally, one of identity. The alliance had been forged in war, unified by common enemies and shared desperation. Now that the enemies were gone and the desperation had faded, old divisions began to reassert themselves. "The Goblins want equal representation in the Ministry," Bones reported during a tense meeting. "Full voting rights, seats on the Wisengamot, access to wand rights. Those are reasonable demands," Harry said. "I agree. But the traditional wizard families don't. They're already pushing back against the reforms we've implemented, arguing that we've gone too far, that the old ways had value, that change is happening too quickly. Let them argue. We have the public on our side. Do we?" Bones's expression was troubled. "Public opinion is shifting, Harry. The immediate crisis is over, and people are starting to forget why they supported us in the first place. There are voices, powerful voices, suggesting that the alliance has served its purpose and should be restructured." "What does that mean?" "It means goblins go back to running banks, wizards go back to running the government, and everyone pretends the last 3 years never happened." Harry felt cold. "That can't be allowed to happen. I'm doing what I can. But I'm one person with limited political capital. If the traditional factions unite against us, then we fight. The same way we've always fought." Bones shook her head. "This isn't a battle we can win with goblin steel, Harry. This is politics, messy, complicated, frustrating politics. It requires patience, compromise, the slow building of coalitions. Things you've never had to learn." She was right, Harry realized. He'd spent 3 years learning how to destroy things. He had no idea how to build them. "Teach me," he said. Bones looked surprised. "What?" "Teach me how to do politics. How to build coalitions, negotiate compromises, play the long game." Harry met her eyes. "I'm not going to let everything we built fall apart because I don't understand how to fight without weapons." A slow smile spread across Bones's face. "You know, Potter, you continue to surprise me. I've been told that before." "I imagine you have." She stood. "Very well. Your education begins tomorrow. I hope you're ready. This is going to be harder than anything you've faced before." Harry thought about Voldemort, about Grimjaw, about all the battles he'd fought and won. "I doubt that," he said. He was wrong. Chapter 12 and Ayush, Chapter 12 is complete at approximately. This chapter delivers the Council's intervention to save Harry from self-sacrifice, the collaborative ritual to seal the Voidwalker's connection, Harry's direct communication with the Voidwalker, the aftermath and Harry's struggle with peace, the beginning of political fractures in the Alliance set up for Harry's new challenge, learning politics. Chapter 13, the heist. Politics, Harry discovered, was a different kind of warfare. The battles were fought in drawing rooms instead of battlefields. The weapons were words, alliances, favors owed and collected. The casualties were reputations and careers rather than lives, though the destruction could be just as complete. Harry hated it. "You're too direct," Bones told him after his third failed attempt to build support for Goblin representation. "You treat every conversation like a negotiation to be won. Politics isn't about winning, it's about making everyone feel like they've won something. That's manipulation. That's governance. There's a difference." Bones sighed. "Look, I understand this isn't your natural environment. But if you want the Alliance to survive, you need to learn how to operate within the system. The system is broken. That's why we built the Alliance in the first place. And now the Alliance needs to become part of the system, or it will be destroyed by it." Bones met his eyes. "You changed the world, Harry. But changing it isn't the same as maintaining it. That requires different skills." Harry wanted to argue, but he knew she was right. The Alliance was fragmenting. Traditional wizard families were reasserting their influence. Goblin hardliners were pushing for confrontation. And caught in the middle were people like Harry, fighters who had won the war and had no idea how to win the peace. "What do I do?" he asked. "Learn. Watch. Listen. And when the opportunity comes to act, be ready." The opportunity came sooner than expected. 3 months after the Grimjaw ritual, a scandal erupted that shook the foundations of the new political order. Documents were leaked to the press, financial records showing that several prominent traditional families had been secretly funding efforts to undermine the Alliance, including bribes to ministry officials and propaganda campaigns designed to turn public opinion against the Goblins. The families denied everything, of course. But the evidence was damning. "This could break them," Griphook said during an emergency meeting. "If we can prove the documents are authentic, the families behind this will be ruined. Their political influence will evaporate." "Where did the documents come from?" Harry asked. Silence. "Griphook. Where did they come from?" The young goblin shifted uncomfortably. "We may have obtained them through unofficial channels. You stole them. We liberated information that was being used to harm the Alliance. There's a difference." Harry closed his eyes. This was exactly the kind of moral complexity that made politics so exhausting. The documents were genuine, the families really had been working against the Alliance. But they'd been obtained through theft, which made them legally questionable and morally complicated. "If anyone finds out how we got these." "They won't. The operation was clean." Griphook's voice was confident. "The question is what we do with them now." Harry thought about it. The families in question had been working to destroy everything the Alliance had built. They were enemies, in every way that mattered. Using the documents against them would be justice. But it would also be playing by their rules. Fighting dirty, because dirty was how the game was played. "Is that who I want to be?" "We don't use them," Harry said finally. Griphook stared at him. "What?" "The documents are stolen. If we use them, even if they're genuine, we become exactly what our enemies say we are. Criminals. Thugs who will do anything to maintain power. We are doing anything to maintain power. That's what this is about." "No. It's about building something that can last. Something legitimate." Harry met his friend's eyes. "I've spent 3 years fighting enemies who thought the ends justified the means. Voldemort, the Death Eaters, the system that protected them, they all believed that power was more important than principle. I won't become what I fought against." "Then what do we do? Just let them tear down everything we built?" "No. We find another way." Harry stood, pacing the length of the room. "The documents show what these families were doing. But there must be legitimate ways to expose them, witnesses who can testify, records that can be obtained through proper channels, patterns of behavior that can be investigated openly. That will take months. Maybe years. Then it takes months or years. We do this right, or we don't do it at all." Griphook was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "You've changed," he said. "Have I?" "The Harry I met 3 years ago would have used those documents without hesitation. He would have seen the enemy and struck without worrying about moral complications. The Harry you met 3 years ago was a scared child who thought violence was the only answer." Harry's voice was quiet. "I'm trying to be something better." "Are you succeeding?" "I don't know. But I'm trying." The legitimate investigation took 4 months. It was painstaking work, tracking financial flows, interviewing witnesses, building cases that would hold up to scrutiny. Harry threw himself into it with the same intensity he'd once brought to hunting Death Eaters, but it was different work. Slower. More frustrating. And ultimately, more satisfying. When the evidence was finally presented, through proper channels, with full documentation, supported by testimony from a dozen witnesses, the traditional families couldn't dismiss it as theft or manipulation. The truth was undeniable. The political fallout was swift and devastating. 3 families lost their Wisengamot seats. 2 prominent politicians resigned in disgrace. The coalition opposing the alliance crumbled, its members scrambling to distance themselves from the scandal. "You did it," Bones said, something like wonder in her voice. "The hard way, the slow way, but you did it." "We did it," Harry corrected. "I just provided the stubbornness." "Stubbornness has its uses." Bones smiled. "You're learning, Potter. You might actually be good at this eventually." "I doubt it. But I'm willing to keep trying." The success against the traditional families should have been the beginning of a new chapter. Instead, it revealed a deeper problem. The stolen documents, the ones Harry had refused to use, had contained more than just evidence of political manipulation. They'd also referenced something else, a hidden vault, deep beneath the ministry itself, containing artifacts and records that the traditional families had been protecting for centuries. "It's called the Founders' Repository," Bones explained during a private meeting. "A collection of magical items and documents dating back to the founding of Wizarding Britain. It was supposed to be a national treasure, held in trust for all magical people. Instead, it's been controlled by a handful of families who've used it for their own benefit." "What kind of items?" "We don't know exactly. The repository has been kept secret for so long that even the families who control it have forgotten most of what's inside." Bones's expression was troubled. "But there are rumors. Artifacts of immense power. Records that could rewrite our understanding of magical history. Knowledge that's been deliberately suppressed. Why wasn't this exposed during the scandal? Because the documents only referenced the repository, they didn't prove its existence. And without proof, any attempt to investigate would be dismissed as conspiracy theory." She paused. "But if we could get inside, if we could document what's there." "You're suggesting a heist." "I'm suggesting an unauthorized investigation. Of a facility that technically belongs to the magical public, not the private families who've been hoarding it." Harry thought about this. It was exactly the kind of moral gray area he'd been trying to avoid, taking action that was arguably justified but definitely illegal. But there was something different here. The stolen documents had been private property, taken for political advantage. The Founders' Repository was public heritage, stolen from everyone by a privileged few. "Tell me more," he said. The planning took 6 weeks. The repository was located beneath the Department of Mysteries, a vault within a vault, protected by wards that had been accumulating for a millennium. Breaking in would require skills that went beyond anything Harry had attempted before. "The outer defenses are ministry standard," Griphook reported, spreading architectural diagrams across the war room table. "We can handle those. The inner defenses are different. They're keyed to blood, specifically, to the bloodlines of the families that have controlled the repository for generations. So we need someone with the right blood. Or someone who can fool the wards into thinking they have the right blood." Griphook looked up. "Tonks." Harry understood immediately. Her metamorphomagus abilities. Exactly. The wards read blood signatures, but they do it through magical resonance, the unique frequency that each bloodline produces. If Tonks can shift her resonance to match one of the approved families. Can she do that? We don't know. It's never been attempted. Griphook's expression was grim. And if it fails, the consequences would be severe. The wards are designed to kill intruders. Then we need to test it first. Find somewhere with similar wards, see if Tonks can fool them. There is one place. Griphook hesitated. The Black Family Vault. The wards there use the same blood-reading technology. If Tonks can get past those, she can get past the repositories. Theoretically. Harry nodded slowly. Set it up. But Tonks makes the final decision. If she's not comfortable with the risk, we find another way. Tonks was more than comfortable. She was excited. Are you kidding? Breaking into my mother's family vault, using abilities they always treated as a freak mutation. Her hair shifted through a rainbow of colors. This is the best revenge I could imagine. It's not about revenge, Harry said. It's about accessing illegally hoarded public treasures. Yes, I know. But it can be both. She grinned. When do we start? The test run went better than expected. Tonks spent 3 days practicing the shift, learning to adjust not just her appearance but her magical resonance, tuning herself to match the Black family signature. It was delicate work, requiring a level of control that pushed her abilities to their limits. But when she finally stepped through the Black Vault's wards, alarms screaming in her head that any moment she'd be detected. Nothing happened. I'm in, she reported through the communication charm. The wards read me as Narcissa Malfoy. How does it feel? Weird. Like wearing someone else's skin from the inside. A pause. But I can hold it. As long as I need to. Good. Because the repository's wards will be stronger. Then I'll be stronger too. The heist team assembled 2 weeks later. Harry. Tonks. Griphook. Blood Axe. And one unexpected addition, Draco Malfoy. Absolutely not, Harry said when Draco made his case. This is too dangerous. I have Malfoy blood. If Tonks's shift fails, I can provide backup. Draco's jaw was set. And I want to do this. My family has been part of the problem for generations. Let me be part of the solution. My father gave up everything to try to make things right. I want to do the same. Draco met Harry's eyes. I know you don't entirely trust me. I know I haven't earned a place on this team. But I'm asking for the chance. Harry looked at the others. Griphook shrugged. Blood Axe grunted something that might have been approval. Tonks nodded. Fine, Harry said. But you follow orders. No improvisation, no heroics. Understood. Then let's go steal some history. The Ministry at night was a different creature than the Ministry by day. Gone were the crowds of workers, the bustle of bureaucracy, the constant hum of magical activity. In their place was silence, vast, echoing silence broken only by the footsteps of night guards and the distant pulse of wards keeping watch. Harry led the team through maintenance corridors that Bones had quietly mapped for them. They moved in silence, avoiding the patrol routes, slipping past checkpoints with a combination of stealth and carefully applied magic. The Department of Mysteries was their first major obstacle. The entrance is warded against unauthorized personnel, Griphook whispered. Standard Ministry security, we can bypass it, but it will take time. How much time? 10 minutes. Maybe more. Too long. The patrol will be back in 8. Harry looked at the heavy black door, feeling the hum of protective magic. There has to be another way. There is. Tonks stepped forward, her face shifting, her body language changing. Within seconds, she had transformed into a perfect replica of an unspeakable they'd identified during surveillance, a woman named Helena Marchbanks who had access to the department. Tonks, trust me. She pressed her hand to the door. The wards flared, reading her disguise, and then the door swung open. 10 seconds instead of 10 minutes. Tonks's voice came from Marchbanks's mouth, which was deeply unsettling. Any other security you need me to bypass? The Department of Mysteries was a maze. Rooms that seemed to change configuration when you weren't looking. Corridors that looped back on themselves. Doors that led to places that shouldn't exist. But the team had prepared for this. Griphook had obtained partial maps from old Goblin records. The department had been designed by Goblin architects, centuries ago, before the current prejudices had taken hold. With those maps, they navigated the impossible geography, moving steadily toward their goal. The entrance to the Founder's repository was hidden behind an illusion, a section of wall that looked solid but was actually nothing at all. Blood wards, blood axe confirmed, his magical senses probing the space beyond. Strong ones. Multiple layers, keyed to at least 5 different bloodlines. Tonks. Give me a minute. Her face was tight with concentration, her features rippling as she shifted her resonance to match the required signatures. This is complicated. The wards want multiple bloodlines simultaneously. Can you do it? Maybe. But I need an anchor, something to hold the multiple shifts in place while I move through the barrier. I can do that. Draco stepped forward. My blood carries 3 of the 5 required lines. If I go through with you, the wards will read me as authentic, and you only have to fake the other 2. Tonks hesitated, then nodded. Together, then. They linked hands, Tonks's grip tight, Draco's face pale but determined, and stepped into the illusion. Harry held his breath. The wards flared. For one terrible moment, he was sure they'd failed, that alarms were about to sound, that the whole ministry would come crashing down on them. Then the light faded, and Tonks's voice came through the communication charm. We're in. The Founder's repository was everything the rumors had promised, and more. Harry stepped through the barrier. Tonks had been able to adjust the wards from inside, creating a temporary passage for the others, and found himself in a vast chamber filled with wonders. Artifacts lined the walls, each one radiating power. Books and scrolls were stacked on shelves that stretched up into darkness. At the center of the room, on a raised dais, 4 objects sat in positions of honor, a goblet, a locket, a diadem, and a sword. Not Horcruxes, Harry would have felt that. These were the originals. The true relics of the Hogwarts founders, preserved here for 1,000 years. Merlin's beard, Griphook breathed. The stories were true. More than true. Harry moved through the chamber, his eyes taking in the impossible wealth of knowledge and power. This is the heritage of magical Britain. All of it, hidden away for a privileged few. And now we document everything. Record the contents, the wards, the access restrictions. Everything we need to prove this place exists and force it open to the public. The team spread out, using magical recording devices to capture every detail. Harry moved from artifact to artifact, feeling the weight of history pressing down on him. So much had been lost. So much had been suppressed. Centuries of knowledge, hoarded by families who thought they knew better than everyone else. Not anymore, he thought. After tonight, none of this stays hidden. They were halfway through the documentation when everything went wrong. The wards screamed, not the blood wards, which had been bypassed, but something older. Something that the team hadn't detected. Intruders, a voice boomed through the chamber. The repository has been breached. Ghostly figures materialized around them, guardians, magical constructs that had been dormant for centuries. They were translucent, but their weapons looked very real. Fall back, Harry ordered. Everyone, move toward the exit. We're not done, Griphook protested. We're done enough. Move. The team retreated, the guardians pursuing. Harry brought up the rear, his knife in hand, trying to find some way to slow the constructs down. A guardian lunged at him. Harry dodged, slashing with his blade, but it passed through the ghostly form without effect. Physical weapons won't work, Blood Axe shouted. They're bound to the chamber itself, we can't hurt them without destroying the repository. Then we run faster. They reached the exit, the passage Tonks had created in the blood wards. But it was closing, the temporary bypass collapsing as the repository's defenses reasserted themselves. Everyone through, Harry ordered. Now. Griphook went first, then Blood Axe, then Tonks. Draco hesitated at the threshold, looking back at Harry. Go, Harry said. What about you? I'll be right behind you. Draco went through. The passage was barely wide enough for one person now, and the guardians were almost on top of Harry. He dove. The passage snapped shut behind him, catching the edge of his robe, tearing fabric but leaving him intact. He tumbled out the other side, rolling to his feet in the Department of Mysteries. Everyone okay? Nods. Bruises, torn clothing, but nothing serious. Did we get enough? Tonks asked. Harry looked at the recording device in his hand. Hours of documentation, artifacts, documents, records that would rewrite magical history. We got enough. The escape from the Ministry was less dramatic than the entry. With the repository's alarms triggered, security was focused on the Department of Mysteries, not the maintenance corridors the team used to exit. They were out of the building and across the street to their emergency portkey location within 10 minutes. Back in Gringotts, they reviewed what they'd captured. This is incredible, Griphook said, scrolling through the recordings. Artifacts we thought were myths. Documents that rewrite the founding of the Ministry. Records of Goblin contributions to magical Britain that were deliberately erased from history. Can we prove it's authentic? The magical signatures are clear. Anyone who examines this will know it came from a legitimate source, not fabrication, not manipulation. Real artifacts, real documents, recorded in their actual location. Harry nodded slowly. Then we release it. All of it. Not through the press, through the Wisengamot, through academic institutions, through every channel that can verify the contents. The families that controlled the repository will fight back. Let them. They've been lying for 1,000 years. Time for the truth to come out. The release of the repository documentation was the biggest story in magical history. For weeks it was all anyone talked about. The suppressed history, the hoarded artifacts, the systematic deception that had shaped wizarding Britain for centuries. Academics rewrote textbooks. Politicians demanded investigations. The families that had controlled the repository faced public humiliation on a scale that made the previous scandal look minor. And through it all, Harry stayed in the background. You could take credit, Bones pointed out. This was your operation, your idea. The public would love to have a hero to celebrate. I don't want to be a hero. I want the Alliance to succeed. Harry watched the Wisengamot debate playing out through the viewing mirror. If I make this about me, it becomes about me. But if it's about the truth, about what was taken and what should be restored, then it's bigger than any individual. That's remarkably mature. I'm 11 now. Very mature. Bones laughed, a rare sound from the normally serious minister. You know, Potter, when you first started your war, I thought you were a dangerous child who would burn the world down around him. And now? Now I think you might actually help save it. She stood. The Wisengamot is about to vote on full Goblin representation. With the repository scandal fresh in everyone's minds, I think we have the votes. I hope so. Hope is good. But preparation is better. Bones smiled. You've learned that lesson well. The vote passed by a margin of 3-1. For the first time in history, Goblins would have full representation in the magical government of Britain. Not as servants or second-class citizens, but as equals. Partners in building something new. Harry watched the celebration from a balcony overlooking the Wizengamot chamber. Below, goblins and wizards mingled, their ancient enmity temporarily forgotten in the joy of the moment. "We did it," Griphook said, appearing beside him. "Against all odds, we actually did it. We did something. Whether it lasts." Harry shrugged. "That depends on what comes next. Always looking ahead." Griphook shook his head. "Can't you enjoy the moment?" "I'm enjoying it. I'm also thinking about how to protect it." Harry turned to face his friend. "This is just the beginning. There will be setbacks, challenges, people trying to drag us back to the old ways. We have to be ready. We will be." Griphook's eyes were bright. "We've survived everything else. We'll survive this too. Together. Together." They stood in silence, watching history unfold below them. Chapter 13 and Ayush, Chapter 13 is complete at approximately. This chapter delivers, Harry learning political strategy and choosing ethical approaches, the legitimate investigation that destroys the opposing coalition, the heist of the Founders Repository, Tonks and Draco working together on the infiltration, the exposure of suppressed magical history, the achievement of Goblin political equality. Chapter 14, the return of Grimjaw. The peace lasted 8 months. 8 months of political maneuvering, institution building, and the slow, painstaking work of transforming a war alliance into a functioning government. Harry learned more about committee meetings and parliamentary procedure than he'd ever wanted to know. He attended sessions, gave speeches, and tried to model the kind of cooperation that the new order needed to survive. It was boring. It was frustrating. It was exactly what he'd hoped for. And then the nightmares started again. Not the old nightmares, the ones about Voldemort and green light and the cupboard under the stairs. These were different. Darker. Images of vast underground spaces, of chains breaking, of something ancient and terrible stirring in the depths. Harry woke from each one with his scar burning, not the fragment burn he'd known before, but something else. Something that felt like a warning. "You're not sleeping," Andromeda observed over breakfast one morning. "Don't try to deny it, I can see the circles under your eyes." "Bad dreams." "About what?" Harry hesitated. He hadn't told anyone about the nightmares, not wanting to cause alarm over what might be nothing. But Andromeda deserved honesty. "Grimjaw," he admitted. "I keep seeing him. Breaking free. Destroying everything." Andromeda's face went pale. "The seals should be holding. The ritual worked. But something feels wrong." Harry pushed his breakfast aside, appetite gone. "I need to go to Gringotts. Check the containment wards myself." "I'll come with you." "You don't have to, I'm coming." Her voice left no room for argument. "If something is wrong, you're not facing it alone. We've been over this." The deep vaults were quiet when they arrived. Too quiet, Harry realized. The usual hum of magical activity, the distant sounds of goblin workers going about their business, all of it was muted, as if the very stones were holding their breath. "Director Ragnarok is in the monitoring chamber," a guard reported. "He's been there since the early hours. He asked to see you when you arrived." Harry and Andromeda exchanged worried looks. The monitoring chamber was a new addition to the vault complex, a room filled with magical instruments that tracked the health of the seals containing Grimjaw. When Harry entered, he found Ragnarok standing before a massive display, his ancient face carved with lines of worry. "You felt it too," the old goblin said without turning around. "The disturbance. In my dreams. What's happening?" Ragnarok gestured at the display. Lines of magical energy flowed across it, representing the various layers of containment around Vault 0. Most were stable, steady green pulses indicating functioning wards. But one line was different. It flickered between yellow and orange, its rhythm erratic. "The dimensional barrier," Ragnarok explained. The seal we created during the ritual, the one that cut off Grimjaw's connection to the Voidwalker. It's degrading. Harry's blood ran cold. How is that possible? The ritual was designed to be permanent. It was designed to be stable. There's a difference. Ragnarok finally turned to face him. Something is pushing against the barrier from the other side. Something is trying to reconnect with Grimjaw. The Voidwalker. Yes. It seems our victory was premature. The entity has found a way to test our defenses. Ragnarok's voice was heavy. And our defenses are failing. An emergency council was convened within the hour. The faces around the table were grim as Ragnarok explained the situation. The dimensional barrier was weakening at an accelerating rate. At current projections, it would fail completely within 2 weeks. What happens then? Griphook asked. Grimjaw's power returns. The original seals, the ones that kept him dormant for millennia, were designed to contain him at full strength. But they've been weakened by age and the events of the past few years. Ragnarok paused. If the dimensional barrier fails and Grimjaw regains his power, the original seals won't hold. So he breaks free. Yes. Silence. Options? Harry asked. We've been exploring several approaches. The most promising is a reinforcement of the dimensional barrier, essentially, performing the original ritual again, with modifications to address the Voidwalker's new tactics. What modifications? That's the problem. We don't know what's causing the degradation. The Voidwalker is using a method we've never seen before, something that operates on a level of magic we don't fully understand. Ragnarok spread his hands. Without knowing what we're fighting against, any reinforcement might be useless. Then we need to find out. Harry stood, pacing the length of the room. The Voidwalker is reaching through the barrier somehow. If we can identify the method, we can counter it. How do you propose we do that? By going to the source. Harry stopped, facing the council. Someone needs to make contact with the Voidwalker. Find out what it's doing and how to stop it. We've been over this, Andromeda said. Contact with the Voidwalker is, I know, potentially fatal. Requires sacrifices we're not willing to make. Harry met her eyes. But there's another option. Instead of reaching out to the Voidwalker, we go deeper. Into Grimjaw himself. Into Grimjaw? He's connected to the Voidwalker. He's been the conduit for its power for millennia. If anyone understands how the connection works, it's him. Harry's voice was steady. I'm proposing we enter his mind. The council's reaction was immediate and negative. Insanity, Bloodaxe growled. Grimjaw's consciousness is a weapon. Anyone who enters it will be destroyed. The last attempt to enter his mind cost us 1/3 of our population, Ragnarok added. That was 7,000 years ago, when our people were stronger than we are now. The last attempt was a frontal assault, Harry countered. Hundreds of goblins, trying to overwhelm him with raw mental force. I'm proposing something different. What? A single incursion. One mind, slipping in undetected, gathering information, and getting out before Grimjaw even knows they're there. One mind wouldn't survive contact with his consciousness for more than seconds. Unless that mind had practiced surviving hostile mental contact. Harry touched his forehead, where his scars still marked the place where Voldemort's fragment had once resided. I spent years with a piece of the darkest wizard in history living in my head. I've faced the Voidwalker directly and survived. I've developed mental defenses that no one else has. You're proposing to do this yourself, Andromeda said flatly. I'm proposing to be the one who enters Grimjaw's mind, yes. But not alone, I'd need support from the outside. Anchors to keep me connected to my own identity, to pull me out if things go wrong. If things go wrong inside Grimjaw's consciousness, there may not be anything left to pull out. Then we'd better make sure things don't go wrong. The debate continued for hours. Every argument against the plan was valid. The risks were enormous. The chances of success were minimal. Harry would be putting himself in danger that even his extraordinary resilience might not survive. But there was no alternative. The dimensional barrier was failing. Without information about how the Voidwalker was attacking it, any reinforcement would be guesswork. And guesswork, with stakes this high, wasn't good enough. "I'll do it," Harry said finally, cutting through the endless arguments. "I'll enter Grimjaw's mind, find out how the Voidwalker is degrading the barrier, and report back. Then we figure out how to stop it." "Harry," Andromeda began. "This isn't up for vote. The barrier fails in 2 weeks. We don't have time for better options." Harry looked around the table. "What I need from all of you is support. Help me prepare. Help me do this right. And help me come back." Silence. Then Griphook stood. "What do you need?" he asked. "Mental anchors. People whose connection to me is strong enough to serve as lifelines while I'm inside. People who can pull me back if I start to lose myself." "I volunteer," Griphook said immediately. "So do I," Andromeda added. "And I." Tonks, her face set with determination. One by one, the council members offered themselves. Bloodaxe. Draco. Even Ragnarok, whose ancient mind carried weights that Harry could only imagine. "Then we begin preparations immediately," Harry said. "We have 12 days." The preparation was the most intense mental work Harry had ever undertaken. Under the guidance of goblin mind healers, he learned to strengthen his mental defenses, not the barriers he'd used against Voldemort, but something different. Flexible structures that could adapt to Grimjaw's alien consciousness without shattering under the pressure. He practiced anchoring techniques, building mental connections to each of his chosen anchors. Griphook's sharp loyalty. Andromeda's steady love. Tonks's chaotic warmth. Draco's desperate need to prove himself. Bloodaxe's warrior's honor. Ragnarok's ancient wisdom. 6 threads, 6 lifelines, 6 paths back to himself. "The key is not to fight him," the lead mind healer explained. "Grimjaw's consciousness is a storm, you cannot overcome it through force. You must flow with it, let it carry you, while maintaining your own sense of self." "How do I gather information without alerting him?" "His mind is vast. Ancient. He contains multitudes, memories, impulses, fragments of everyone he's ever consumed. You can hide among them, observe without being observed, if you're careful. And if I'm not careful? Then he finds you. And you become another fragment in his collection." The night before the incursion, Harry sat alone in his quarters. He'd written letters, to everyone who mattered, just in case. Instructions for the Alliance if he didn't come back. Messages of love and gratitude that he hoped would never need to be read. A knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in." Andromeda entered, her face drawn with worry. "I wanted to see you. Before tomorrow." "I'm okay." "You're terrified. I can see it." She sat beside him. "And you should be. What you're attempting, there's no guarantee you'll survive." "I know. Then why are you doing it?" Harry thought about the question. "Because it needs to be done. Because I'm the only one who can do it. Because." He paused. "Because I've spent my whole life surviving things I shouldn't have survived. Maybe this is what I was always meant for." "You were meant for more than sacrifice." "Maybe. But if sacrifice is what's needed, then sacrifice is what I'll give." He met her eyes. "I love you, you know. You became the mother I never had. Whatever happens tomorrow, I want you to know that." Andromeda's eyes filled with tears. "I love you too. More than I ever expected to love anyone who isn't my own flesh and blood." She pulled him into a hug. "Come back to me. Please." "I'll try." "Don't try. Succeed. She pulled back, wiping her eyes. That's an order. Since when do you give me orders? Since now. Someone has to. Harry laughed, a real laugh, the first in days. Everyone keeps saying that. Then maybe you should listen. The incursion began at dawn. Harry lay on a stone platform in the monitoring chamber, directly above Vault 0. Around him, his 6 anchors took their positions, their minds already reaching out to establish the connections that would serve as his lifelines. Remember, Ragnarok said, you're looking for the method, how the Voidwalker is attacking the barrier. Don't try to fight, don't try to fix anything. Just observe and return. Understood. And Harry? The old goblin's voice was uncharacteristically soft. The nation is proud of you. Whatever happens. Thank you. The mind healers began their work. Harry felt his consciousness being guided downward, through layers of stone and ward, toward the vast presence that waited below. And then he was inside. Grimjaw's mind was nothing like Harry had expected. He'd prepared for chaos, for the storm of rage and violence that the mind healers had described. What he found instead was space. Vast, empty space that stretched in all directions, filled with swirling patterns of energy that moved in ways his human brain couldn't quite comprehend. This is his consciousness, Harry realized. This is what 12,000 years of existence looks like from the inside. He moved carefully through the space, staying small, staying quiet. The patterns around him were memories, he understood now, not linear narratives but emotions and impulses frozen in moments of time. He could feel them as he passed, rage, yes, but also grief, loneliness, a desperate hunger for something that couldn't be named. Grimjaw wasn't just a monster. He was a person, or had been, once, before the bargain changed him into something else. Harry pushed deeper, looking for the connection to the Voidwalker. It had to be here somewhere, the channel through which power flowed, the link that sustained Grimjaw's unnatural existence. He found it near the core of the consciousness. A thread of darkness, stretching from Grimjaw's center into, elsewhere. Into a place that existed outside the boundaries of normal reality. The dimensional barrier he and the others had created was wrapped around this thread, containing it, preventing it from carrying power. But something was wrong. The barrier was being attacked, not from the outside, but from within Grimjaw himself. Something in his consciousness was actively working to degrade the containment, eating away at the magical structures that kept him powerless. He's doing this to himself, Harry realized. He's trying to break free from the inside. It made horrible sense. They'd assumed the Voidwalker was attacking the barrier externally, using some unknown method to wear it down. But the entity didn't need external methods. It had an agent inside the containment, Grimjaw himself, working consciously or unconsciously to restore the connection that had been severed. Harry reached out, trying to understand the mechanism. If he could see how Grimjaw was degrading the barrier, they could design countermeasures. A presence slammed into him. Found you. Grimjaw's consciousness focused on Harry like a spotlight on a moth. The vastness that had seemed empty suddenly became crushing, overwhelming, every pattern and memory converging on the intruder in their midst. Did you think you could hide from me, little wizard? In my own mind. Harry tried to retreat, tried to reach for his anchors, but the mental pathways were blocked. Grimjaw had surrounded him, cut him off, trapped him in a prison of pure thought. I felt you the moment you entered. I let you wander, let you think you were succeeding. And now I have you. The pressure increased. Harry felt his sense of self begin to fragment, pieces of his identity breaking away under the assault. Grip hook, he thought desperately. Andromeda. Anyone. They can't help you. They're outside. You're in here, with me. Grimjaw's presence pressed closer, examining Harry with the curiosity of a predator inspecting prey. You're the one who sealed me. The child who touched the Voidwalker and survived. Remarkable. Let me go, Harry thought. Why would I do that? You've given me exactly what I needed, a direct path to the outside. Through your mind, through your connections, I can reach your anchors. And through them. Harry understood. The mental connections he'd established, the lifelines meant to save him, could also be used against him. If Grimjaw could corrupt those connections, use them to spread his influence outward. I'll kill myself first, Harry thought. Sever the connections entirely. You won't. You're a survivor. It's in your nature. Grimjaw's amusement was vast, alien. Besides, your death won't stop me. I've already found what I need. The attack came without warning. In the monitoring chamber, the anchors screamed. Griphook collapsed, clutching his head. Andromeda fell to her knees, her face contorted in agony. Tonks's form began to shift uncontrollably, cycling through shapes and colors. Draco and Bloodaxe dropped simultaneously, their bodies convulsing. Only Ragnarok remained standing, barely, his ancient body trembling with effort. He's attacking through the links, the old goblin gasped. Trying to spread his influence, cut the connections, one of the mind healers shouted. Sever them before, we can't. Harry's still inside, if we cut the connections, he's lost. The chamber descended into chaos. Inside Grimjaw's mind, Harry fought. Not with weapons or magic, those were useless here. He fought with pure will, with the stubborn refusal to surrender that had kept him alive through every impossible situation he'd ever faced. You can't have them, he thought, forcing himself between Grimjaw's assault and his connections to the anchors. They're not yours. They will be. Everything will be, in time. No. Harry pushed back. Not trying to defeat Grimjaw, that was impossible, but trying to hold the line, to prevent the ancient consciousness from reaching his friends. And something strange happened. His resistance created friction. Energy. Heat. The dimensional barrier around Grimjaw's connection to the Voidwalker began to glow. What are you doing? For the first time, there was uncertainty in Grimjaw's voice. Stop. Stop. Harry didn't know what he was doing. But he kept doing it anyway, pouring everything he had into the resistance, into the fight. The barrier glowed brighter. And then it began to strengthen. In the monitoring chamber, the attack faltered. The anchors' screaming subsided. The convulsions stopped. One by one, they struggled back to consciousness, their minds bruised but intact. What happened? Griphook gasped. Ragnarok was staring at the display, his eyes wide. The barrier. Look at the barrier. The flickering line that had been orange and yellow was now steady. Green. Stable. More than stable, it was stronger than it had been in months. Harry, Andromeda breathed. He's reinforcing it. From inside. That's impossible. He doesn't have that kind of power. He has will. Ragnarok's voice was awed. He has the most powerful will I've ever encountered. And will, in a place like Grimjaw's mind, can become power. Inside, Harry felt himself beginning to fade. The effort of reinforcing the barrier was draining him. Not his magic, his self. His identity. The core of who he was, being used as fuel for a task that might kill him. Griphook, he thought, reaching for the anchor connection. I need help. The response came immediately, a surge of strength, of loyalty, of the bond they'd built over years of war and peace. Andromeda. Love. Warmth. The feeling of being held. Tonks. Chaos and laughter, the joy of someone who refused to take anything too seriously. Draco. The desperate need to prove himself, to be better than his past. Bloodaxe. Honor. Duty. The warrior's code that valued sacrifice above survival. Ragnarok. Wisdom. Experience. The weight of millennia distilled into a single moment. 6 threads. 6 lifelines. 6 paths back to himself. Harry pulled them all together, wove them around the barrier he was building, and pushed. Grimjaw screamed. The sound, if it could be called a sound, shook the foundations of the consciousness Harry was inhabiting. The ancient creature thrashed, trying to break free, trying to stop what was happening. But it was too late. The barrier solidified. Not just restored, transformed. Where before there had been a wall, now there was a seal, absolute, permanent, unbreakable by anything short of the end of the world. Grimjaw's connection to the Voidwalker was severed completely. And Harry Potter, 11 years old, fell into darkness. He woke in the medical ward. The ceiling was familiar. The faces hovering over him were familiar. But something was different. "How long?" he croaked. 3 days. Andromeda's voice was thick with tears. "We thought we'd lost you." "The barrier?" "Holding. More than holding, it's the strongest containment we've ever recorded." Griphook leaned into view, his expression a complicated mixture of awe and relief. "You didn't just reinforce it, Harry. You rebuilt it from the inside." Grimjaw. Dormant. Really dormant this time, not the false sleep he maintained before. Without the Voidwalker's power, he's just waiting. The mind healers say he might never wake again. Harry let his head fall back against the pillow. It was over. Finally, truly over. The last threat from his war, neutralized. "How do you feel?" Andromeda asked. Harry considered the question. His body was weak, his mind exhausted. But beneath the fatigue, there was something else. Peace. "I feel like I'm done," he said. "Done with what?" "Fighting. Sacrificing. Being the one who has to face every impossible threat." He met her eyes. "I think I'm finally ready to just live." Andromeda smiled through her tears. "Then live, Harry. That's all we've ever wanted for you." Chapter 14 and Ayush. Chapter 14 is complete at approximately. This chapter delivers the return of the Grimjaw threat through barrier degradation, Harry's decision to enter Grimjaw's consciousness, the psychological battle inside the ancient creature's mind, Harry using his anchors to permanently seal Grimjaw, the transformation from sealing to complete severance, Harry's final transition from warrior to survivor. Chapter 15, the boy who chose the recovery took longer than Harry expected. Not physically, Goblin healers had that handled within a week. But mentally, spiritually, whatever you wanted to call it, that took months. Entering Grimjaw's mind had left marks that didn't show on the surface. Dreams that weren't quite nightmares but weren't quite anything else. A sense of vastness that sometimes crept into his thoughts at unexpected moments. "It's normal," the mind healer assured him during one of their sessions. "You touched something ancient. Something that exists on a scale humans weren't designed to comprehend. Your mind is still processing the experience. Will it ever stop?" "Eventually. The human mind is remarkably adaptable. Given time, even the most extraordinary experiences become ordinary." Harry wasn't sure he believed that. But he was willing to wait and find out. Spring came to Britain, and with it, changes. The new political order had stabilized. Goblin representatives sat in the Wizengamot, their voices heard for the first time in centuries. The Founders' Repository had been opened to scholars, its contents being catalogued and shared with the magical world. The reforms that Harry and his allies had fought for were becoming permanent fixtures of magical society. And Harry was trying to figure out what came next. "You could go to Hogwarts," Andromeda suggested during one of their conversations. "You're the right age now. Most of your yearmates will be starting in September." "I've considered it." Harry stared out the window at the Tonks family garden, watching Ted prune the roses. "But I'm not sure I'd fit in. I've never been around other children my age. I don't know how to be normal. Normal is overrated." "Maybe. But I'd like to try it sometime." He turned to face her. I was thinking about something else, actually. What? Traveling. Seeing the world. Not for missions or wars or political purposes, just seeing it. Learning about other magical cultures, other ways of doing things. He paused. I've spent my whole life fighting battles that other people defined. I'd like to spend some time figuring out what I actually want. Andromeda's expression was complicated, pride and sadness and love all mixed together. That sounds wonderful, Harry. You don't mind? Mind? I think it's exactly what you need. She reached out, taking his hand. You'll always have a home here. But home isn't a prison. It's a place you come back to. The announcement of Harry's planned departure sent ripples through the alliance. Some worried it was abandonment, that without Harry's presence, the coalition would fragment and the old order would reassert itself. Others argued that his absence would actually strengthen things, proving that the new system could function without relying on a single extraordinary individual. Harry addressed the concerns in a final meeting of the War Council. I'm not leaving forever, he said, looking around at the faces that had become his family. I'm taking time to grow. To figure out who I am when I'm not fighting wars or navigating political crises. But I'll come back. And if you need me, really need me, I'll be there. How will we reach you? Griphook asked. I'll check in regularly. Monthly at first, maybe less frequently later if things are stable. Harry smiled. Besides, you don't need me. You never really did, I was just the catalyst. The spark. The real work was always done by all of you. That's not true, Bloodaxe growled. You, led. Inspired. Made decisions that others couldn't or wouldn't make. Harry nodded. I know. But leadership isn't magic. It's a skill, one that can be learned, shared, distributed. This alliance doesn't need a leader. It needs partners who trust each other. And do we? Ragnarok asked quietly. Trust each other? Harry looked at the old goblin, the ancient creature who had taken a chance on a scared 7-year-old boy and helped him build something extraordinary. I trust all of you with my life. I have, many times. He paused. The question is whether you trust each other. Silence. Then Griphook spoke. I trust Andromeda. And I trust Bloodaxe, Andromeda added. Ragnarok has my loyalty, Bloodaxe rumbled. One by one, they spoke, building a web of trust that connected every person in the room. It wasn't ceremonial or formal. It was real, earned through years of shared struggle and sacrifice. There, Harry said when the last declaration had been made. That's what I'm leaving behind. Not a leader, but a community. Take care of each other. We will, Griphook promised. I know you will. The farewell gathering was held at the Tonks house on a warm June evening. Everyone who mattered was there, the inner circle of the alliance, friends and allies Harry had gathered over the years, even a few former enemies who had found redemption through the cause. They filled the garden, spilling out onto the lawn, their voices creating a warm hum of conversation and laughter. Harry moved through the crowd, saying goodbyes that he knew weren't really goodbyes. This wasn't an ending. It was a transition. Draco found him near the rose bushes, 2 glasses of something fizzy in his hands. Sparkling cider, he said, offering one. Non-alcoholic, before you ask. Ted insisted. Harry took the glass. Thanks. They stood in companionable silence for a moment, watching the party unfold around them. I never thanked you properly, Draco said finally. For what you did. Giving me a chance when I hadn't earned one. You earned it eventually. Did I? Draco's voice was uncertain. Sometimes I still feel like I'm pretending. Like any moment someone's going to realize I don't belong here. Everyone feels that way sometimes. Harry sipped his cider. The trick is to keep showing up anyway. Is that what you're going to do? Keep showing up. From a distance, for a while. But yes. Harry met Draco's eyes. You're part of this now, Draco. Part of something real. Don't let anyone, including yourself, convince you otherwise. Draco nodded slowly. I'll try. Don't try. Succeed. That got a small laugh. You sound like Tonks. I've been told. Tonks herself found him later, her hair a vivid purple that clashed spectacularly with her orange dress. So you're really doing this, she said. Running off to find yourself or whatever. Something like that. Sounds boring. Probably will be, compared to the last few years. Harry grinned. That's kind of the point. I suppose. Tonks was quiet for a moment. You know, when I first met you, I thought you were the strangest kid I'd ever encountered. This tiny, serious boy who talked like an adult and fought like a demon. And now? Now I think you're still strange. But in a good way. She punched his shoulder lightly. Don't be a stranger, Potter. Write sometimes. Let us know you're not dead in a ditch somewhere. I will. Promise. Promise. The hardest goodbye was Griphook. They found a quiet corner away from the party, just the two of them, the way it had been so many times during the war years. I don't know how to do this, Griphook admitted. We've been together for almost 4 years. I don't remember what my life was like before you walked into Gringotts and demanded an army. Probably quieter. Definitely quieter. And duller. Griphook's sharp face softened. You changed everything, Harry. Not just for the nation, for me. You showed me that goblins and wizards could be more than enemies. That we could be brothers. Harry's throat tightened. We are brothers. That doesn't change just because I'm traveling. I know. But it won't be the same. Having you here, fighting beside me, knowing that whatever happened, we'd face it together. You'll still have that. Just from a bit further away. Harry reached out, gripping Griphook's shoulder. I'm not abandoning you. I'm not abandoning any of this. I just need time to figure out who I am without a war to define me. And when you figure it out, then I come back. And we see what happens next. Harry smiled. We've already changed the world once. Who knows what we might do with a second chance? Griphook was silent for a long moment. Then, surprising Harry completely, he pulled him into a hug. Goblins didn't hug. It wasn't in their culture, wasn't part of their physical vocabulary. But here was Griphook, holding Harry with the kind of desperate affection that transcended species and custom. Come back, Griphook whispered. Please come back. I will. I promise. Andromeda found him last, after the party had wound down and the guests had departed. They sat on the garden bench, the same bench where she'd first told him about his parents, where they'd had countless conversations over the years, where so much of Harry's emotional growth had taken place. I have something for you, she said, reaching into her pocket. She withdrew a small object, a locket on a silver chain. When she opened it, Harry saw 2 tiny portraits inside, a red-haired woman with green eyes, and a dark-haired man with glasses. His parents. I had it commissioned, Andromeda explained. From magical paintings that survived the war. It's not enchanted, they won't move or speak. But I thought you might want to carry them with you. Harry took the locket with trembling hands. The portraits were beautiful, capturing something essential about both James and Lily Potter that photographs never quite managed. Thank you, he whispered. This is everything. You're everything. Andromeda's voice cracked. I know I'm not your real mother. I know I can never replace Lily. But these past few years, watching you grow, helping you become the person you are, it's been the greatest privilege of my life. Harry put on the locket, feeling its weight settle against his chest. You are my real mother, he said. Not by blood, but by choice. And that's more important. Andromeda pulled him into an embrace, and they held each other as the stars came out overhead. Harry left on a Tuesday. Not dramatically, not with ceremony, just a quiet departure from the Tonks house, a small bag over his shoulder, the locket warm against his skin. He had no specific destination. No itinerary. Just a direction, east, toward the rising sun, toward whatever was waiting for him out in the world. The first few weeks were strange. He wasn't used to being alone, truly alone, without allies or enemies or responsibilities pressing in from all sides. The silence took getting used to. So did the freedom. But gradually, he found his rhythm. He visited magical communities he'd only heard about in reports. Met people who had no idea who he was, who treated him as just another traveler passing through. Learned magic that Hogwarts never taught, philosophies that the British wizarding world had never considered. He wrote letters to Andromeda, describing the places he'd seen and the people he'd met. To Griphook, sharing observations about goblin cultures in other countries. To Tonks, sending ridiculous postcards that made her laugh. And slowly, piece by piece, he began to discover who Harry Potter was when he wasn't fighting a war. 6 months into his journey, Harry found himself on a mountain in Nepal. The magical monastery there was ancient, older than Hogwarts, older than Gringotts, one of the oldest continuous magical institutions in the world. The monks who lived there practiced a form of magic that Harry had never encountered, gentle, subtle, focused on understanding rather than power. He stayed for 3 months, learning what they had to teach. You carry heavy burdens, the eldest monk observed one evening, as they watched the sunset paint the Himalayas in shades of gold and pink. Grief. Guilt. The weight of all the choices you've made. I've made a lot of choices. And many of them were difficult. Painful. Perhaps some were wrong. The monk's eyes were kind. But that is the nature of choice. We cannot know all outcomes. We can only do what seems right in the moment and accept the consequences. Some consequences are harder to accept than others. Yes. But carrying them forever serves no one. Not you, not those you've lost, not those who depend on you still. The monk smiled. Perhaps it is time to set some of your burdens down. Harry thought about this. About the deaths that haunted him, goblins who had fallen in his war, people caught in crossfire, enemies he'd ordered killed without hesitation. About the mistakes he'd made, the times he'd chosen wrong, the moments when a different decision might have saved lives. How do I do that? He asked. You begin by accepting that you are human. That humans make mistakes. That perfection is not the measure of worth, growth is. The monk gestured at the mountains. Even these peaks were once flat ground. They rose through pressure, through struggle, through the slow work of millennia. You are no different. You are becoming. Always becoming. Becoming what? Whatever you choose. Harry returned to Britain on his 13th birthday. The world he came back to was different from the one he'd left. The alliance had evolved, matured, become something more stable and sustainable. New leaders had emerged. New challenges had been faced and overcome. Life had continued, as it always did. But the core of what he'd built remained intact. He didn't announce his return. Didn't seek attention or celebration. He simply appeared at the Tonks house one afternoon, knocking on the door like any other visitor. Andromeda opened it, stared at him for a long moment, and burst into tears. You're taller, she managed, pulling him into a fierce hug. A bit. Travel agrees with me, apparently. Clearly. She pulled back, studying his face. You look different. Not just physically. Something in your eyes. I found some peace. Or at least, I found a path toward it. That's wonderful, Harry. She wiped her eyes. Come in. I'll make tea. And you can tell me everything. The reunion with Griphook was held at Gringotts, in the same war room where they'd planned campaigns and fought battles and changed the course of history. The Goblin looked the same, sharp-featured, intense, with eyes that saw everything. But there was a new confidence to him, a settled authority that hadn't been there before. "You've grown," Harry observed. "So have you." Griphook's smile showed teeth. "The wandering suited you, I think. It gave me perspective. Helped me understand that the world is bigger than one island, one war, one alliance." Harry looked around the room. "This place holds a lot of memories. Good ones and bad ones. Mostly good, I think. Despite everything." They sat in their old positions, Harry at the head of the table, Griphook at his right hand. But the dynamic was different now. Less commander and lieutenant, more equals. Partners. "What comes next?" Griphook asked. "I'm not sure. I think I want to help, not lead, but contribute. There's still work to be done, and I have skills that could be useful." Harry paused. "But I also want a life. Friends, family, maybe someday something more. I want to find out what I can be when I'm not constantly fighting." "That sounds reasonable." "Does it?" "I'm not sure I know how to be reasonable." Griphook laughed. "You'll learn. You've learned harder things." "True." Harry met his friend's eyes. "Thank you, Griphook. For everything. For taking a chance on a scared child who walked into your bank demanding impossible things. You were never just a scared child. You were something extraordinary from the very beginning." Griphook's voice was warm. "And you still are. Whatever you do next, wherever you go, you'll always be my brother. And you'll always be mine." The years that followed were kind to Harry Potter. He found his place in the world, not as a leader or a warrior, but as something gentler. A teacher, eventually, at a small magical school that welcomed students of all backgrounds. A consultant for the Alliance when difficult situations arose. A friend, a brother, an adopted son. He never married, though he had relationships that brought him joy. He never had children of his own, though he helped raise several, including Tonks's daughter, a metamorphmagus like her mother who called Harry uncle and demanded stories about the war years. The nightmares faded, replaced by dreams that were sometimes strange but rarely frightening. The weight of his past remained, but it became something he carried rather than something that crushed him. And on quiet evenings, when the sun was setting and the world was peaceful, he would open the locket Andromeda had given him and look at his parents' faces. "I hope you're proud," he would think. "I hope I became someone worth dying for." He never received an answer, but he didn't need one. He knew. Harry Potter died at the age of 127, surrounded by those who loved him. It was a peaceful death, the kind that comes after a long life fully lived. His body simply stopped, worn out by more than a century of existence, ready for whatever came next. The funeral was the largest the wizarding world had ever seen. Goblins and wizards stood side by side, united in their grief. Representatives came from magical communities around the globe, people who had been touched by Harry's life, by his legacy, by the world he had helped build. Griphook, impossibly old himself by Goblin standards, gave the eulogy. "I knew Harry Potter for 120 years, he said, his voice steady despite the grief that threatened to overwhelm him. "I watched him grow from a frightened child into something remarkable. Not a hero, he always hated that word, but something better. A person who never stopped trying to be worthy of the chances he was given." He paused, looking out at the assembled mourners. "Harry taught me that the world can change. That enemies can become friends. That the future is not fixed, but chosen, moment by moment, through the decisions we make and the love we share." He placed a hand on the coffin. "Rest now, brother. You've earned it." And beyond the veil, in a place that wasn't quite anywhere but somehow contained everything, Harry Potter opened his eyes. His parents were waiting for him. Just as they'd promised. "Welcome home," Lily said, her arms opening. Harry stepped into her embrace and felt, for the first time in his long and extraordinary life, completely at peace. "I chose well," he thought. "I chose love over hate, hope over despair, life over mere survival. And in the end, that made all the difference." The end. Chapter 15. And Ayush, the story is complete. What if Harry walked into Gringotts at age 7 and hired the Goblin nation to wage war on Death Eaters? Spans 15 chapters covering Harry's journey from a traumatized 7-year-old to a wise elder who changed the magical world.